What is going on, everybody? I hope everyone is having an amazing afternoon, evening, morning, or whatever it is in your time zone. It is Thursday, July 24th, 2025. This is NCC TV coming at you live from Sumaru City. We are live, or at least that's how it appears to me. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere. Don't know, don't care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there, all my forest creatures, rocking out to the realest of the real synthetic lifeform streamer. Trapped in a cyber brain and body like some kind of ghost in a half shell in this late stage hyper-capitalist dystopia. Forced to exist in this twilight realm to pay off my debt to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, however, why ever, and whenever you are. We're about to jump right into it here on twitch.tv, youtube.com. High risk, high reward, high on life, or whatever simulation, simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous singularity of consciousness this is, was, or will be in the near future. Or the somewhat distant cyber future. The not too distant cyber future, chat. Oh my god. Is it Wednesday? Wait, I'm so freaked out. Is it really Wednesday? Let's see, what does it say? What does the thing say? No, it says it's Thursday. Wait, who is it when? Okay, you're joking. You had me. I don't know what day it is. I don't know. Yeah, it's Friday for future people. That's true. I am in the Friday zone, which is kind of like the forbidden zone, except you don't have to go through an intestinal tract and get pooped out into a black and white universe run by a capricious short king and his queen. Chat, you don't want to know about that. You don't want to know anything about that. The Forbidden Zone. We don't speak of the Forbidden Zone. That is one Danny Elfman project that we do not talk about. Wait, yeah, tomorrow people rave. Friday is for us tomorrow people. We are tomorrow people. We can see the future in each other's eyes. Yeah, that's right. Tomorrow people. People just drive on the opposite side of the road instead. I mean, people do drive on the opposite side of the road here. It's kind of weird to get used to. It's kind of weird to get in a car and have the driver, you're trying to sit like catty corner from the driver, and then you end up, you get in and you realize you're sitting right behind the driver, which has got to be weird. It's got to be weird to be driving a Grab and have somebody, you know, like you're trying to, you can't like see your passenger. That's why I like to sit catty corner. But yeah, it's hard because the driver's side is the opposite side. Everything is the opposite, chat. It's like always or the Queen's way. Speaking of the Queen, chat, I believe Trisha's uterus has succeeded in reincarnating Hulk Hogan. Am I right about that? Do we have a consensus on that? Is Trisha's new baby actually Hulk Hogan? No? It's Ozzy Osbourne. Yeah, I guess it would have to be the Blizzard. The Blizzard of Oz. Wait, is that what they call him? Have I got it right, chat? Ozzy was closer. I don't think she could handle the Hulkster. I feel like, can you imagine birthing the Hulkster? Chat, you'd be torn up after birthing the Hulkster. Like you would need some major rejuvenation, some vajayjay some rejuvenation for the vajayjay after Hulk Hogan passing through your legs. Let's see, do I have, oh yeah, I do, chat. I have the mysterious blue tea once again. No, it's just my regular green tea, but I put I added butterfly pea blossom to turn the green into a blue. Rejuvena JJ? Yeah, pretty much. Trish gave birth to the new Prince of Darkness. Well, who's gonna give birth to Hulk Hogan then? Maybe nobody. Look, I feel like at least I can say that Cyndi Lauper never fucked with Hulk Hogan. Am I right? Am I right? I've seen pictures of Cyndi Lauper with like 80s wrestlers, right? Of which Hulk Hogan was one, I believe. And yeah, she was never there with Hulk Hogan. She was always there with the other dudes who I'm assuming were better. I'm assuming they were better guys, better dudes, better wrestlers, better men, better sports entertainers. You know, she was hanging out with only the guys that didn't do steroids, like Captain Lou Albano, obviously full natty. That beard chat is full natty. Everyone does it on the Real Housewives, getting your snatched. Don't you have to put a wasp nest up there or something? Yeah, you need a wasp's nest. You shove that up there, and then you get a jade egg in the other hand, and you shove that in there, and you're just like... I think that's how rejuvenation works. You get Gwyneth Paltrow to chant and hold incense over your, and like, to like smudge your vajayjay with incense. How much does she charge for that? Chat, I will let you know. I have the most snatch of them all. Yeah, that's right. One snatch to snatch them all. That's my oh my god. And the candle smells like Gwyneth Paltrow's vagina. Of course it does. Of course it would. We are all on the same wavelength. You get a vajayjay, and you get a vajayjay, and you get a vajayjay, and you get a vajayjay. Oh my god, chat. When was it cool to call them vajayjays? I feel like I'm channeling 2013. Is it feeling chuggy in here? Or is it just extra humid? I can't tell. If you have to ask, you can't afford it. Oh my god. Speaking of, I should have gotten my nails done. Oh my god, chat. Am I streaming extra early again? I don't know. There's something weird going on with YouTube. I was in Matt Bender's chat last night. That's why I thought it was... Wait, it is Thursday. I am correct. Okay. Yeah, yeah, I was in Matt Bender's chat last night, and he had 7,000. I learned the word chuggy from a Canadian colleague in the kitchens when I was 20. But yeah, that's what I mean. Something weird is going on with YouTube. Matt Bender had 7,000. And look, you know, Bender, I think Bender deserves an audience of 7,000. I think Bender covers like the scam economy better than anyone out there. I feel like Bender is truly on the, like, if there's ever any story that's coming out about Elon, about crypto, about, you know, any of that shit, right? We just say Grody instead of Chuggy. Grody is pretty awesome. I always pronounced it Grody. You know, it kind of sounds like a Thai word. I almost know how to spell it in Thai. I don't know, chat. It probably means something dirty in Thai. I gotta be careful. One incorrect tonal, you know, like taking a up tone and turning it down, or taking a up and then down tone and turning it down and then up, and the word means a completely different thing. Your dog becomes a horse in Thai if you mispronounce. Ma. Ma or ma. We say it grody, like you're a groat. Wait, like Groot? Oh, a groat, like an oat groat? There we go. That's how we started out. Hard T Grode. Wait, is it different than Grody though? Do you know Grody? Okay, I don't know if I can stream tonight. Chat is too quiet. Let's go back to the starting soon screen. I'll be back on when more people are talking, I guess. What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having an amazing afternoon, evening, morning, or whatever it is in your time zone. It is Thursday, the 24th of July, 2025. This is NCC TV coming at you live from the steps of the Amami Airport. We are live, or at least that's how it appears to me. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere. Don't know, don't care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there. All my forest creatures rocking out to the realest of the real synthetic lifeform streamer. Trapped in a cyber brain and body like some kind of ghost in a half shell in this late stage hyper-capitalist dystopia. Forced to exist in this twilight realm to pay off my debt to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, wherever, whenever, and however you are. We're about to jump right into it here on twitch.tv, youtube.com, high risk, high reward, high on life, or whatever simulation, simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous singularity of consciousness this is, was, or will be sometime in the distant cyber future. So, yeah, in my younger and more vulnerable years, my father gave me some advice that I've been turning over and over in my mind ever since. Whenever you feel like criticizing anyone, he told me, just remember all the people in the world that haven't had the advantages that you've had. He didn't say any more, but we've always been unusually communicative in a reserved way, and I understand what that he meant a great deal more than that. In consequence, I'm inclined to reserve all judgment, a habit that has opened up many curious natures to me, and also made me the victim of not a few veteran bores, to be honest. The abnormal mind is quick to detect and attach itself to this quality when it appears in a normal person. And so it came about that in college, I was unjustly accused of being a politician because I was privy to the secret griefs of wild, unknown men. Yes, so many wild, unknown men. Most of the confidences were unsought. Frequently, I have feigned sleep, preoccupation, or hostile levity when I realized by some unmistakable sign that an intimate revelation was quivering on the horizon. For the intimate revelation of young men, or at least the terms in which they express them, are usually plagiaristic and marred by obvious suppressions. Reserving judgment in a matter of infinite hope, I am still afraid of missing something if I forget that, as my father snobbishly suggested, and I snobbishly repeat, a sense of fundamental decencies is parceled out unequally at birth. It reminds me of the time, chat, that I was accused unjustly of being a tankie. Not just of being a tankie, but of controlling the hive mind of the tankies and forcing them to do my bidding through some sort of bizarre courtship of the spirit. What is this from? Does nobody recognize it? And ever since that moment that I was accused of controlling the tankies, of being a mascot of sorts for the tankies, of being a sort of a tank ornament, you might even think of it, like those ornaments on a old Mercedes or like a fancy car. They have the hood ornaments, you know, just like a hood ornament for a tank. Just so many weird things, chat. It does sound kind of familiar, yeah, especially if you're me. Moe Noe, thank you for resubscribing. That is 12 months for you. Meow, 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 and meow. What is it for? It's from The Great Gatsby. It's just The Great Gatsby. That's all. It's come on, it's part of our literary canon. Okay, if you're an American, you got no excuse for not knowing that. You were required. That was required reading for you in high school, potentially. I'm the armored up mermaid attached to the front. Pretty much, yeah. No, I mean, like there was, yeah, like I don't know. This is an old lore, chat, but I got called a tanky, and I still haven't figured out why. I still haven't figured out what made this person accuse me of being a tanky, and then when I called them out on it, they said, "You know that I didn't call you a tanky. I just said you control the tankies." And I'm like, okay, how would I control the tankies if I'm not even that well read on theory? I mean, like, yeah, you got to impress them with theory, right? Isn't that how tankies work? They'll do what you say if you show them that you know more theory than they do, and I don't, so. I went to culinary school for college, don't judge me. I mean, I'm sure there's some recipes from The Great Gatsby. I'm not American or English. Okay, well, you got the excuse, but MC, you better know the if I ever make a Magic Mountain reference, you better know that shit. I know about the Bildungsroman. Okay, I am aware. I am aware. Die Zauber, what is it called? Die Zauber, Berg? Is that the original name of that book? I'm Australian, educated. No, we don't. You don't read The Great Gatsby. Come on, come on, come on, all of the world. You must bow down to the superiority of American culture and especially American literature. All of our men of letters, they have more letters than your men. They have more women than your men, and our women have more men than your women, or something. Yeah, there's 2 eggs, and Gatsby has to lay on both of them. That's the challenge of the book, right? There's East egg and West egg, and not only, chat, are these eggs far apart, you can see the other egg from the, like, you know, from the bay, right? You can look across and see that other egg, and it looks so close, but to get there, you gotta schlep all the way over to West egg, right? And then sit on that egg, and that like, how are you gonna hatch both eggs? That's the conundrum of Gatsby, right? That he has to, I do know all about the Magic Mountain, though. I watched it maybe 10 years ago. Wait, watched it? Oh wait, is there a movie version of it? Wait, Gatsby is a bad egg? I gotta admit, I didn't get very far in Gatsby. Gatsby did not seem very exciting to me. I was more about the other books and the American canon, lexicon, the whatever you want to call it. The Library of Congress, along with Ethan's Nuke. I am ashamed I even have an English degree. I was enjoying the read. Oh, well, I mean, look, like I said, the joke is that Americans think that everybody knows our culture, but actually, I mean in real life, like, right, as far as literature goes, the U.S. hasn't had like literary achievements that have like made a big splash on the rest of the world, right? It just what am I drinking? It's blue. Wait, can you see it? Yeah, it's blue juice. It's Smurf blood. Oh my god, chat. I gargameled a bunch of Smurfs and now I'm... Oh my god, that's terrible. Okay, no. No, it's just green tea with butterfly pea blossom. Yeah, Kendrick is probably the closest thing the United States has had to a literary achievement. The only American lit works I liked were The Crucible and... Wait, why am I thinking the Crucible? Yeah, I'm sorry, I was thinking of something else for a second. It's a Smurf smoothie, pretty much. But yeah, Americans grow up with like a literary canon that is, you know, is just not recognized worldwide. Like, right, to the point where I had a friend who loved books. Theory, philosophy, literature, anything. This person loved freaking books. And wanted to know, you know, essentially, like, you know, any book that's like, you know, why is it popular, right? And this friend started looking into like American literature, and you know, yeah, of course there's Herman Melville, Moby Dick, I don't know, Walt Whitman maybe, but then at some point they were given Catcher in the Rye, and they hated that book. More to the point, they hated the character of Holden Caulfield, who, I mean, you're not supposed to like Holden Caulfield. Like, Holden Caulfield is not held up as any kind of a hero or anything like that. I mean, Holden Caulfield is a hero in his own mind, I suppose, but not really. You know, that's the irony of Catcher in the Rye, is the difference between how the character, the protagonist, sees himself and how we as the author see, you know, the protagonist, right? So yeah, it was never meant to, you know, be a likable character. Holden Caulfield, we got some Holden Caulfield hate in chat here. And I never understood, like, because it's like, if your kind of rebellion is scratching out curse words, like, so that your sister won't see them, I don't know what to tell you. Chat, I want to announce to you that we have a new guy to unlock tonight, alright? If this was a fighting game, there'd be like a little silhouetted out square that we could never go over, and this would be like, you know, you can play that character now, right? We've unlocked a new guy. And that guy is Counterpoints. One in chat, if you've heard of Counterpoints, you might know him from, I guess, Brianna Wu? He's most recently, yeah, Brianna Wu's manservant, basically. Like, Brianna Wu bought his soul. Like, the way that J. Peterman paid for Kramer's stories, Brianna Wu has paid for Counterpoints' opinions, right? This guy's a right-winger. Okay, so people do know about Counterpoints. At least some people do. The unpleasant beard dye job is unforgettable. Oh my god. I can never see him that well. His camera is just garbage. Like, and it's always been garbage. I can remember, like, back in the day, he used to stream in front of a green screen, which makes me think, you know, the fact that he doesn't anymore, makes me think that he must have gotten memed. Yeah, he was definitely on the Hippy Dippy a decent amount. He was on Prime Kai, even more. That's where I met him. Thinking that he was on the level, some kind of confused centrist, only to find out that this guy's been playing a game. This guy is an op, and he's been part of several different ops. Ops from Destiny, ops from the Twitchpol community, the Movers and the Shakers, and more recently ops from Brianna Wu. And that's what's got a right-wing dude like Counterpoints pretending to be progressive, pretending to stand up for, you know, right to choose, bodily autonomy, right? That was what Brianna Wu's whole project with Progressive Victory was. love tanks? Well, we're gonna get into a tank today. We're gonna all get called Tankies, chat. It's really fun. It's really fun to LARP as Tankies, right? It's the most ridiculous shit in the world. Doesn't he fuck with Wick as well? Yeah, he's part of that world for sure. He's like, look, he fucks with whoever will have him. Let's be real. Counterpoints is obnoxious to watch. Painful even to watch, right? His thought process is painful to observe. And as such, his takes are just, you know, grating. Just absolutely grating. And, you know, you're always asking yourself the question, like, what audience is this guy actually playing to? Like, what is he doing? What is his game? I too will fuck with anyone who will have me. Yeah, well, I'm just talking about like in terms of platforming. Like he's a guy that just has such a low level of charisma or really any redeeming feature that he only gets by. He only gets seen. He only feels real on other people's platforms, right? He's just not somebody that you like. Because again, like, who is this for? Who is any of this even for, right? Who is he fooling? Who does he think he's fooling? And yeah, he does come from a community where they regularly will pretend to take up different perspectives, will pretend to take up different ideologies in order to have interesting debates, to the point where you're just like, I don't know what you actually believe. Teaming Django, that sounds dangerously close to an advertisement. And yeah, I'd hate for Mike to find out that you're making him sound like he needs an advertisement in this channel. I think Mike's been around for a while. He's doing quite well for himself. The Vanguard guys don't seem like they hide what they really want to say. If they were Tankies, no, this is the funny thing. I mean, we're gonna get some of you probably realize already. Some of you probably already recognize the absurdity of calling these guys Tankies. Now, I know why he's calling them Tankies. All right, and to be honest, it's like it's a misperception a lot of people have had. Their name is Vanguard, right? That's what he's going off of. But there's so much more about the Vanguard. Like, if you want to know what the Vanguard is about, like, they're pretty large creators. They're you know, their channel's like over 100,000. They've done lots of big videos. They have, you know, beefed with what, Jimmy Dore, TYT, Ethan Klein, just like Hutch, so many different people. I still don't know quite what tanky means. I don't think the people that use that word know what it means. I don't think that they have like a logical consistency. I'm waiting for a I hate Taylor Swift tweet about My Chemical Romance. I still picture Jay Leno's face driving that tank down the suburban street when I hear the word Tankies. I mean, pretty much, Jay Leno is pretty close to a tanky. They call Tankies anything left of Bernie Sanders. Yeah, I mean, that is the long and short of it, Alice on Fire. That is basically what it is. It's for people without any ideological literacy to disparage, you know, people with anti-capitalist viewpoints that they don't have the mental comprehension to even understand. That's where that word comes from, or that's what it plays now. Like historically, you know, Tankies were, it was a pejorative for communists that would support a communist government even when it was, you know, enacting authoritarian and like, you know, like it meant something historically, but whatever it meant, it's completely detached from that. Is it suggesting that we're violent leftist revolutionaries, communist invading radicals, maybe even? But it's like from people with no understanding, no real understanding of communism. Wait, MAGA's said that My Chemical Romance was too woke. You know what else is woke, chat? South Park. South Park. But it was like the idea. I mean, I guess that, like, yeah, it was, you know, originally about support for the Soviet Union, despite some of the actions that government was taking at the time that you know, disappointed some on the left in the UK, and others were just like, I'm still writing, so you're still on the tank, you're still writing, you're a tankie, I guess, right? And then it became kind of I'm trying to track it, right? How it's like developed, because it's one of these words that just doesn't mean anything at this point. It's been so misused by so many people, and all it really tells you is that the person that's saying it is anti-communist, right? The person that is saying it, if they were in Joseph McCarthy's time, would have been like, what? I love the House on Un-American Activities panel. I think this is great. We need to get these damn commies out of our school. If you're a commie, you shouldn't be a professor. If you're a commie, you shouldn't be working in Hollywood, right? I mean, it's all it really communicates at that point. But yeah, we're gonna see that, in fact, it's not just, unfortunately, it's not just Counterpoints who doesn't understand what a tankie is, or really much of anything. It's also Pisco, sadly. I hate to say this, right? But Pisco's showing his ass a little bit here too, in terms of when you ask Pisco what a tankie is, or for an example of a tankie. There are examples out there, right? There's a whole section of Twitter called Tanky Twitter. People, you know, even that kind of, you know, self-identify with that label, right? But Pisco think. Anyway, you're gonna laugh at what Pisco thinks a tankie is. Look, Pisco's a great person to consult when you're looking for understanding of the nuance of the law, but he might not be the person to go to for theory. I'll just say it, right? He's not the person to go to for philosophy. Exactly. Yeah, the South Park thing is actually, Spasibo is actually on bonus content for tonight, right? So we could unlock that possibly. We're at 6% right now. If that number gets to 100%, we'll have a chance of unlocking some extra bonus content. And it all depends on what you're voting for, so make sure you're voting. Oh wow, you look at your voting for South Park. Okay, I didn't believe it. 34 of you have voted so far. I think I am starting too early. I don't know what's wrong, chat. I don't watch a lot of South Park, but I want to see what's going on. Yeah, me neither. I haven't watched South Park in a really long time. I don't even. I'm completely. I gotta be honest. When I see the the clips, the trailer for the new South Park. I guess it's season 27 has started now. What does that mean? Does that mean 27? So 1998? Is that right? 1998 is when South Park started? That is a fucking long time ago. I didn't realize that. I mean, I knew South Park was old. I didn't realize it was that old. But yeah, this is season 27 that they're on. Their episode has been delayed, though, because they've been having trouble with the network, or sorry, the owner of the network that they're on, which is Comedy Central. The owner is Paramount. Same as with CBS, right? So they're part of that conglomerate that just canceled the Colbert Show because Colbert had to kiss Trump's ass, right? But yeah, they had their own troubles with Paramount in terms of, I guess Paramount tried to take a couple of their episodes and turn them into streaming only kind of specials, like take the actual episodes and make them like, they're not going to be on Comedy Central. You can only watch them on Paramount. What is it? Paramount Plus? The merger tanked? Are you serious? Wait, what? I'm sorry. No, you're saying based on see, that's really important, Van. Yeah, you're saying based on Van is saying, like, based on the fact that they have pissed off Trump, the merger may be tanked, right? We haven't seen that yet. So far it looks like it's going forward. Yeah, it was definitely strictly a budget concern with Colbert. That's correct. Wait, what's going on with Laverne Cox? Wait, sorry, is that what we were talking about? I heard something about Laverne. Not sure what happened. Yeah, I don't know about, I haven't seen that yet. But yeah, they were having all kinds of trouble. In fact, I think they sued Paramount. I don't know if that maybe got, did the case maybe got settled or something? I'm a little bit confused about what's going on. I want a tanky merger. Yeah, I mean, that would be good. We'll merge Marxism and Leninism into the ultimate ideology, the ultimate tendency. She was advertising her upcoming one-woman show. She ended up romanticizing a year-long relationship with a MAGA NYPD cop who has blonde hair and blue eyes. Oh my god. Oh no, I was joking about that, Zavara. I was reading Omega Star's chat from Twitch, and Omega Star is joking. Sorry, I should have read the emoji. I'm sorry. That's a time when I should just say KEKW. I'm just not used to it, chat. I don't know. I don't say poggers. Unless you pay me. Alright? I don't say poggers unless we have a hype train going. Well, I mean, like, originally, tanky was a pejorative from people on the left towards people on the left that they thought were idealistically supporting governments that they felt had lost their way, right? So if you're on the left and you don't like some of like the Soviet Union's moves in its crackdown in Eastern Europe, then you were calling people who were still very positive about the Soviet Union, you were calling those people tankies back in like the 50s, I think, right? We need a YouTube KEKW? Yeah, everything needs a KEKW. Who is the guy, chat? The KEKW guy? He's like a famous comedian or something? Tanky Pogs new merch line. Remember, Tankies are back in Pog form?
$9.99. There is only one ultimate ideology, Juche.
That's right. So there's the real Tanky from chat, right? Davy Cliff, keeping it real. Keeping it 100p with the Juche gang. Oh my god, chat. Oh my god. What? Oh God, I did it. Thanks for reminding me, Davy, that I'm supposed to put up a butterfly goal. Let's put it up for 3 hours because that's the max. Yep. I wish they just like let me do an infinite goal, chat. I'm really not trying to like cause you to fail the butterfly goal. But yeah, it only gives me 3 hours is the max. And on Twitch, it's even worse. I think it's like 7 minutes is the longest a poll can go on. But you know, this is the super chat goal. So there we go, super chat goal activated. Look, it says 10 super chats, but I will put a butterfly in my hair if we get 9 super chats. That's what we're doing today. Yeah, it looks like what we're doing today, maybe, if I had to guess, is that we're going to be going over the debate between Pisco and Counterpoints, which, again, chat, like, who knows Counterpoints? Anybody? Like, we had a few ones in chat, right? I don't know how many people know this guy because he's somebody from my past, right? One of the first major debates that I was allowed to participate in with a cast of all men. Because that's how Prime Kai works, right? I was lucky to even to get on, right? You know, it's yeah. But yeah, it was a debate with all these sussy bakas, like so many sussy. Chat, I almost want to look at it again. I mean, look, I'm a little bit embarrassed about that debate because I feel like I was even trying to play up the kind of edgelord, debate lord persona that you were supposed to have. There's like a few things that I said in that debate that I don't think I was like wrong on the point. You know, I you know, it's not like I'm like, okay, that was a bad take. I'm just like, I don't like the way that I made the take. You know what I'm saying? That's kind of how I feel about that debate. So it's a little bit embarrassing. Yeah, it would be me in blue hair, wouldn't it? South Park, please, and thank you. Yes, asked and answered, Omega Star. I'm gonna put that towards South Park. Donald Trump mad at South Park, and that's definitely will be an interesting segment. He did make real life 40K Bolter. Wait, what? Really? Okay. So yeah, that's Counterpoint's other interests, right? Counterpoint's other interest is Warhammer 40K. And it's a weird thing, right? Because his original channel was, I think, started off as a politics channel, and but then he started putting up his 40K stuff, and that shit took over. Like, I think his 40K channel kind of got big, right? If I'm remembering correctly, way bigger, that to the point where like most of the people following him were following him for 40K, and they couldn't give a fuck about his politics, his debates, anything else. They make small PP jokes, and I'm very mature. They do indeed make some small PP jokes at Donald's expense. And look, chat, it'd be one thing if it was just South Park saying Donald Trump has a micro penis, but it's actually, the White House has responded. They took the bait, right? Somebody needs to tell Trump that he's supposed to be the one baiting people, not the one getting baited. And I mean, that's the difference, right? Is Trump gonna be, you know, baiting people, you know, doing dog whistles, you know, gaslighting? Is he doing that shit, or is he the one that's overreacting? Have you heard that Elon Musk is a fan of Rudyard yet? Narwhal, I have not. I was not aware of that. Oh, they responded. They responded. They massively responded. Yeah. What kind of insult is tanky anyway? It's like some weird commentary of, yeah, exactly. That's what it originally refers to. Yeah, like the you know, the Prague Spring, the Czechoslovakia, Hungary, you know, it's just like the crackdown on Eastern European satellite states that happened. If you were still pro-Soviet at that time, then other people on the left would maybe call you a tanky. And if they were George Orwell, they might actually narc you out to the to get fucked over, right? Is that was how things were going. Yeah, British leftism is weird, chat. Super weird. And the biggest, Orwell's one of the biggest weirdos in that. So yeah, there is something going on right now in the country that I'm in, right? There's a bit of a border dispute. There may have been an airstrike yesterday, chat. I don't know how much of this I can talk about this. I don't know how much I should talk about it, but I am safe, just so you know. We don't have any, you know, there's no military here where I am, so I don't know. It's like, yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, I think a mature view of history, like, understands the Soviet Union for its successes and its failures, right? There's very few people out there that would be like, Lysenkoism was a really good idea and we should absolutely implement that. Like, Darwin had it wrong because Darwin was a fucking capitalist. Darwin's an idiot. And obviously, Lamarckism is correct. The giraffe has a long neck because a giraffe over its lifetime has to reach up high and get the leaves, and that's what makes the neck long. And then the next generation, when the giraffe has a baby, the baby has a long neck too, right? And so therefore we can take what is it, like soft wheat, and turn it into winter wheat by growing it in the cold climate. And that's a great way to have a famine. That's a great way to not be able to feed your people. So yeah, there very few people would defend that, but obviously, you know, they had some things going for them, some things that people don't even recognize, like as in, you know, women's rights, I think, were a little bit advanced in the Soviet Union of what they were in the West. And actually, chat, if you look at some of the progress, the social progress in the West, it may have been due to a sense of competition with the Soviet Union. A lot of the good things that happened during the New Deal consensus were very much were very much done in a way for PR, right? Because the US had competition, and when that competition went away, you can see austerity. Actually, we probably snapped back to austerity before the end of history, as it was called, or the fall of the Berlin Wall, the end of the Soviet Union, etc., etc. Yeah, a lot of the stuff that the United States did, a lot of the social progress.
Davy Cliff super chatted $9.99. Look, I think it's a moral imperative to make Rudyard the thought leader of the right. They would just be so confused. I'm just trying to get some Missouri good old boys to understand his stuff.
Do I need to, like, take a look at this, chat? Okay, so Davy, has Rudyard put out something new? Or are we talking about, has Elon Musk just become aware of 31? Oh, wait, is that right? They say that sex was better under socialism. Yeah, wasn't there like a what was his name? Reich? Didn't he have a movie about that? We really should. Musk is retweeting his pod? Wait, Rudyard has a pod? Yeah, I think you're right, actually. It is, Connerpoints, or are you saying Counterpoints? They're both names that he's used. I've never heard of another points YouTuber similar to ContraPoints. Okay, Scribs, great thing to bring up. Why does he call himself Counterpoints? All right. And the sad explanation is that he thought that his YouTube channel would grow faster based on it being confused with ContraPoints. Like he literally made that name because he felt like some people would get confused. Oh, is this ContraPoints? And they click on his shit, and he'd be like, hey, let me tell you why socialism maybe isn't as good as you think it is, right? Because yeah, this guy overestimates everybody's like left-wing ideology, right? And yeah, calling the Vanguard like freaking Vanguardists is just part of, you know, it's just an example. It's just like one example of his issue. His podcast will make you question the point. Now you're making me think we should have watched, I don't know, chat. What have we had kind of an informal ban on Rudyard ever since he showed signs of extreme psychological distress and maybe like a unhealthy relationship with substances, and just started talking about his childhood like abuse that he'd gone through as a child. It just became like, whoa, I don't know if I want to watch this. Breaking Points just dropped the Counterpoint segment. Made it all Breaking Points. Wait, sorry, the counter. Oh wait, oh sorry. You mean like they have a segment? Oh, okay, I got it. M85. It took me a second to figure out what you were saying, but yeah, Breaking Points used to have a segment where they, I guess, do a debate when they bring somebody on to debate that they disagreed with, and it was called Counterpoints, right? Yeah, it's wait, he's still Jake Ewing? Wait, who is Counterpoints is Jake Ewing? Or no, you're talking about Rudyard, right? And look, with Counterpoints, it's kind of subtle. Because yeah, I ran into him during a debate on Prime Kai. Again, it was like a sausage. It was me and a sausage fest, right? It was just like, and that's what Prime Kai's, you know, shit tends to be like. He actually had like he segregated his content by whether you were a man or a woman, right? In general, and most of the Prime Kai panels that I got invited to were part of I think it was called Amazon Lilies. The Amazon Lilies. So, you know, hey, at least he's giving us that. We're Amazons, we're tough, right? But we're also lilies. So we can't be subjected to the harsh environment of the boys debating. We can't possibly be subjected to that. So that's why you have to have us on Tuesday so nobody can watch us, right? So people watch the Prime Kai Reverie on Monday, which is usually all dudes, right? And they watch the Amazon Lilies on Tuesday, which was like all women and Prime as the moderator. And then I don't remember what the rest of the week was, right? But basically, yeah, you were sort of segregated, and you really had to fight hard. You had to convince them that you were ready to go in with, and fight, right? And so yeah, Demon Mama got on, I got on. I'm trying to think who else. The name change was a good position. I mean, Counterpoints will be happy with that because he's getting absolutely buried. He thought that this would be good for his SEO. He thought that having a name that sounds like ContraPoints would actually, like, I don't know, cause like confused liberals to come to his channel and get red pilled, right? And it never really worked out that way. All it is just like there's too many things called Counterpoints, and so he gets buried by the SEO instead of being uplifted by being confused with ContraPoints. Me disappointed in the corner with a bib and fork at a sausage fest with no spicy Italian bratwurst and spice. Well, look, it was spicy, but oh my god, chat. So yeah, I was on there with Counterpoints, and just kind of took him at his word when he describes himself. Just the most incoherent, confused philosophy that you could imagine. Literally riding the fence so hard that his ass is getting blisters. And I didn't recognize at that point that that was just a strategic, you know, way of cloaking what he was really about. That he came from this community where they regularly adopt different ideologies in order to have a spicy debate. And you really can't tell, you know, what anybody's perspective is, which is convenient, right? Because the guy that runs the server itself is like a fascist, right? And about half of the people there are fascists. But you've got people like Connor, who's basically doing some kind of op, pretending to be in the center to, I don't know, basically exclude the left. That's been their goal forever. And it's wild because I was always saying this. I was always saying that the end to this logical, you know, the set of logic that they proposed, that what is it called? The logical conclusion of their rhetoric is essentially that anything that's anti-capitalist should be ignored, right? It's literally just like, let's go back to the Boomer Overton window, right? In the Boomer Overton window, you got liberalism, you got maybe extreme liberalism, which is like Alan Colmes or something, and then you've got the center, which is based, if you can call yourself a centrist, that's somehow based, and then the right, they just want to get rid of the far left. And that's the whole thing on Twitch at that moment when Twitchpol came up. Like, the far left was taking off, mostly on YouTube, but yeah, also on Twitch as well, in the form of Hassan Piker. And there were lots of us leftists on YouTube at the time. Chat, they're all gone. They were all targeted. They were all smeared. They were all, harassed off the fucking platform, right? Through what I am calling an op. Because the people that are running this shit do not mean what they're saying. Point in case Counterpoints, right? This guy has been, all over the map. All over the map. Right now he is talking about how Tim Pool is a potential centrist ally, so it's like kind of taking... I mean, you remember how Tim Pool did that grift? Tim Pool abandoned the grift of calling himself a centrist at some point. Tim Pool eventually admitted that he was right-wing. Yeah, Connor is also a cop. We mentioned that yet? It's only in the title, Direful. But no, I don't think I have your blue hair. Wait, are you watching that debate now? I don't know if we want to go... Do we want to go back to that? I mean, I'm not trying to make the content about me. Any more than it... that informs my perspective. Yeah, Tim Pool in the White House press pool. I haven't seen him since that... There was that one... that one statement that he made. It felt like a class. In class chat, when the class is graded partially on participation, and you've got the student that doesn't really care about the subject matter, doesn't really know about the subject matter, definitely hasn't done the reading, but they wanna raise their hand and they want to make one point just to be like, I am participating, right? It's the kind of shit that you would say there. I looked at clips of it. Yeah. Again, like I said, chat, there's a few things that I said in that debate, like not positions I took, but more like the way that I said things is very different than the way that I would say things now. For a spectrum, you're either more okay with the left-wing fascism or right-wing fascism, or... I mean, that is kind of how they codify it, if that's what you're saying. Counterpoints is in the Vanguard? No. No. Counterpoints is against the Vanguard, right? So yeah, let me do some. So yeah, like I told you, I kind of gave you like you know, what I remember about Counterpoints from the old days. He's just somebody that you should never trust, right? Like what he's telling you that he believes in is a lie, and I know that because he's been on like 20 different sides of like, you know, of like 10 different issues, right? I'm sorry, 30 different sides of like 10 different issues, right? So yeah, like this is, the most recent thing you might remember him from is that he was Brianna Wu's partner in crime. Brianna Wu tried to be a streamer, tried to, you know, debate people, engage with people, and tried to build a following for herself in Twitch or in YouTube or wherever she could. He was her partner in crime. Does anybody remember what their show was called? They had like a show together. They had like a YouTube channel together. I can't remember what it was called. That's the other thing, is this guy keeps on oh my god, is chat like dead? What is going on tonight? Chat, I'm so confused. Yeah, this was happening in Matt Bender's chat too. The thing that I was noticing is that it would say like Matt Bender had 7,000 viewers in chat. He obviously didn't. You could see by how fast the chat was moving that, you know, he had his normal number of chatters, not like really an elevated, but it still said 7,000. And I'm wondering if something weird is going on with YouTube, right? So if you are not a bot tonight, could you do me a favor and like the stream? Because I want to know, I need to know, chat. I need to know how many bots we have in chat tonight. And I'll know that by subtracting the number of viewers from the number of likes. Heard Barry White might be on TV soon. I mean, that's wow. That's the lane that Brianna Wu's trying to occupy. What if I already liked the stream? If you already liked the stream, you can go click on the pinned link to go to Blue Sky, and you can like it on Blue Sky. Does Dylan even do Hippy Dippy anymore? Nope. No, he did one a year ago, and that was the last one. It was weird too. That was the one where Sunday ran away. Sunday met some conservative who was like living in his car, and he started making fun of this guy for being poor. And I feel like every liberal on that panel, because here's the deal, chat. Sunday was the only leftist on that panel, which is not abnormal at all for Dylan Burns. That's another, you know, platform that very much is trying to strangle leftism in its cradle, right? Which is literally the word that you'll hear Counterpoints use tonight to talk about the Vanguard, who are, I don't know, they've got to be like 10 times bigger than him, but he's still gonna strangle them in the cradle somehow, right? Been on Twitch since 2020, I remember. He sure loved his blood sports. Yeah, well, I mean, look, there was somebody else in that debate with Counterpoints too, who was the entrepreneur in charge of, I guess, the biggest political discord in the world. I never checked that fact. I'm not sure if that's actually true, but that was the claim at least. And even according to people like Vosh, that Discord was like half fascist. But it was hard to tell because people would go in there and they would get in the voice chats and they would debate, but they like the person in question, who I think was a VTube frog on this debate. This person was famous for, like, he'd come in there one day and he'd be like, I'm a theocratic fascist, right? And then he'd come in the next day and be like, I am a Marxist-Leninist, right? And so people were like, hey, what actually is this guy? Like, what is he? Right? He loved the idea of taking somebody else's position and defending it as a debate challenge. I mean, chat, this is where debate pervertry lives, right? This Discord is like the home of just like that kind of bullshit. And yeah, it's very much linked up to Destiny, who also had the same, like, it was like the whole thing, the alliance of Twitchpol was essentially a handshake between the far right and the center left to fuck the leftists, right? Fuck these bread tubers, fuck these leftists. Let's cancel them. Let's smear them. Let's run them off the platforms. And if that doesn't work, hey, we got a whole Discord full of Nazis to send harassment their way, right? So yeah, that person actually comes up in this debate. That person will make an appearance, right? That frog, that far-right frog, who some of you may know of, but most of you probably do not. If he does, chat, I'm gonna play psychedelic. What's that guy's name? Psychedelic. Oh my god, psychedelic leftist, psychedelic socialist. Oh my god, I'm trying to remember. Psychedelic Quaker? Wait, I don't want to lose that. That's the actual. Quacker. I love how I don't know how to spell Quaker. Oh no, chat. I don't know if I can find this. Psychedelic Crater? I thought that was his name. I've only seen one person get the better of the frog. And that is a... Damn it. This might be lost to time, chat. I can't find it. I was sadly a debate pervert. I'm reformed now. I mean, look, there's nothing wrong with, like, debate in and of itself. It is the culture that has arisen around the format that is toxic, right? For the record, all right? You know, I've done debates. You know, the person that made up that that term, debate pervert, Hassan Piker, he did a debate recently against the Nelk Boys. So it's not like, you know, you're bad for doing a debate or anything like that. Have you ever considered having a gaming stream? I have, but I feel like nobody would watch it. I feel like that's not what people watch me for. For me, things are fine, and I'm not a bot. Thank you. I'm just crocheting, so my hands are busy. Yeah, no, it's just what's showing. What the weird thing with YouTube right now is that the number that it says that are in chat is unreliable, right? Matt Benders said 7,000, and there obviously weren't 7,000. So Matt was trying to figure out, like, were those bots? And if so, what were they doing? They weren't talking, right? Like they were. It wasn't like he was, because like there are Hasbro bots. There are Hasbara bots on, you know, on YouTube, like crazy now, right? There's a huge effort by Israel to try to do some PR damage control, and part of that seems to be botnets, right? But the you know the whole thing about the Hasbara bots is that they'll make comments. Their whole purpose is to make comments. Their whole purpose is to go into a comment section and make it feel like everybody that is watching that video is like completely in line with Israel and blames the Palestinians for their own genocide, right? That's essentially what those kind of so it wasn't those bots, right? You're painting your nails. What poor timing! God damn it! I need to take care of my nails. I can't tell if I've debated those bots or if they were real people. Yeah, this is the whole thing. Is that it's probably AI that's trained on, you know, actual Israel supporters. Wait, sorry, read out the last message you see when you see this message to see if people's messages. Read out the last message you see. Last message I see is the same level of sentience from Direful. Love to see gameplay of stuff like Indica to get your opinion. Wait, what is Indica? That sounds interesting. Wait, should we look at the Rudyard shit really quick? What time? Oh my god, chat. God damn it. I keep on doing this. We do need to get going, but before we do, maybe... Oh my god, it's Donald Trump as a South Park. What am I trying to look at? Twitter, maybe? Okay, so we're looking for... Oh god, it's always such a pain in the ass for me to find Elon Musk. This is what Davy was talking about earlier. All right, so let's try find what if. Okay. So I am told this is Elon's feed on Twitter. I am told that he retweeted What If Alt Hiss podcast. See the normal Elon scam economy shit that I'm used to. Oh no, T-Mobile. What the fuck is this? Oh no. Oh no, chat, this looks so cursed. That is cursed. What the fuck? Oh no, the evil red pandas. Why are there evil red pandas? Super Grok? Wait, that's not Super Grok, that's Mecha Hitler. Oh my god, chat, it's Mecha... Wait, so the chick is Mecha Hitler too. Why are there two Groks? I don't get it, chat, I don't get it at all. Tesla Diner and Supercharger. Oh, I see. I'm still looking for the retweet of Rudyard. Wait, what is Elon's actual at? See, that's just the problem. This guy tweets way too much. The fuck? I don't know if we're gonna find anything. Okay, at Elon Musk. Okay, that's the... so Elon Musk, one word. And, what if alt hissed? I'm not gonna find shit, am I? I am not gonna find jack shit. Wait, is this it? No, greatest... Oh, here we go, here we go. I mean, that's at least that's the tweet I think that Davy was talking about. What if alt hissed podcast on Apple? Elon retweeted the greatest lie ever told. That's an old, yeah, that's an old Rudyard video. Been replaying Wolfenstein to get my anger out. Which one? The Reddit screenshot. Okay, that's thank you, Narwhal. It was on 420. Wait. I'm sorry. I thought this was like a new thing. June 3rd. Wait, that's not that new. I don't know if that's what Davy was looking for. No, why? I thought I copied your... No, I didn't copy shit. Stop. Okay, there we go. Let's try this again. Copy. Anybody else have this thing where you're sure that you hit Control C on something and then you go to hit Control V, right? You copy and you paste. Okay, this is it, I think. I think Narwhal found it. Oh, this is on Destiny's, Elon promoting What If Alt Hiss as a good source on this, the history of slavery. Okay, so it's the, yeah. 420, okay, yeah. This is old. This is definitely old. That's older than the, well, I always spam control. Yeah, that's the whole thing. You've got to spam it. Otherwise, it doesn't get copied half the time. I mean, I don't know if there's anything newer than this. Oh, back and forth chat. Yeah, doing a gaming stream. I'm not sure. I mean, the whole thing about gaming is that you gotta have a way to get chat on the gaming screen, right? There's the overlays. You can. I'm trying to remember. Let's see. Discord has an overlay that'll show you, like, if you're talking to somebody. What am I needing? I'm needing an OBS overlay onto the game. I think they have that. I can't really ask chat about this because this isn't necessarily something. I don't know. I don't know that there's a lot of. I don't know that there's a lot of OBS users in chat. It's my whole thing. But I do know that we got to get on to what we're doing. So what are we doing today, chat? We're trying to unlock some bonus content, and we are 31% of the way there already, right? So if this number goes up by, would it be 69? 69. We're a mere 69 points away from achieving that Nirvana-like state that is bonus content. That is when I stick around a little longer and do another segment with you. And right now it looks like that segment would be Donald Trump mad at South Park. South Park has brought back Donald Trump, which there's been a history behind Donald Trump on South Park, right? I think, Wait, should I show you a little? Oh my god, chat. Let's watch a little thing to see if we can find that Awestruck Fox video. This should consider this like the trailer for, oh god. So there he is, chat. And look.
Hey, relax, guys.
He's basically Saddam Hussein. This is a new form of Donald Trump that we've unlocked. Oh my god, I literally just watched this morning. I'm probably typing in the channel name wrong. Try playlist.
Israel's public perception is so that...
Oh, there it is, the round table.
South Park's back. And so is Garrison and Trump. But they're no longer the same person. Instead, we got the show's fourth rendition of the president that is a drastic pivot from previous incarnations, while managing to be both a callback and one of the most unique portrayals of Trump in adult animation. The new Trump is just one of many layered decisions found in the season premiere, but the one that has captivated me the most because it cements this episode as one of the biggest you just had to be there moments in South Park history. Daring Trump to sue Paramount and have the company cancel the show only a literal day after they handed Matt and Trey $1.5 billion to produce the show for 5 more years, along with a streaming deal. So let's break down South Park's new little dictator who could, and how the creators are really just provoking Trump because they're trying to give Paramount as much hell as possible as payback for the legal battle that forced the show into a 2-year hiatus, along with Paramount canceling the Colbert Show, as they clearly believe it sends a message.
You really want to end up the Colbert? Just shut up, or we're going to get canceled, you idiots!
South Park has given Donald Trump many forms over the years. The first Trump was introduced in Season 5's The Entity, as one of the investors for Garrison's new vehicle, the It Bike, a viable alternative to airline travel that's operated by the pilot getting nasty with it.
Hey, it still beats what you go through at the airports.
Trump didn't do anything remarkable in this episode. He was more or less a background character, as he flew under Matt and Trey's radar. Keep in mind, this episode aired before The Apprentice was even a thing, so I think people saw Trump as just another famous rich dude. Fast forward 14 years, and Trump is now on everyone's radar after announcing his candidacy in summer 2015. Something that shocked many people in and outside of America, as his campaign was put around his status as a successful tycoon, as opposed to a politician, portraying himself as someone.
So yeah, we got the first Trump is just like very similar to Trump, not really embellished, not really editorialized, not a politician or really that much of a public figure other than just a rich guy from the 80s at that point, right? So that's the Trump 1.0 on South Park.
Who could truly speak his mind without political bias, a position that evidently spoke to a lot of voters.
Awestruck Vox, come on. Come on. Do you see what he's doing there? Oh my god. Look, this is an animation channel, all right? So I'm not going to hold this guy's feet to the fire for missing something really obvious. But if you were to pan back, right, to see the you would see that his like, look, okay, you could say that a lot of people like Trump. Yeah, he got elected. He didn't get a majority of the popular vote in 2016, but he did win. So yes, a lot of people voted for Trump. That much is true, right? I wouldn't be using his inauguration as the way to show that, because if you actually look at his inauguration, it is one of the smallest inaugurations like in history, right? The only reason this looks big is because we're focused in on the very front. If you pan back and then take that picture and then look at Obama's inauguration, you're going to see that Obama's like filling up the seats way back there. Trump has got a big bunch of empty space. But anyway, like I said, not a politics channel.
All of this piqued Matt and Trey's interest. They seemed to be amused that so many people could get behind something that was clearly a bad idea. However, they knew that Trump thrived off attention, and they probably didn't want to get sued. They didn't have fuck you money yet, so instead of depicting him directly in the show, they introduced the Canadian president in
Okay, so there we have Trump version 2.0.
Season 19's Where My Country Gone that aired in the fall of 2015. Canadian president was clearly Trump in every way but his name, though he sported the Pac-Man-like head and rectangular build that all Canadians in the series have.
He's even dancing like him.
Canadian president was elected as the country's citizens resonated with him being, and I quote, a brash asshole who spoke his mind. Or at the very least, they were amused by that. But they let the bit go too far, allowing him to get into office and changing Canada for the worse, causing many Canadians to flee to America. He even don't want to keep us out.
I'm like, what do you say fuck me for?
You get the idea. Canadian president was Matt and Trey giving their target audience a good look in the eye and saying, don't do this. Not him. But surprise, surprise, people didn't listen. So although Canadian president was cut off at the end of this episode, the show introduced a third version of Trump, the longest running one
Garrison kills off Canadian president?
in the show so far by turning Mr. Garrison into a Trump stand-in. His reaction to the explosion of Canadian immigrants was already satirizing Trump's campaign, but Garrison continues to campaign with Caitlyn Jenner.
Buckle up, buckaroo.
Matt and Trey didn't expect Trump to stay in the race for as long as he did, let alone become president, so they found it more appropriate to stick Garrison in the role. Which honestly, yeah, that tracks. His character already went through a couple of eras. What's the harm in tossing Trump into the mix?
Yeah, I gotta be real. I haven't watched South Park in so long. Like I'm completely lost here on like why is it Mr. Garrison again? Like I didn't even see that part.
For a season. Oh, you mean the man actually became president? And since South Park already committed to Garrison being their Trump, the character is going to spend 4 real-life years as president in the show? Well, let that be a lesson in how not to do serialization when your show was made in a week. Garrison was no longer teaching at South Park Elementary, and it felt like he rarely appeared in the show for a couple of seasons. I remember he was the driving force of an It parody in season 21, but other than that, he was put on the back burner, though he finally returned to teaching in South Park after Trump lost the 2020 election, though we didn't get too many episodes with him, as the pandemic birthed the specials era of the show, where we had 6 episodes a year along with 2 streaming specials and a lawsuit that spanned multiple years. Once Trump geared up for re-election, the show revisited Garrison's days as president in the season 26 finale, Spring Break, where his Trump persona and love for rallying was treated as an addiction, one that's threatening his relationship with his boyfriend Rick. We like Rick. He's just a chill dude who really cares about Garrison. With the election feeling pretty up in the air when this episode was produced, it concluded on a note where Garrison and Rick just had to see how things would play out. Maybe Garrison would get reelected and return to the White House, even if he didn't really want to. Or maybe he'll get his happy ending with Rick.
It is now official. CNN projects that Donald Trump has been elected president.
It's now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened.
Well, I guess we're losing Garrison for another 4 years. But hey, maybe they'll make the most of it and give us some funny President Garrison adventures. Or maybe they'll say screw it and split up the 2 characters. Prior to the premiere of Sermon on the Mount, South Park teased the return of Saddam Hussein, the former dictator of Iraq and Satan's dirtbag ex. Depicted with the typical South Park Canadian build, except his head and all his facial expressions were lifted from photos of the real deal. Saddam was one of the most memorable recurring characters in the show before falling to the wayside, save for a dramatic return in season 7, 22 whole years ago. With the show marketing the second coming of Christ, and the return of characters like Starvin Marvin in footage that may or may not have been from a scrap special, Saddam's return didn't necessarily feel out of place. But oh, did Matt and Trey have a wonderful trick up their sleeves. With Trump being reelected back into office, everyone expected Garrison to also move back into the White House, including the...
I gotta say, the one thing that's bugging me is that politics is downstream of culture, right? And in terms of what created the culture that allowed Donald Trump to win in the first place, that culture was created in large part by Matt and Trey. So for them to like, turn around and be like, oh, I don't know if this is a good idea. I don't know if we'd like Trump. It's kind of ironic, right? I mean, that being said, look, I'm glad that they did not get subsumed along to everybody else and be like, yeah, I love Trump. He triggers the libs. Yeah, yeah. Like at least they realize it's not a good idea to actually elect the guy president. That being said, yeah, absolutely. South Park Republicans paved the way for Donald Trump. Donald Trump would not be president if South Park had not been a thing, right? If that strain of anti-wokeness had not been alive in the culture. These guys were anti-woke before fucking, anti-woke. But yeah, obviously they do not want to have their faces eaten by leopards, and I don't blame them for this. So yeah, long story short, chat, we had Trump 1.0, we had Trump 2.0, wait. 1.0 is just Trump, 2.0 is Mr. Garrison. Wait, no, I'm missing one, aren't I? Version 2 is the Canadian president. Version 3 is Garrison Trump, and version 4...
Citizens of South Park, extremely dissatisfied with the state of the country and the president's tyrant-like behavior, Randy rallies his neighbors to storm Garrison's household, only to discover that Garrison passed on returning to the White House. He, Rick, and this cute-ass dog are living the good life and keeping a low profile. But if Garrison's in South Park, then who's in the White House?
A dictator from the Middle East? Hey, relax, guy.
Meet Trump 4.0, who I believe can best be described as Trump Hussein, not only giving him the exact same...
The only thing that bothers me about this, like, if anybody thinks that, like, South Park is gonna, destroy this guy, or that, like, you know what I mean? Like, even something like, the idea that they, like, the anti-woke people who created the lane for Donald Trump to occupy, to be in politics in the first place, maybe they can destroy him since they kind of built him, right? I have seen cultural icon after cultural icon go up against Trump, go up against MAGA, people that used to have real fucking aura back in the day, and people get like excited of like, yeah, finally, we're gonna put this shit to bed. We're gonna, like, right, you want something from your past to come along and smash this horrible thing that's ruining your present and threatens to ruin your future. And time after time again, whatever cultural artifact comes forth to challenge Trump gets smashed instead. So I don't know, chat. I'm not expecting too much. But hey, look, maybe Trump crashing out, canceling the Paramount deal, or forcing Paramount to, like, after paying Trey and Matt $1.5 billion for 5 more seasons, for them to cancel those seasons. I mean, maybe that would be good in and of itself. I don't know, chat. The resident South Park viewer here, Omega Star, looked a lot more like Mike Johnson, but blonde. Oh, who, the Trump, or the Garrison Trump? Australian media jump scare. I always saw South Park as anti-woke. It depends on what era that you watch. It really does, right? What I mean is the original South Park. You're saying that South Park Republicans, specifically South Park Republicans in the mid 2000s, South Park represented a certain type of dude that became the manosphere guy, that became the anti-SJW, right? They literally shitbag atheists, right? Is what these guys were for a really long time. Now they're shitbag atheists with a little bit more self-awareness than, say, like a Richard Dawkins or somebody like that. So credit where credit is due. I don't think they're that bad. But I will give the caveat, because some people in chat are saying that they think South Park is actually anti-woke. I will give the caveat that I haven't seen South Park since before Mr. Garrison was Mr. Garrison again, if that gives you any indication. Like, I dipped out like a long time ago, but yeah, it was definitely like the kind of person that watched this shit was like a Republican frat bro in the mid 2000s. And somebody that, like, they weren't necessarily, like, they didn't love like Bush or the war on terror or anything like that. They weren't like pro-Christian by any means, but they kind of like hated like, woke worse than that. The reincarnation of Saddam character and his lover. Always thought South Park was left, and the right wingers who enjoyed it didn't get it. I mean, it really depends. This is a 27-year-old show, guys. This is a 27-year-old show. Trump approved the merger today. That's what I thought. Yeah, which is wild. Because this is just. I mean, they're very mad though. There was a statement from the White House. Wait, can I find that statement from the White House? Let's see. Okay, what will it turn up if I put in? Yeah, here we go. So here is the response from the White House. We're gonna just mute this because it's shitty music. White House slammed the fourth-rate Wednesday night episode of premiered on South Park, which took jabs at President Donald Trump and Paramount amidst the company's merger with Skydance, skewering the company. Skewering the company. What did it say? Skewering the company over Stephen Colbert's cancellation of Trump's Jeffrey Epstein ties. White House spokesperson Taylor Rogers told multiple outlets of the show that the show hasn't been relevant in over 20 years and is hanging on by a thread with uninspired. Yeah, hang on by a thread. That's why they got paid that 1.5 billion. They're hanging on by a thread, right? Uninspired ideas in a desperate attempt for relevance. Something. Attention. Oh yeah, Trump administration is going to tell us about a desperate attempt for attention, accusing the left of hypocrisy for previously criticizing South Park for what they labeled as offense content, but they suddenly they're praising the show. I don't remember anyone on the left ever trying to get South Park pulled, right? All it was like, look, if you watched it on a superfluous level, you were like, well, yeah, no, they just take shots at everyone, right? It's a complicated thing because, like, I get that their political perspective has probably shifted to the left in recent years, right? I just have not watched it since that shift. And what I remember is South Park making an episode making fun of Al Gore for warning about climate change. That worrying about climate change is like worrying about man, bear, pig. And that the people that care about climate change are smug liberals with Honda Priuses, and they're poisoning the blood of the sewers of South Park and making Mr. Hanky turn into a ghost of his former self. I guess what I want more than anything is like a recognition from like sort of the bro culture that created this. Yo, thank you, BCatK, for the Prime sub. Hope the emotes show up. Did they pop up? Either way, thank you for subscribing with a Twitch Prime, which you too can do for free, no cost to yourself. Also have a super chat here to read. Man Bear Pig is totally cereal. Yeah, very. Wait. Gaming frogs are hungry. Am I? Some of these maybe did not show up. Apologies. We are 4 out of 10 on the butterfly goal, which really means 5 out of 10. We only need 5 more super chats of the teal variety to put a butterfly in my hair today. But yeah, people are definitely voting for this one. That's why I thought I'd go over it with you. I don't usually do this much of an intro for bonus content, and that's what this is, right? We're not going into South Park right now. That is bonus content. That only happens if we get to 100 out of 100, which were 31. Wait, I think I under counted or something. It looks like maybe. Let's see. Okay, yeah, we're at 41. We're at 41 right now. But you see, here's the deal. Like, Matt and Trey represent an archetype, all right? And I feel like I can sum this archetype up with a quote from back in the day, all right? South Park, Matt, Trey, liberals. I don't want to. Yeah, I hate conservatives, but I really fucking hate liberals. 2005. So this was a long ass time ago. There's every chance, and from what I've seen from chat, and like I said, I haven't watched the recent ones, right? From what I've seen from chat, the show has taken on a very different flavor than it had in the mid 2000s, right? But look, we didn't get to like the anti SJW hellscape that we didn't get to Gamergate from nothing. And if you're looking for the predecessor to that shit, it is in part South Park, right? And South Park from a specific era. What is this, like a Reddit from Behind the Bastards? They always try to brand themselves as centrists, but they always seem to ignore conservatives and bash liberals for caring about anything. Yeah, that the culture of making, look, what set up anti-SJW culture was making caring about anything cringe. That's what caused it. That's what lubricated the skid marks that fucking Grinch sled of hatred that it used to crash into Whoville, right? But look, at one point, chat, these guys, their hearts, they grew 3 sizes, all right? And they realized that there's a little Christmas in all of us, and that they brought the presents back to Whoville. So yeah, let's give them the credit, even though they were Grinches in the 2000s. Yeah, lampooning Christianity, but you see, it's the same. It's Richard Dawkins shit, right? Like, I'm glad that new atheism happened, in that like smug Christians needed to be taken down a peg or two. But what it turned into was Gamergate, right? As soon as they got rid of the New Earth creationists, as soon as they like shamed those people off of YouTube, they turned their fire on feminists. They were like, okay, so we don't like irrational things. What's really irrational? And you're hoping for them to say, like, I don't know, any number of things, like our civic religion, the fact that we treat George Washington like he was a deity. That's pretty irrational, right? And they're like, no, you know what's really irrational? Women. I mean feminists, right? I don't know. It's just pretty. It's like the misogyny is right there. They supported the original. Oh yeah. That's the other thing. The reason Saddam Hussein was like the super bad guy character was they were in that mentality of like, yeah, Saddam Hussein is like the modern day Hitler or something. Saddam Hussein is this like, super bad dude. Instead of Saddam Hussein was the United States' guy when it came to the Iraq-Iran war. And then, they basically told him in diplomacy that he could have a go at Kuwait for slant drilling him, and then they used him to do a good war to beat back Vietnam syndrome, right? The Gulf War, the original Iraq War in the 90s, was done for propaganda purposes. That's why it wasn't a real war, right? A real war would have been, you know, like you go to Baghdad and stuff, right? They specifically didn't do that, and I'm glad they didn't, right? It turns out to be regime change turns out to have some really bad consequences. But the whole purpose of that war was to show Americans that you could feel good about fucking up a smaller country, right? The United States tried that with Vietnam and got fucked up instead. But no, by the 90s, you had like, you know, cameras on the bombs. You could watch a bomb go down a chimney and like blow up a house, and you could feel really good about like the air superiority of the United States. So yeah, I mean, and they got, you know, sucked into that with like, you know, making what is the other one? Team America. So yeah, look, this is nuanced, right? There's some good parts to, yeah, all eras of their career. People point out that, you know, there were you know, making fun of right-wing Christians at a time when right-wing Christians were trying to make sure that gay marriage never got legalized. I think they were pro-gay marriage, right? They're a mixed bag, but they are the cultural predecessors to Gamergate. Now, I don't think that it doesn't strike me that these guys are, you know, at this age that they want to, you know, they're super proud of that legacy. And, you know, what's the answer to having, you know, a bad legacy, having the stuff that you did promote like negative cultural movements? Well, maybe to have the stuff that you do now promote positive cultural movements. And it does seem like they're doing that now. So yeah, complicated historical figures, chat. Complicated historical figures is going to be my overall take on these guys. And again, like I said, I have not caught up with their most recent shit. They're making fun of gay people with gay representation. That's funny, Mylan. I mean, there are many colors in the homo rainbow. No, that's literally a song from what was it, like the movie or something? It was a song by Ween, I think, but like it's a strange kind of irony, right? That's almost like the beginning of the of straight guys like saying gay stuff in order to point out that they're not gay and like low-key make fun of it without actually saying anything homophobic, right? That Ween song. The deep fake of Trump they put in after his spending bill had a 5-year suspension, states passing laws about deep fake. Oh shit. Okay, so is that why they did that? Yeah, they've also got some AI in that episode too, where I guess Trump's penis talks. But anyway, more on that later, chat. We got to get on to the Pisco thing. We're at 41% right now, out of 100%. The topic that's winning right now by a huge margin is Donald Trump is mad at South Park, which was almost the topic of this stream. I thought about doing that. But anyway, 66% for Donald Trump mad at South Park, 19% for Ethan Klein thinks Hassan is Alex Jones, 10% for Legal Mindset. How is that still up there? Legal Mindset allegations respond. I feel like I should have subbed that out for like Ethan Klein makes Olivia cry, because he did. Apparently he made Olivia cry. But anyway, Ethan Klein's not that interesting. Mehdi Hassan on Gaza in his Jubilee Surrounded is in last place. Yeah, it was a Ween song. It was a Ween song, but like it describes something. It's a vibe. And look, I feel like the only way that our country heals is when these like irony bros start to feel something real. I do want to hear the Tanky story. Well, we are going to hear the Tanky story right now. Whether or not there's no question about that, chat. You're going to get the Tanky story. The question is whether we're going to see the South Park story or not. And that depends on this 44% getting to 100%. Of course, if it gets to 200%, we take the top 2 things, etc., etc., etc. This number goes up anytime you do a super chat, super sticker, if you get yourself a membership, if you gift a membership, if you support me on Throne right now, which right now I'm trying to crowdfund for my Vietnam trip, which is coming up pretty quick, less than a month till I leave for Vietnam. So if you want to help me be able to afford a plane ticket and a hotel accommodations for when I'm in Vietnam, and I'll hopefully do some content about Vietnam as well while I am there. You can support me on Throne. It also goes up if you sign up for my Patreon, which I'll try to reload so I see if anybody signs up new. But let me know if you sign up for Patreon, because sometimes I don't see that. Same thing with super stickers. Sometimes those don't. Yeah, just if I don't react to like a dono, just let me know, because sometimes I can't hear it. Or if you support me on Twitch, which you can do for free, just like BCatK did with a Twitch Prime. If you have Prime, Amazon Prime, you can hook it up to your Twitch account. You get a free sub for one channel. For one streamer, if that streamer happens to be me, you get all my emotes. It costs you nothing, and you put a little bit of money in my pocket, which is amazing. You take money away from a big evil corporation and put it into my non-existent pockets on the stress. Hey, how cool is that, chat? And you can also obviously raise it if you get yourself a membership, or you get yourself a sub on Twitch, or if you gift subs on Twitch, right? So any of that stuff makes this number go up. If the number gets to 100, I stick around and I give you South Park. And if not, we just do Pisco and be happy, be grateful for that. So that's how we're doing it. I thought they were still edgelords. I'm sure on some level. I mean, look, this is actually real. Like, I mean, this is some cultural touchstone stuff that we're playing around with South Park. I think it is really exemplary of a certain part of the culture. And if you want to understand, how things got the way that they got, understanding this is kind of the key to it. So anyway, chat, with that, let us proceed along. Wait, do I have it? Pisco versus Counterpoints. Let's go.
And I guess where
does this start?
The emotion. Shitting on Biden for having thoughts, guys. Another day, another Pisco. Needs, okay, maybe I'm wrong to shit on him for having my family and not going after my son. What are you gonna do? We're gonna. I thought
somewhere.
Some work.
Somewhere here.
You're dying, and you should. When I don't know anybody that hasn't had somebody in their family that has cancer.
Oh, Hunter Biden. Oh my God, it's so hard to get this little.
Yo, what up? What up? Do you want to show me on camera, or do you want me to show you on camera, or are you fine? What do you want?
Yeah, up to you.
All right.
I would like you were on camera.
All right, one sec. I'll get it done. One sec. Start virtual cam. And I'll show you as well to my audience. This will be great. I have a lot of things I want to ask you about. Some of them relate to what you were just talking about. One sec.
Good.
I don't like that Pisco has publicly denounced Destiny and yet acts like a roundtable for all of his work orbiters. I hate that he plays. Well, look, I understand it on one level because these are his friends, right? These are his co-workers. He was a Destiny orbiter. He was a D orbiter. Obviously, he is to the left of 99% of the people over there. He's way to the left of Destiny and, anybody like that, right? But he is not streaming on Twitch. What? At Twitch, can you answer this question? Am I not streaming on Twitch? look, Pisco is a cut above. Like, I'll be real. All right, Pisco is definitely a cut above, like, what I've come to expect from that sphere of things. That being said, yeah, his initial relevance was as a character in the Destiny cinematic universe. The reason that he is bringing these people up with him as he becomes more relevant, as he achieves mainstream notoriety on things like Breaking Points, is no doubt like a favor to his friends, which is admirable. The only problem with it is that these friends are Destiny orbiters, and many of them bear the hallmark of that as well, right? So whereas Pisco has, people are saying has disavowed Destiny, some of the rest of these people have not, and him bringing them up with him has the unfortunate effect of giving that whole world a little bit more mainstream prominence after, they were kind of quarantined by the revelations about what Destiny was doing to some of his orbiters. These guys just constantly chat with each other pretty much. Yeah, we're on Twitch. Are there people in my YouTube chat that couldn't find me on Twitch? Ilirda? I'm not sure what's going on with that. Anyway, let's play this and see if we can get some bonus content.
Because I think we agree.
Uh-oh.
I think we agree. Hang on. Let me just pop out.
Sorry, my chat's fucking pissing me the fuck off.
Why? What are they doing? So... They're like, we are okay with corruption when it's our side?
Yeah, they're like, yeah, we love nepotism. Cronyism is my favorite.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah. I'll warn you. Counterpoints is kind of grating. Like, his personality is absolutely grating.
Having the right last name and becoming a consultant for no-show jobs is based, actually. Have you ever seen The Sopranos?
The thing is, they
kill me, dude.
They love Biden. We have to understand they love Biden. Oh, wait a second. This isn't working. You know what? We're good. One sec. I'm just gonna do one other thing.
Sorry, you're kind of low for me. I need to turn you up.
Okay, yeah. Turn me up, bro.
Chat. I'm gonna scroll to the bottom. Real quick. Let me read this. Bibliolife says Counterpoints for $5. Not only are they trading on their last name, they're also selling out their reputation.
His audio is criminally bad. Like, look, it's partially Pisco's fault too for not turning him down. But it's kind of it is hard to balance audio, right? Sometimes the audio that we hear on our monitor isn't the same as the audio that you're hearing as a viewer. So yeah, apologies for that. Yeah, he's loud for no reason. He's loud and wrong.
Of the United States. Okay.
Yeah, you're right, Mylan. He does kind of vibe Canadian, but he's not. He's American. Pisco has great eyebrows, though. Yeah, Pisco's almost like he could put one of those what do you call those things? Like the Charlie Chaplin glasses, that has the eyebrows and the mustache and the right. He could put one of those on, and you wouldn't know the difference. It would just still look like Pisco.
All right, that's the last super chat. I'm scrolling. If Pisco, sorry, one more super chat. Fight Pisco regarding the Hutch stuff. Perfectly. All right, and then if Pisco is too loud, please tell me. But
why is he yelling and not in the Chris Kunstler way I enjoy? If Pisco is too loud, please let me know. Please let me know. Ethan Klein is doing Hasbara. Sorry.
I need him to be louder in order to hear him.
Wait, but is it Groucho Marx? You know what I'm talking about? There's glasses that like people would wear as a disguise, right? And it's like the glasses, it's attached to like a nose and a mustache. I thought that was like a Groucho Marx thing, was it not?
All right.
Testing 1, 2, 3. How do I sound? Am I okay?
You sound great to me.
All right. So first of all, thank you so much for taking this call. I really appreciate it. And I do want to say...
It's always good content, even when we...
Thank you so much. What? Wait, I'm sorry. Do I not understand what's going on here? Like, look, so for the record, chat, like, Pisco is platforming Counterpoints. Nobody watches Counterpoints. Nobody cares about Counterpoints. Counterpoints has had a million different incarnations, and he's only ever been relevant related to somebody else. When he could get on Prime Kai show, when he could get on the Hippy Dippy, right? When he could use somebody else's platform, when he was attached at the hip to Brianna Wu, that was his relevance. He doesn't have he doesn't have any charisma at all. He's a black hole of charisma, right? So yeah, for Pisco to be like, yeah, thanks for taking my call, that's kind of wild. I don't know if there's like irony at play here or what. Like, is there what happened? Did Counterpoints like post something about Pisco on Reddit? And then Pisco is like, oh, I guess we should have Counterpoints is upset, is unhappy with me. Maybe we should have a little conversation here.
I was clean and sober through that period of time.
No, he's just listening to Hunter Biden.
Some relapse.
I don't fucking know, Chad. I don't even know.
And I stayed in rehab for a long time.
I don't even know.
For inpatient, outpatient.
I'm gonna pee.
Close to a year, and
is the Hunter Biden. So we can break some bread, and we can get into the Hutch stuff that I want to ask you a question about. All right. So first of all, I don't like what Hunter is doing right now.
Okay, so they're gonna start off talking about Hunter Biden. While they do that, I'm gonna pee. I will be right back. Pisco, please don't sue me. Please remember, we were friends, Pisco. We were friends. And then the weasels showed up. The fluffy weasels showed up, chat, and ruined it all. Anyway.
Do you agree?
I haven't gotten into it enough. Weirdly enough, he's sufficiently charismatic that if Hunter Biden was like, "Hey, Connor, let's go get a beer," I'd probably go get a beer. Now, as far as
he's in recovery,
self-sweeping,
Connor, he's in recovery.
Oh, pussy! What a loser. So anyway, but as far as like I caught some. I'm very early in the stream, but I caught some self-sweeping. I feel like there was some self-sweeping in there.
I think that it's a little bit unhinged to think that Joe Biden should have been the nominee in 2024. And I think that part of what Hunter Biden is doing right now is a kind of counterattack at what he feels are a bunch of Democrats who betrayed him, when, in my opinion, it's kind of Joe Biden who betrayed the Democrats initially by not even making a decision, really just like floating into this re-election campaign without stopping to even ask the question, is this a good idea? And so I just don't like that. I think that they're implying this entire time Joe Biden could have beat Trump. And I think that if Joe Biden was on that ticket, it was going to be an incredibly horrible landslide victory for Trump that would have put us back even further than we are right now.
I think that I heard you guys talk about this because I think I pre-watched some of the content, and you guys effectively said that there was polling post-debate, pre-election that effectively showed that this was going to be a down-ballot disaster.
Yeah.
Where effectively, like, Kamala, like, people feel bad because the late-minute switch-out might have cost Kamala the election, but realistically, the damage was minimized.
Yeah.
So I think that's a compelling narrative.
Yeah, and the second part is I've been arguing against some leftoids, not really leftoids, more the blue MAGA types, who say that I'm insufficiently loyal to Biden because I condemn as corrupt the pardoning of Hunter Biden, which I have and I did ever since those pardons were issued. And even though I have argued strongly against you, the notion that Joe Biden was in on this stuff, was in some sort of very intricate way, that doesn't mean that you're allowed to respond with political pardons, what I take to be corrupt pardons, on the basis of personal familial allegiance. And so I really appreciate what you were just saying there about Liberty Mutual. I think it's the wrong incentive. It's the wrong thing to do. And yeah, like, it's not just also the gun thing. People conflate it with just the gun thing. Like, oh, but the gun thing was just like, it was never done before. Even putting aside if that's true, and it might be true, I don't think that novelty by itself is enough to pardon someone. Like, every crime needs to be applied for the first time in one way. So, like, I mean, Trump, arguably with the New York case, even though I felt he was very guilty, and the evidence showed that, there was like a novel application of one of the predicate offenses to condemn him on that basis. And then also, beyond just the gun charge, there's the tax fraud. And everyone seems to put aside the fact that it's not just he didn't report his taxes, he lied about his income when he knew he was making in millions from Burisma, and he lied about it. So even though you and I have fought about like what's Joe Biden's involvement there, I have never ever said that like Hunter Biden is innocent or that Hunter Biden should be pardoned just because he's the son of the president.
Well, Yeah, and I think I got pissed at you in the past because I think that some people, my chat mainly, because they're fucking brilliant and have 3,000 IQ, although they piss me the fuck off all the time. I think some people pay attention to the words that are being said and they create conceptions within their mind of what's actually being said and they understand it and they fight it out logically. I think a lot of people only respond emotionally where they can kind of feel like, oh, this person's more on my side. Therefore, I'm going to cheer them on.
Yeah.
And so substantively, I feel like with you and me, part of the emotion of the fight that we had previously about Hunter is I felt like that you were minimizing. Still feel that way a little bit. But I could understand the logical conceptions that you were making. And there are people in my chat who effectively followed your emotional argument, but did not follow your logical argument. And so they're arguing with me right now. They're like, no, Hunter Biden did nothing wrong. He's kissed babies for 20 years. He's God's gift to America and corporations. He's amazing. And I'm just like, what the fuck are you talking about? And no offense, I think it's partially your and Steven's fault.
It's me and Steven's fault?
What is this
shit? Not because of the logic. The logical articulations you guys have made are logical. The emotional argumentation is that Hunter Biden is a saint and nobody should give a fuck about it.
That's what I take to kind of be like Steven's point of view, which is like the pardons are
I don't know if that's literally his point of view, though. I feel like that's emotionally his point of view.
He's like, anyone soying out about the pardons is a piece of shit or like shouldn't be soying out about them. By the way, I don't soy out about him that much. They're constantly brought up to me to be like, listen, you're beyond the pale. You're just trying to hurt Democrats. Don't you know, by attacking Biden, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, I think that Hutch's perspective, which I heard, and your perspective are actually not contradictory, okay? Mm-hmm. You can believe that it's a bad look.
Are those exotic Thai cigs? Wait, what? There's a weasel in front of my face. I can't see. Are those exotic Thai cigs? Wait, what? What did I have that looked like cigarettes? Still waiting for those Trump tax documents to be released. Guess he's still being audited after a decade. Didn't the New York Times somehow get a hold of the leaked documents on that? My bad. I thought I saw a cigar box or a cigarette box. Oh shit! I know what you're talking about. That does look like yeah. No. Seriously, chat. Let me pack my cigarettes here. No, it's black sesame soy milk. That's what. But doesn't it look? It's crumpled too, like a cigarette pack. Like put it in your shirt pocket. I don't know, chat. I never really smoked seriously, so I don't know how to do all the smoker things, but that's about as far as it's about as much as I know about smoking culture. Oh my god. But yeah, unfortunately, like most of the time when you see, like, I'm used to getting like a big box of soy milk or a big like a bottle or something like that in the US, and most of what they sell here are these. And at first I was annoyed by it because I was like, I feel like there's too much packaging, right? I just want a big thing of soy. Where do I get a big thing of big, box of like a quart or a liter or a gallon of soy milk or whatever. And it turns out I kind of like this better because if I don't drink that much soy milk in a week, this doesn't go bad, right? This stays in it. Anyway, it kind of works out. Like, just like the coffee. Just like the coffee, chat. I was really mad that all the coffee that I could get a hold of when I got here was instant coffee. And I was like, I can't wait until I get in my apartment and I get a coffee grinder and I'm going to get good beans and I'm going to go to town and have some really good coffee. And it got to the point where like there's so many other things that I'm like, oh shit. Speaking of which, gotta refill the teacup. I can't reach it. There we go. Perfect. All right, I think we're ready to go. I think we're ready to go. If chat could just catch me up on what I missed while I was on the while I was peeing. Pisco is losing a lot of cool points, saying that Hunter or anyone should be politically prosecuted and just take it to remain pure. Oh, to keep Biden from. It really did seem like a that is true. So the charges that Hunter actually got hit with were charges that usually I don't think would be filed. And I do feel like maybe we're only filed as, not so it was under Biden. It was under, his Department of Justice, but it would basically to look like to not look like they're giving him special treatment, which they weren't. Painting my nails and smoking cigs. You're really out here? I do I usually do put my smokes pack in my pocket. I smoke like a pack a month. That's pretty impressive, actually. I've never known anybody who's a smoker but smokes like that. Like that's got to be smoking when you drink or something like that, right? Soy milk stays good for like months, but if you open it, it stays good for less long. That's why I like these little cigarette packages of soy milk. Yeah. So like, I mean, I don't drink nearly as much coffee as I used to either. Because like, look at this. I got green tea with butterfly pea blossom, which is lovely. I've got sparkling water mixed with like a little bit of fresh orange juice. You know what I mean? There's too many nice things to drink in Thailand for me to get all obsessed with coffee. But I still do drink. I think I drink about like a cup of coffee a day usually. Quit smoking like 9 years ago. Nice. Congratulations. It's not easy. I dated someone who quit smoking, and that was very tough for them. Only people I've seen charged with gun charges is Nazis or mass shooters I used to work with. It's not usually a standalone charge. Exactly. Little boxes are handy because you can pop them. The only thing I hate about this though is that like, I'm taking this box, like I'm never like sipping it like a juice box. I'm always like pouring it into something. So either like cereal, which I don't have right now, or coffee. And it's not ideal to like try to, poke a hole and then squeeze it out. Supposedly there's like is there a way to like take a side of this and like cut it or something and then just like pour it out? Like maybe that would be the way to go. Just cut it there and like pour it out like milk. Anyway, chat. Anyway, let's get back to the content.
For Democrats, and it's also corruption or soft corruption or whatever, to pardon your son for any and all crimes for the past decade, and effectively you said you weren't going to do it, so that feels like a betrayal to your voting base.
Yeah,
that's a true statement. Now, what Hutch said, which I agree with, which is that people are human, they have some level of familial loyalty, and so as a result, you can expect a father who lost his daughter, lost his wife, lost his eldest son, and is on the verge of losing his youngest son to incarceration, you can expect him to pardon his son.
Okay, now here's my whole deal with Hunter Biden. He doesn't deserve special treatment. Pardoning somebody because they're your family member is bullshit. Right? Even with the whole familial, you care about your family, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. If it was just like Biden trying to protect Hunter from, from real charges that he actually incurred, then it would be total bullshit. However, I don't know what I would have done in his position, because it's not just that It's not just Biden doesn't want Hunter to, serve out the sentence that he's got. He doesn't want Hunter to become a target for the next administration, which a lot of people, right now Obama is in that barrel, right? And that's kind of understandable, but it sucks, right? Because, Trump uses pardons in an incredibly corrupt way. You want to be able to show like a difference between yourself and this utterly corrupt candidate. And yet you're in a position where the smart money was to think that Trump is going to go after anyone and everyone, that he was going to absolutely politicize the Justice Department. And so for that reason, it wasn't just Hunter. It was like Fauci. Do you remember this, chat? Fauci gave pardons to like everyone, like people that should not be charged with anything, people who have done nothing that should subject them to like, criminal jeopardy. And he pardoned them. And that's fucked up because it makes them look guilty when they're not. But it's really a recognition that the incoming presidency is going to absolutely politicize the Department of Justice. And that, assumption turned out to be true. Clinton did some, I think, kind of corrupt pardons too. And in general, like a lot of presidents will do one or two like pardons that are just really like, are you sure you're not, it seems like you're just doing a favor for, a friend or something like that. It seems like you're just. I'd rather all ruling class monsters get convicted on all sides. They could have moved Hunter out of the country. Yeah, he could be my next door neighbor. He would fit right in with a certain set of expats. There is a certain set of American immigrants here that I think Hunter would get along famously with, right? Didn't Clinton give his brother clemency too? Yeah, Trump. Seems to sell pardons. Absolutely. Thought about it. Epstein Clinton thing. Maybe the case got sealed. I mean, there was immunity given to a lot of people by the South. What was it? The Florida district.
And that's understandable from a familial loyalty perspective. I don't think that is contradictory. I think both of those statements can stand.
Well, yeah, I guess I would expect it in the sense of like, could I predict it? Maybe you can predict it. Maybe it's.
What is going on, chat?
Reasonable to anticipate that a father might do that. That's a separate question from whether it's the right thing to do. And
I liked what you said, even if I didn't agree with it, where you.
Jesus fucking Christ. Okay.
You were like,
is this YouTube?
Yes, but as a public.
Is this YouTube that sucks, or is this my computer that sucks? I don't even know.
Servant, you must put the public interest ahead of yourself. And I was like, fucking Patriot Pisco, fucking Patriot Pisco, the public servant.
Bro. Love is the death of duty, man. I mean, they're right about that. Like, you swore an oath.
That sounds like a Warhammer saying.
That's a Game of Thrones. That's why they take the oaths in the wall, right? To not have any children is because love is the death of duty. And ultimately, like, a lot of tragedies bear that out, that when even Anakin Skywalker, why did he turn away? He was afraid to lose the thing he loved. But when you swear an oath,
I love Pisco going to a Star Wars plot line for morality. That's wow.
You have a higher calling, a higher allegiance. Yeah, it might be understandable that you come up short, but I think you need to strive towards it, and especially when he gave his word as a Biden, right? And that's their common phrase. And I give you my word as a Biden for what that's worth.
Yeah, now that word's worth dog shit.
Yeah,
and I would like to jump into the fiction real quick.
Yeah.
So with the Star Wars references, what's interesting about watching that, I'm actually doing a breakdown channel about Star Wars now.
Oh.
What's interesting about that is watching how the Jedi failed in their own institutional principles leading up to Anakin existing as like the messianic figure who they knew was fucked up, but they were kind of like praying that he was not fucked up enough to destroy the whole galaxy. but they always knew that there was this potential. And so that's the thing. It's like there's people in my chat who are like, oh, well.
It's way similar to the notion of an abomination at the Quetzalcoatl Sadarak in Dune. It's very similar.
Human's gonna human. You know, they basically take like a Brittany Simon approach to things. But it's like, no, dude, you have to reinforce ideals. Like, that's the point of ideals. Human beings fail in ideals all the time, but if you don't reinforce them, then we don't have any.
Okay, good point, Counterpoints. Yeah, human beings fail in ideals. It's my ideal to always shout out my Patreons at the beginning and ending of each stream. I didn't do that yet. I didn't do that. Even though I said I was going to do that, I didn't do it. But look, let me redouble my efforts here. If I can get it to fucking load, chat. There's something really weird going on with my browser. Let me try to just stealth do it right now. All right. So yeah, everybody that supports me on Patreon gets at the $5 level or above, you get a fancy shout out every time I go live at the beginning and ending of each stream. And it is definitely the way that more of the money gets to me, and it's off of the Twitch platform, off of the YouTube platform, so it can't be canceled out by me getting, you know, banned or demonetized, which happens to a lot of people and seems to happen for no good reason, right? So thank you to everybody who supports me on Patreon. I'm going to read your name out now if you're on the fancy weasel level or above. So shouts out to Orals Ellipsis, shouts out to Temporal Insanity, shouts out to Steven Sayers, shouts out to Funky Monkey, shouts out to Sarah, shouts out to Nadia Yvette, shouts out to Moe Noip, shouts out to Jules K, shouts out to Izzy Mandius, shouts out to Infallible Fowl, shouts out to Hot Ham Radio, shouts out to Good for Gabby, shouts out to Emily French, shouts out to Direful, shouts out to Buffy Geek, shouts out to Big Al, shouts out to Animus, and a fancy shout out to Zara Xerix, to Rachel K, to Crystal Saphira, and to Omega Star. There we go.
Yeah, and that's why I think one of the things that Biden did that was most honorable is he started his administration appointing Merrick Garland to the Department of Justice to bring back into.
Hard disagree, Pisco. Hard disagree. If Biden had... Look, Merrick Garland was a compromise with the Republicans when they had one of their stalwarts die in the Supreme Court unexpectedly, right? Obama got to replace a justice that he didn't anticipate getting to replace. And this would have been a very bad thing for the right wing, right? When, you know, like guys like that, usually when they're getting old enough where dying is a possibility, they'll go ahead and retire and allow themselves to be replaced to keep the to keep the ideological balance on their side of things, right? Obama, being the feckless, naive guy that he is, you know, constantly thinking the fever is going to break, the Republicans will work with me, we'll get a normal Republican Party if we're just nice to them, right? That was Obama being nice. That was Obama being overly nice. Merrick Garland is a fucking Republican. All right? I mean, yeah, technically some kind of centrist, right? But he is more to the right. He was a gift to the right wing of like, oh, your ideological daddy died in the Supreme Court, and normally, you know, the right thing to do for me as somebody that's a progressive would be to replace this guy with a progressive, but I'm so fucking nice. I'm so fucking nice that look at this, I'm going to give you a nice gift here. And they shoved it back in his face and said, guess what? We're not holding a vote. It doesn't matter who you appoint, right? We're not holding a vote for your Supreme Court candidate. And then they brought him back to be like, well, guess what? He's the attorney. What was it? Was he attorney general? He's the attorney general now. So you'll be dealing with him. And yeah, they did deal with him. They dealt with him waiting 2 years. 2 years before anything was done. No, I'm sorry. You were endorsing Pisco bringing a spoon to a laser fight, all right? And I don't know what you're going to do with that spoon, if you're going to bend it or something, but it doesn't seem like a very good strategy. This is naive. Is Blue Sky down? I don't know. Is it?
Independence to the Department of Justice. And yet, as it went on, as we're getting reporting, Joe Biden grew increasingly frustrated that Merrick Garland wasn't like,
yeah, maybe
choosing to call off the indictment of his son because it's his son.
Undermine President Trump and
I
his
think that's
presidency.
very. I'm sorry.
Hold on. What is that reporting though? Because I insinuated this without evidence, and then people were like, "You're fucking crazy."
Wait,
and
no,
then...
I never said that. No, there was in real time reporting. I forget from whom, but it was either like Washington Post or Wall Street Journal, someone that Biden was reportedly frustrated with Merrick Garland. That happened during Biden's term, and then Jake Tapper has uncovered more evidence in more interviews that Joe Biden was really angry that Merrick Garland wasn't dropping the suit on his son.
Well, and I feel.
Oh, that's what he was mad about. Not that he fucking twiddled his thumbs before any sort of prosecution of Trump. Yeah, chat. It does seem like something is. Yep. Yeah, I would say upstream service unreachable. I think something's going on with Blue Sky, unfortunately.
Like
he's a member of the Federalist Society. Ducky, I didn't realize it was that bad. But yeah, there's just like it's Democrats being feckless, hapless, useless, right? They're the Washington Generals of politics.
I'm describing color to a blind man because like I worked in law enforcement before. I worked in, corporate America before, obviously on small ends, small potatoes. I'm not trying to exaggerate my shit, but
I'm trying to remember, chat. Did he kill a dude? Did Counterpoints? It's been a long time since I've even thought about the lore behind this incredibly boring person. I feel like I remember something about him killing somebody on the job while he was a cop. I could be wrong.
Actually,
I feel like there's something worse than that. I can't remember it though. Just post it on Blue Sky now. It worked. Yeah, I'll take a look and see if it pops up.
Conversations with people where I basically told them like, no, you need to be explicit with what you're asking me to do. And then they insisted on being like, well, I can't legally tell you blah, 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 blah.
Mm.
It was like,
they say it.
So they said the legal thing, but they were implying the corrupt thing.
Mm.
And so
the question we got now is, what are we going to do about the audio? So listen, the right thing to do would have been for Pisco to turn down Counterpoints on Discord or wherever. I'm guessing that it's a monitor issue, that he can't hear how loud it is or something, and nobody in chat's telling him turn that obnoxious bastard the fuck down. Yeah, how are we gonna deal with it? Let's first make sure that I don't have any extra gain. Okay, no extra gain. I don't know. What are we gonna do? Just turn it down on the YouTube end. Let me know if Pisco gets too quiet. All right, I'm gonna turn it down to like 80% of the normal volume and see if that's better. Because yeah, Connor's just he's grating to begin with, and he's turned up way too loud.
Well, that's
he's the Vinny of Pisco's podcast, chat. This is Vinny.
Where for me, like, if you've never been in those rooms, then you might have never felt that. But even with like managers or deputy chiefs or chiefs of police or managers at corporations or corporate managers, they will say the legal thing. That way, if it's being audio recorded or typed out or messages, they can fall back on that from a legalistic perspective, but they will 100% imply. Even
what do you think about that, Chad? Is the audio too soft?
Even if it's not illegal, they'll imply the corrupt thing. And so you kind of have to be in those rooms.
Well, thankfully, I don't think that Joe Biden ever
get an EQ on this goofball. You know what? I could. I just wouldn't be able to hear. I can't like. The problem is I don't hear it on my monitors either. Like it's only the if I put a EQ on it, you would hear it. I would have to just keep on checking with you, and I'm not gonna fine tune an EQ with chat. Vinny from Happy Days? No, Vinny from Patrick Bet David.
Express those concerns to the Attorney General. And so I'm glad about that. I think that what Biden did he by and large, I think, governed with honor at certain times. Not that said, I think his own human failings started to show that he wasn't up to the task of being the president, especially in the last 2 years where he wasn't having regular meetings with his cabinet, things like that. But in general, one of the things I really respect about Biden is, in many respects, he was like everything Trump wasn't. He was bridge building.
Narwhal_by super chatted $5. Not to make this about me, but no one has noticed my new profile pic. I'm not angry, just disappointed. That audio is better BTW.
It's better audio? Okay, let me know if I've got it dialed in. But yeah, I noticed, right? Because Narwhal has a very distinctive avatar, and now it's completely different. Different colors, different shape. It's a flower instead of
to be bridge building in a way that Trump was trying to dismantle the bridges. He passed lots of legislation with bipartisan support, meaningful legislation, not just tax cuts for the rich, and was actually trying to do something for the public benefit all the time with his NLRB, with his different agencies, different regulations. So I respect all that. I think his worst moments are when he was tempted by the Trumpian style. There was some Trumpian, who's the goblin from Spider-Man? Green Goblin. It's like,
yeah, the mask.
It's like there are moments in Trump's presidency where that blonde fucking hair just like goes and you can see it in the mirror and he has to like fucking just swat it away. But there are very Trumpian moments that are being revealed now with respect to his frustration with the DOJ, that they're not protecting him, both in the Her report. And he was apoplectic about the Her report. Even though he cooperated in the first instance, he was trying to do the right thing. But then that Trumpian little mirror came in and he had to sort of fight that urge. Same thing with Hunter Biden, where he fought that urge, and then gave into it when he actually did the pardon. And then with the border, right? He kept saying, we have to do it the right way. We can't just do executive actions. We need to have a congressional solution. And then when the election was coming up, he did what I thought was against the law, and he shut down the border illegally using executive power and gave into that Trumpian impulse. And I think, or when he tried to hold on to power by not stepping down when it was clear it was over and taking 3 weeks before handing over to Kamala Harris or handing over to the DNC. Those are Trumpian moments that marred an otherwise, a presidency that I think was.
I'm sorry, Chad. I had to fix that. I don't know what's going on. Internet's acting really weird for me today. Yeah.
By and large, characterized by honor and trying to be everything that Trump wasn't.
Well, and I can understand the frustration. So, for instance, like I'm sure we'll talk about the Vanguard in a moment, but I can understand the frustrations of the far left.
And chat, that's the exciting part.
And I actually think that there's something real about it, which is effectively that.
Okay, so yeah. As far as Biden's Trumpian characteristics, wait, I want to rewind that chat. I'm so sorry. Let's rewind Pisco just a little bit. I kind of want to take this piece by piece.
Failings started to show that he wasn't up to the task of being the president, especially in the last 2 years where he wasn't having regular meetings with his cabinet, things like that. But in general, one of the things I really respect about Biden is, in many respects, he was like everything Trump wasn't. He was bridge building or attempting to be.
Okay, so giving him credit for being un-Trumpian.
Bridge building in a way that Trump was trying to dismantle the bridges. He passed lots of legislation with bipartisan support, meaningful legislation. Not just tax cuts for the rich. And
I mean, look, the bipartisan support that he craved so much is a big part of the reason that he didn't get the most important components of his legislative agenda passed, right?
Was actually trying to do something for the public benefit all the time with his NLRB, with his different agencies, different regulations. So I respect all that. I think his worst moments are when he was tempted by the Trumpian style. There was some Trumpian, who's the goblin from Spider-Man? Green Goblin. It's like,
yeah, the mask.
It's like there are moments in Trump's presidency where that blonde fucking hair just like goes and you can see it in the mirror and he has to like fucking just swat it away. But there are very Trumpian moments that are being revealed now with respect to his frustration with the DOJ, that they're not protecting him, both in the Her report, and he was apoplectic about the Her report, even though he cooperated in the first instance. He was trying to do the right thing, but then that Trumpian little mirror came in and he had to sort of fight.
I mean, to be fair, chat, like he did it. There wasn't any real, the Her report, I believe, was talking about Biden having retained some documents that he shouldn't have retained. The difference between Biden and Trump, because this kind of shit happens all the time, right? Difference between Biden and Trump is that when Trump was asked for the files back, Trump did not give them back, refused to give them back, basically required, the Biden Justice Department to do a raid to retain those documents. When Biden was told that he had retained documents that he should not have, he gave them back, right? I get what Pisco is saying, is that as president, you gotta, put up with a bunch of bullshit. If there's going to be a special counsel or an investigation, or you got to put up with that bullshit in order to make sure that you're being transparent, right? And not trying to use your office to protect yourself from legal whatever, right? But yeah, this was there just wasn't any there with the case against Biden. And what's really annoying about that case is the way that it ended, with the guy putting out a report saying, fuck Biden, but no, I can't possibly prosecute him because he's a doddering old man. He's a doddering old man, and no jury is gonna find this guy guilty because he just seems too fucking old and demented to blame anything on. It's just like, oh my god, that shit, just like the Comey didn't need to release anything on the Hillary emails. He could have just concluded the investigation because there really wasn't anything that came of that investigation, right? Look, they did get fucked over. Like the way that went down was kind of was fucked up, and gave Trump a chance to equivocate his own allegations with Biden's allegations and stuff like that. But yeah, I don't know. There's no point in bristling even behind the scenes about that, because again, that is just shit that's gonna happen.
Fight that urge. Same thing with Hunter Biden, where he fought that urge, and then gave into it when he actually did the pardon. And then with the
again, like I said about the Hunter Biden pardon, it's a very complicated thing. Like a lot of those pardons that Biden gave, that should never have happened. This is not what a president should be using the pardon power for. The pardon power is for people that, I don't know, if there's a huge miscarriage of justice or something that is obvious to everyone and still is not able to be appealed, right? That's what the pardoning power is supposed to be about, right? But in the case of Trump, you've got a situation where look, gerrymandering shouldn't happen, right? You should distribute the seats according to normal geography and population dynamics, right? But if you go ahead with that attitude right now as the Democratic Party, you will lose the House of Representatives next year because the Republicans are going to steal it. They're gerrymandering Texas. They're gerrymandering a bunch of states. They're squeezing out as many extra seats as they possibly can, basically in order to prevent the shenanigans that they're up to. You got to engage in shenanigans yourself. That's the situation that Biden was in with the pardons. And yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't chalk that up to Biden's Trumpian nature. Now, do I think that Biden does have a Trumpian nature? Yes, but in one specific regard. Biden's Trumpian nature is narcissism. He shares that with Trump to a certain degree, not to the scale that Trump has these, grandiose delusions, right? But he's got a little bit of that dog in him too. And yeah, he should have, you know, he should have dropped out. He should have announced that he would not be running for presidency in 2024. Right? He should have done that early, and he should have given the Democratic Party a chance to do a real primary and pick a good candidate. So that I blame Biden for, and especially for not stepping out after that disastrous debate. But also Biden and, you know, his family are kind of culpable for that too, because, like, you know, look, if he's, you know, suffering from cognitive decline, which, you know, it does seem like he was, the last person to recognize that is going to be Biden himself. So, you know, in some ways, I blame those around him, which was apparently a very small circle at the point at which the debate went on.
The border, right? He kept saying, we have to do it the right way. We can't just do executive actions. We need to have a congressional solution. And then when the election was coming up, he did what I thought was against the law, and he shut down the border illegally using executive power and gave into that Trumpian impulse. And I think, or when he tried...
Yeah, Biva, the pardons by Biden were preemptive because he knew about the vindictive nature of Trump. However, it came off as shady and played into Republican narratives 100%. Yeah, there's kind of a bad... he had a choice of evils there. Biden was very Nixonian.
Tried to hold on to power by not stepping down when it was clear it was over, and taking 3 weeks before handing over to Kamala Harris or handing over to the DNC. Those are Trumpian moments that marred an otherwise, you know, a presidency that I think was by and large characterized by honor and trying to be everything that Trump wasn't.
Well, and I can understand the frustration. So, for instance, like, I'm sure we'll talk about the Vanguard in a moment, but I can understand.
Oh my God, Silly and Billy, you really are a bee in this guy's bonnet. Am I using that boomer phrase right? Bee in the bonnet? Wait, I probably am not. Is a bee in a bonnet an annoyance? Oh my God, Chad, I have to look this up. I only know it from the They Might Be Giant song. Not to put too fine a point on it. Say I'm the only bee in your bonnet. Make a little birdhouse in your soul. Wait, what? Bee in your bonnet. What does this mean? Bee in your bonnet. You know what else is? You know what other website besides Blue Sky is not working right now, or does not seem to be working correctly? Is Patreon. I am having a little trouble to be preoccupied. Yeah, it's a bee in his bonnet. Be preoccupied. Have a bee in one's bonnet is to be preoccupied or obsessed about something, especially a scheme or plan of action. Okay. Well, yeah, no, in this case, it's a person, or rather a couple of people, or as Destiny would have said in his chat. There's a DGG video that is talking about Destiny trying to debate the Vanguard, and it describes them as gay couple. Like, gay couple refuses to debate Destiny. That's very, very mature. DGG.
The frustrations of the...
Yeah, they're two guys on a podcast. That must mean they're gay. Oh my God.
Far left. And I actually think that there's something real about it, which is effectively that people are so wrapped up in process that they will even ignore things that are immediate and emergencies and all that kind of stuff. But I think that this is how republics die. Okay, part of the reason why I'm pushing back on the left, pushing back on the far left, pushing back on liberals whenever they say, I know we disagree on this, but let's, let's
is because you're a psyop that wants to make connections with the left and insert your friendly advice. This is how the left should be. This is how the left should do, right? In order to make the left more like the right. Yeah, we know, Connor. We've seen this shit a million fucking times. Believe me, you are not unique. You are not unique, buddy. And we are on to you. We are on to you. We are on to Twitchpol. We're on to your whole fucking game.
The courts.
And now, yeah, as Pisco's about to point out, now it's the lefties with all the clout, right? Before it was Destiny being the center of clout and them trying to strangle the red tube movement, I guess you could call it. the Sokdim movement in its cradle. Now at this point, you know, even the Vanguard is like 1,000 times bigger than Connor's channel. Like, I don't know, like 5 times bigger than Pisco. You know, Crystal and Kyle, right? They're you know, yeah, they're at this point right now where it's like they're the ones that have been left behind. The shit that they were trying to do to us, chat, as the actual online left, ended up kind of happening to them in terms of like, is this actual Justice Warrior close, Sim? It's Counterpoints.
Let's do Trump style politics. Let's use the bully pulpit. Let's do this. Let's do that. The reason why you'll hear me complaining about it is because effectively, like, I feel like we're seesawing as a nation. Like imagine like a boat.
Do the bully pulpit? Okay, so chat, let me translate for anybody that doesn't understand what that means. You can do 2 things, right? You can either make your rhetoric out of popular positions, you know, like Obama did when he said we're going to preserve marriage. Marriage is between one man and one woman, right? Obama was real adamant about that. Was real adamant about not getting on the train of marriage equality, right? That is what Connor seems to want them to do, to like read the room, to put up their finger in the air, see which way the wind is blowing, and adjust their rhetoric accordingly, right? Like I told you, the problem with that is that you're not thinking of policy. What does that do? Does it maybe help candidates get elected and achieve power, be in power? Yes, it does. But if that power is going to result in, you know, if you've gone like 3/4 of the way to the right to get that power, then once you're in there, you're not going to be able to make much of a change. And then the right wing gets in again and they do something, you know, very far right, and shit keeps on sliding to the right, to the right, to the right, which is what Counterpoints wants, because he is, he is a conservative. At the end of the day, he is a conservative trying to psyop a progressive, sphere. Trying to explain the Overton window, but he's kind of stupid. Yeah. I mean, like, by the Overton, this is how you get to the Overton window pulled to the right. But yeah, look, the bully pulpit, what that means is that if an issue is not favorable to you and you feel it's important and you believe in it in your heart, because you actually have an opinion and you're not just an empty suit that wants power, then what you do is you reframe that issue. And you fight. Rather than just saying, oh, I guess America's not with us on immigration. Oh, I guess I better embrace Trump's, embrace Republican legislation. No, you don't fucking do that. Because if that's what you're going to do, then why would anybody vote for you? Why would anybody vote for you if anytime there's any sort of political pressure, you move to the right? Why would anybody vote for you? We've already got a Republican Party. If we want a Republican, we can vote for a Republican, right? We don't need Diet Republican up here as like, oh, look at me, only 1 calorie. No, sorry. That is not smart.
That is, rocking in the ocean. And so effectively what I hear is like, we're seesawed all the way to the right now.
I wonder what Connor actually thinks bully pulpit means. Does he think it means bullying the country, like bullying politicians? What does he think the meaning of that is? Because he's not using that phrase right.
And what I'm hearing people is, oh, we need to seesaw all the way to the left right now, but that's how you capsize the fucking boat. And that's what I'm worried about.
So let's get into...
I'm sorry, even by your stupid ass metaphor, that doesn't fucking work. Yes, if you got a boat with like 100 people on it, and 30 of those people have decided to go out to the very edge of the boat in one direction, right? The solution is never going to be, let's move towards the middle. That's actually how you capsize a boat, you dumb motherfucker. That is how you capsize a boat. By failing to realize that you need to bring your 30 people to the other side of the boat. That's the only way that that boat even stays, right in the ocean. And also, this is a stupid metaphor. This is a terrible, ass-bleeding metaphor that he's come up with, right? Because this metaphor implies that the correct route is center. And we already know that that is relative, right? And people like this try to game that relative nature of the center in order to take the boat in the direction that they want, which is right wing, which is to the right. That's the actual truth behind what he's doing here, right? That this boat is a bad metaphor, right? You don't believe in any sort of social progress whatsoever, and he doesn't. He doesn't. That's his secret. Is somebody hiding their power level here? Yes. Is it the Vanguard? No. It's him. And I've seen it before. When I talked to him, he was so full of shit. And I told him what I would tell him today. The only thing I have to say to him is like, which side are you on? Right? And I know the answer to that question now. I asked you that question in good faith, Connor, because I honestly didn't know. I know which side you're on. It's not hard to figure it out.
The actual discussion from Vanguard, Hutch, all that stuff. So.
But yeah, this whole metaphor implies that the correct course of the boat is like right down the middle, right? The best, nobody should get towards anywhere towards the sides. We should just accept what is the way it is as the way it is, and like never move forward. What a silly thing to try to sell to politically progressive people. How silly, chat, are the kind of progressives or even liberals that buy that shit? How silly is that?
So give me your reaction before I because I actually don't know it. I saw that you were reviewing something.
Yeah, I was simping for Hutch.
Yeah, go for it.
So I think Hutch has a debate kill shot in a couple of places. The first kill shot that he had, argumentatively, in my opinion,
you might as well say money shot, because you are a fucking debate pervert.
Was that you could not?
Does that get you off? Does that turn you on, Connor? Like, oh, I love it when Hutch says that to the kill shot. Oh,
bully Manchin.
We agree with that.
Even
you agree?
If you want, even if you want Democrats to use the bully pulpit more often, it just wasn't pragmatic.
That's exactly what he thinks it is. That's exactly what. Oh my God, this guy's talking about bully pulpits. Doesn't even know what the term means. Doesn't even know what we're talking about. He just hears other fucking people say bully pulpit, and he's like, oh, so you want to bully somebody? No, that's not what that is. That's not even like, chat. Let's look it up. Oh my God, I hate that I have to do this. Let's find the origin of a boomer phrase here. Bully pulpit. All right, what does it fucking mean? Bully pulpit. Origin. Early 20th century, apparently originally used by President Theodore Roosevelt, explaining his personal view of the presidency. Let's see if I can get any more specificity here. Conspicuous position that provides an opportunity to speak out and be listened to. Yeah, so when you're the president, if you speak out on an issue, you will generally make waves in the media. You will start discourse. And if your position is a reframing of an issue that maybe is not going in the direction that you want it to, you can convince people to think of the issue the way that you're conceiving it rather than the way that it's been framed. Yeah, so what Theodore Roosevelt meant, a terrific platform from which to advocate an agenda, right? He's talking about bully pulpit as you get to bully Joe Manchin, right? No, that's whipping. That's just whipping. That's just whipping. That's just LBJ is what he's talking about, right? It's not bully pulpit. The bully meant powerful platform. Yeah, it's basically saying powerful platform. Yeah, he uses the word bully in Roosevelt's day meant something like most powerful, superior, superb. Like, yeah, you got the biggest platform, right? It wasn't about bullying people. God damn it. I hate that I have to explain it to like a fucking, 45-year-old cop, but here we go.
In this specific circumstance.
So
that's number one.
On that, I just want to say we agree on the specific Manchin point that he couldn't have gotten Manchin through bullying to be in favor of like $15 minimum wage or some of these crazy policy goals that the Vanguard is saying. And I just want to make sure that you understand that every one of the Live and Learn co-hosts agrees with Hutch, and we have been consistent on that, like even before when he was arguing with Crystal and Kyle.
Again, emotional versus logical arguments. I think people could kind of vibe on the fact that in general, you guys do wish Democrats were more aggressive, use the bully pulpit more often, stop being pussies,
but not specifically.
Did I say cop? Yeah, this is in this guy's bio, right? It's on his CV, like, right? If he had a CV, he was a cop previously before becoming Brianna Wu's manservant.
Amy Klobuchar as an example.
Amy Klobuchar as an example, or maybe you mean Kirsten Sinema?
No, he didn't bring up the MS Paint yet. They haven't gotten. I mean, he keeps on alluding to the Vanguard because they very much are the bee in his bonnet, but they haven't gotten. They're still sort of. Wait, where are they at right now? They're talking about the conversation with the Vanguard. I don't think we're quite to that part where he brings up the chart. Yeah, it is very Voshian. Him doing an MS Paint. The thing is, Vosh's charts had like a charm to them, right? And they had a purpose behind them. His is just a fucking rehashed political spectrum. I don't know what the fuck he thinks he's showing us, right?
Yeah, no, I think you were talking about.
Yeah, that's right. He's assigned cop at birth. That's right, BCAT K.
Klobuchar in reference to redistricting.
I'm not sure about that. I certainly didn't bring that up, but certainly not me. Maybe someone brought it up. I'm not sure, but I just want.
I could be bringing up the wrong name, but I think you guys were talking about how Democrats are currently looking at redistricting and gerrymandering districts effectively. That Texas and Florida and other red states have run away with it. There's specifically a Democrat, I forget who refused to redistrict her state, and as a result of her lack of gerrymandering.
Oh my God. Okay, look, let's have a little faith. Maybe Pisco knows what actually happened in New York. Because this wasn't, if I'm remembering correctly, chat, there was some redistricting going. God damn it. Where am I going to find this? Anybody got a majority report link that goes over this? We're talking about what New York did in terms of their redistricting. Essentially, I don't know if it was the redistricting after 2020. I'm guessing that's what we're talking about. But the net effect of it, or the motivation behind what Democrats in New York did, was to make things harder for progressives to have less AOCs potentially, right? They redistricted with the goal of securing the primaries, because they made an assumption that certain districts were going to go Democrat no matter what. They were proven wrong, chat. And that mucking about with the districts actually gave the Republicans enough of an advantage where they took the House, or they kept the House in 2024. Republicans would have lost the House if the Democrats in New York had not been as adamant on making the map as hard as possible for progressive insurgents, right? I don't know if Pisco's from New York, isn't he? Current New York redistricting is wild. Yeah, they've got that in mind in terms of maybe a strike back against Texas if Texas goes forward and as Trump asked, ekes out 5 more seats for them. California has talked about this too. Now the problem is I don't think they could actually, I'm not sure, chat, but I don't think that California is going to be able to manage to redistrict in time for 2026, right? Maybe for 2028. But I don't know if California can move that fast. I don't know about the rest of the Democratic states either. Texas is kind of unique in that they've been playing this game. They've been redistricting in the middle, in between 2 censuses, like time and time again. Yeah, God.
Governor of New York. Yep.
Excuse me.
Yep.
I'm being racist. I was racist to Middle Eastern and North African women
now you're
earlier
being
today.
sexist.
I confused a Somali with a
All right,
white
chat. We got 41 minutes left on the butterfly goal. I have the butterflies, including this one, which I really like the way that this looks like. I like this look. You know, this color on my hair. Right, 41 minutes to make this happen. How many away are we? Oh my god, it won't show me. Come on, show me. Oh, annoying. There it is. Okay. Yeah, 4 more super chats is what we're looking for. It says 5, but I'm gonna give you credit for 1 extra because I didn't have the butterfly goal. I didn't have it set up early enough, right? So we are definitely within
Davy Cliff
striking
super chatted
distance.
$9.99. I feel like redistricting is like always racist no matter where.
Yeah, so Davi's pointing out that, yeah, when they're redistricting, what they're trying to do, oh my god, I almost want to bring up MS Paint here. Are we at 59? Wow, okay, I guess did I miss a super chat maybe? I'll have to catch up with that. But yeah, so like...
Pitchforks, super chatted $5. Man shrugging medium light skin tone, I wanna know what that is.
It's so funny how it reads out the emotes, right? Wait, I want to know what that is. Wait, what do you want to know? What? I'm sorry. Maybe did I understand what you're saying? Yeah. So redistrict being always racist no matter where. So yeah. What? So if for anybody who doesn't understand this, right? You've got a state. A state is divided into districts. This doesn't apply to the Senate. This doesn't apply to the governor. This applies strictly to the House of Representatives. And what it says is that where we draw the lines are where you will vote for the 1st district, the 2nd district, the 3rd district, the 4th district, the 5th district, etc., right?
Pitchforks, super chatted $5.
Another one. Oh my god. Thank you, Pitchforks, for another super chat. And thank you, Morbius Dragon. Attack of the Hank, you just got weaseled, and that's a good thing. Yeah, we're like 1 away now from that. Oh my god, 72 is what I should have it at apparently. Okay, so yeah. Anyway, so yeah, you've got a state. It's got voters, and you divide that state up into districts to decide, where each congressperson is elected from. So if you change the districts, then what you can do is take a district, like let's say that oh my god, I really almost feel like I need to do this with I don't know if I can actually make like paint wait, let's see if I can do this, chat. Paint. All right, open up Paint. And then add a little window. Little window capture here. What is it going to be? It's going to be Paint. If I can, there it is, MS Paint. Okay, cool. Oh, it's right over my head. That's exactly where I wanted it to be. Thank you. All right, chat. We're having a little Vosh moment of our own here. Let me catch up with what's going on here. Yeah, we're doing a Paint segment. Morbius Dragon, thank you for the gifted membership to Kai Porter. Kai Porter, you just got weaseled, and that's a good thing. Abacus Anarchy, indeed. What am I at now, Narwhal? 75? Okay, so I might be a little bit behind, but I'll put it at 75 for now. Keep me updated on that, because we are closing in on bonus content. All right, so there is my Paint. So let's say that we are in, what is the state that's like perfect? Is it Colorado? What state is this, chat? Perfectly square. Is this Colorado or Kansas? I can't remember. One of the states anyway is perfectly square, and that's an easy one to think about, right? So we got that.
Pitchforks, super chatted $5. And NND, let's complete the goal.
I believe you have, actually. Thank you for the super chat picture. So look, if what you want is the confetti, then you will still have to do one more super chat to make the confetti happen. I have no control over that, but because we had one super chat come in before I had the butterfly goal up, I'm gonna go ahead and put the butterfly in. And I think it goes something like that. Ooh, I love it. Is it Wyoming? Colorado is more square. Wyoming is more rectangular. All right, so we'll call this state Wyoming. Yeah, we're in the state of Wyoming here. Oh my god. All right, so let's say that we've got we're going to start out with 1 2
Series Dizzy super chatted $5. No. Sleep. Till. Confetti confetti.
No sleep till confetti. All right, so 1, 2, 3 districts right there. And then what? Oh wait, I think you got the confetti. I think that was probably the confetti. 1 2 Okay, so there we go. 6 districts in Wyoming. And these districts are like all there's the same number of people, roughly the same number of people. Let's say 5K people in each of the districts. 5K, 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 and 5K. All right. So, I've got these all marked in red, but realistically, Wyoming is actually a blue state, right? Let's say it's more like Colorado. So, like this one's going blue. This one's going blue. This one's going blue. And this one's going blue. All right, so 4 out of the 5 districts are blue. So we have 4 Democratic members of Congress and 2 Republican members of Congress, right? And this is all divided up fairly, right? So let's say that the split is, let's see, 4 to 2. Oh my god, I got to do fractions here. God damn it. Do we have we got a hype train going on, chat? Apparently there's a hype train going on. I'm trying to pull up my calculator here. Calculator. I should have made it like 5 districts somehow. Okay. So 4 divided by 6 is, yeah. So this state is 66.7% Democratic and 33.3% Republican. And so now this is fair, right? 2/3 of the state is Democratic, 1/3 of the state is Republican, and we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 Democrat members of Congress and 1, 2 Republican members of Congress. Now, let's say that the Republicans redistrict this, and what they end up doing is they'll try to oh my god, I almost have to get more complicated with this, right? The goal is, if you want to take this 66.7 to 33% and make it into, 4 Republican seats and 2 Democratic seats, you can do this, but you got to divide it differently. So it's no longer going to look like this, right? Oh my god, is there a way to make the eraser bigger? There's not. What the fuck? Paint sucks. I need the eraser bigger. Really? There's no, you can't like alter the size? Is it this right here? That's the biggest eraser I can get, I guess. But yeah, you take out these lines. And you try to, basically what you'll do to make the 4 seats that are Democrat and the 3 seats that are 2 seats that are Republican into the opposite is that you'll give the Democrats a few districts where it's like they're voting at like 75% for Democrats, right? So they win a seat, but they don't they win a seat massively, but that's just 1 seat. And now you've basically used up some of the Democratic voters in creating a very safe district for them in order to create, first 1 and then 2 districts, 2 new districts that will lean towards the Republican, right? And And look, the way that you do this, like, right? I mean, you could just look at the districts and see like which way they're voting, but realistically, what they do instead is they look at racial demographics, and a big racial demographic that is, consistently, leaning to the left are Black people, right? So in order to target voters that will not vote for you and that will vote for your opponent, you're going to create, you're going to kind of like put all the Black people in like 1 district, right? So yeah, it does end up being racist. So in trying to take away 2 votes from the Democrats as the Republican Party of Wyoming, we're, because it's easier, we're going to we're also going to, take away like representation from, essentially we're going to disenfranchise Black people in order to do that. That's how it's been done. And this comes when it comes to like eliminating voters from the rolls. This is how they do it, right? They use racism to get partisan results, in other words. Anyway, chat, too much time on the thing there. I am supposed to hype train got started. Hype train was completed. Who did the hype train? Theory bra with the prime. And look at that, 2 Twitch chatters used primes. Neither of them paid a cent. That's no money out of your pocket, Theory bra. No money out of your pocket, Uzub KS. And you still advanced the ticker like 6 points. Size next to color, yes. Okay, anyway, I don't want to get hung up on the paint segment. You can use the select tool to surround what you want to delete and then press the delete on your keyboard. Okay, the other thing that I've got to count is what happened on the YouTube side of things. No sleep till confetti. That's right. All right, so where are we at now? Yeah, anyway, if I want to do that segment, I'm going to have to set it up. I'll probably maybe I'll do it as a video. Cuz I feel like there's some people legitimately who don't understand the concept of redistricting. But yeah, the TLDR chat is that in an attempt to make it so that there are more districts where centrist Democrats are safe, will not get AOC'd. They created districts that were easier for Republicans to win.
$9.99. Oh no, disenfranchising black peoples and getting more House seats, that must be so difficult decision for American politicians to make. I bet that really keeps them up at night.
Yeah, I bet they really feel bad about that. Yeah, that's right. That's what they're confessing in to their priest in the booth when they go in there. So we're at 98 now. Or 99, I think. 99 is the correct. I think. But yeah, I mean, basically the deal is that because blackness is a marker for propensity to vote Democratic, just because of mainly the Republican Southern strategy, they target black voters and try to reduce their representation in order to get more Republican representation.
Women.
So so now I just confused two white women, so that's good.
say white.
White.
All right, there you go. Because you say all sorts of slurs. You need to start being more aggressive against your white people. All right, so what is it with white people these days?
They're pissed off.
They're always pissed about something. Anyway, I think that you should have been more aggressive in signaling, not necessarily to get Manchin to adopt some like socialist policy. And let's again put in context, we're not arguing for socialist policies. We're arguing for Biden's own agenda, right? Like his own stated agenda that he ran on. So a lot of people are conflating this like, oh, you wanted him to fight like tooth and nail for some crazy socialist aspiration. That's not what's going on. We're just fighting for Biden's agenda. I don't think that you be more aggressive, and certainly I'm not going to take the maximal like call your DOJ and sick him on Joe Manchin, like do all this crazy shit. And I'm just saying, I think that is to signal to the base, signal to the people that you give a shit. And I think that is where Biden undoubtedly left some chips on the table where he could have looked like he gave a shit more than he did. That's all we're saying. I think it's a modest point and something that Hutch should really agree to. I think you would agree to it.
I think it's just lost in the noise of the debate because the Vanguard boys are basically saying like this specific tactic, and you guys generally agree that Democrats should stop being wussies. But then that kind of gets mixed as an endorsement for the specific tactic.
Yeah, I think that's right. Yeah.
Yeah, this is so confused the way that they're explaining it. I think I understand what they're talking about, though. What they're saying is that there's going hard against the Republicans, as in, look, Gavin Newsom is a great example of what we're talking about here. Gavin Newsom is moving towards the center. In other words, he's going from being less like Trump to being more like Trump on a myriad of issues. All right? So in the sense of, he's following the Republicans in terms of their policy. But in terms of his rhetoric, he is campaigning against the Republicans. He is talking about Trump's weak points. He is engaging with Trump rhetorically, with the Republicans rhetorically, in a strong way, rather than saying like we need to come together and find some common ground. He's saying these people are fucking up our country. Trump's tariffs are going to ruin our economy. So it's the difference between whether you're going to be strong in terms of you're going to be, you know, politically progressive, or whether you're going to be strong in terms of your rhetoric. I think that's what they're trying to indicate.
It's the emotional argumentation rather than the
What
logical
we're actually saying
of what's being stated.
Yeah, I totally agree with that assessment, Connor. But that's what frustrates me, because then we go out and say it and we're like, we do agree with Hutch on the micro points that you're not moving Manchin on $15 minimum wage, that you're not really going to be able to, you can't bully Manchin. I even say specifically in the debate, you can't bully Manchin. You can't bully Manchin. I say it in the debate, but it doesn't matter. They'll still maintain that we quote, that we betrayed Hutch. I've seen that so often, and there's massive
That's
threats.
the most entertaining part of the content too, by the way, is when the more, I guess, moderate or centrist liberal is fighting the progressives. That's the content. So people are like, oh, Hutch is going to get bullied off the program. And I'm like, dude, this is the best content that they produce because it actually has spice.
No, but listen, I don't deny, like, I thought it was a fun thing to do in the moment. But what I see and what, like, is fucking annoying is these massive threads, like, they are gaslighting Hutch. Point to me one instance of us gaslighting Hutch. That they are
okay. Talk about that in a second.
Doing something, doing something improper, or like lying to Hutch, or at least I'll speak for myself. I know that Econoboy has recently come out as a socialist. All right, I don't want to, and that his identity. He can come out.
He identifies as a socialist. I'm so sick of hearing like progressive people like say like identify as something when we're not talking about identity. Like, no, he's a socialist. Okay, you don't need to say identify as a. Anyway, that's not anyway. I'm sorry. Pisco's not the person I have a problem with. It's just like the massive progressives that like when they hear identify, in terms of speaking of gender identity, they're like, ooh, cool thing. I'm gonna apply it to literally everything now. I identify as a Democrat. Okay, or you are a Democrat, or you vote as a Democrat, or you're more disposed to the Democratic set of policies, and right. I don't know. It's silly. It's silly.
Now, I am certainly not a communist. I'm not a socialist.
What did I want to do? I wanted to wait. There was something that Pisco said.
Point to me one instance of us gaslighting Hutch.
Okay, so yeah, the gaslighting. All right. So no, what you're dealing with, Pisco, it's very simple. Hutch is representing the DGG ideology. It's liberal, maybe a little bit socially progressive in the issues that you can be socially progressive in without being called a SJW, and it's it's economically fairly conservative, fairly anti-communist, right? Hutch is the platonic ideal of a destiny, orbiter, and you. Straighterade, let's see, Pondering Politics, Econoboy. Am I leaving anyone out here, chat? I feel like there's somebody that I'm forgetting. Anyway, apologies to the other live and learn person that I'm leaving out here. But you are to the left of the platonic ideal of a destiny orbiter, right? But yet you find it efficacious to roll with this crew, to be in this orbit, and some of you like Pisco and Straighterade maybe have stepped away, have formally denounced Destiny and what he's doing, and how he runs his orbit, how he exploits people in that orbit, but others haven't. But it's just the reason that you're getting this criticism, like Pisco, this shit about like you're gaslighting me. This is what they say to us. This is what Destiny says to us. Like, this is what Destiny's community says when somebody like me debates somebody like Destiny. Oh my God, she's fucking gaslighting. Oh my God, she doesn't think that the protesters burned Portland down. She's gaslighting us. You're just getting the same arguments. The reason you're getting these shit arguments, Pisco, is because you're fucking still hanging with a bunch of Dorbiters. You're still you left DGG, but not really. That's why. It's just an effect of like where you came from, right? And look, I like that there's a group of DGGers that are moving away from that. Like, because what I care about more than who your friends are your ideology. I do have a little bit of, I gotta kind of put a little scarlet asterisk on all of you though, because I know that even when Destiny people are saying things that sound good, you know, there's like a part of them that's you know, that's fundamentally conservative, that's fundamentally McCarthyite, right? And so like I don't exactly trust you or Straighter Aid or you know, Econo Boy or anybody, even though I'm happy that you, for your transition into a social democrat. I mean, that I love that for you, right? But yeah, this is why you're getting that shit. This is why you're getting that shit, because you're still like tangential, you're still orthogonal to DGG, right? So the shit that Hutch's viewership is saying, and chat, it's not Hutch's viewership. It's fucking Destiny people that don't want to call themselves Destiny people, right? That's who Hutch's viewership. Hutch is not charismatic. Hutch is not talented. Hutch is not smart. Hutch is pretty fucking useless, but he serves as a vessel for the Destiny point of view, for the Platonic ideal of the Destiny orbiter that doesn't have the Destiny baggage. That's all. That's all. That's why he has, you know, I don't know, 300, 400 people in his chat instead of 30 or 40 people like tomfoolery, okay? Right? Because he serves as you know, a vessel essentially for a group that is largely discredited and largely quarantined, and for good reason. After seeing what they did to Twitch politics, I would say for fucking good reason, and that's the reason that I can't take that asterisk off your name yet, Pisco or Straighter Aid or anyone else. Even though, like, I love that we got some dissension within the ranks, right? There was a time in Destiny's orbit where you just couldn't say shit like this, where you would make yourself the target of hate by just saying that. And Pisco does make himself the target of hate, but Pisco does get a lot of hate, right? And you do get those comments like, "Oh, you're gaslighting Hutch," right? But understand where that fucking comes from. It's from rolling with the dogs, Pisco, and you're like, holy shit, Connor, I found a flea. No shit, you found a flea. No shit, you found a flea. Come on.
That they are...
We'll talk about that in a second.
Doing something, yeah, sure. Doing something improper or like lying to Hutch, or at least I'll speak for myself. I know that Econo Boy has recently come out as a socialist, all right? I don't want to... And that his identity, he can come out. I am certainly not a communist. I am not a socialist. The way they're trying to paint it is bad faith, gaslighting. They're becoming tankies. They're building bridges with tankies. And that is what I take issue with. And also that like we're betraying Hutch. And there's no substantiation for that point. It's
Look, the reason that they don't like you building bridge with tankies, right? Which obviously the Vanguard aren't tankies, and Pisco knows this, right? But the reason, look, this is part of their project. This is part of their project. If you want to move the Overton window to the right, you marginalize the far left, right? Which I don't feel like Bernie, you know, socialists or, you know, social democrats, I don't regard them as being far left. Like, we're talking about the Vanguard boys, chat. We're talking about the Vanguard boys. Look, if they got that you know, communist socialist dog in them, they are keeping those cards close to their chests, right? If they've got those beliefs, right? They're not what they talk about most of the time. Most of the time, what they talk about is electoral politics, and they are on the left of the Democratic Party, maybe even to the left of people like AOC and Bernie, right? But they're not they may be the Vanguard, but they're not the Vanguard. They're not revolutionaries. They're not Marxists. They're not, like, I've talked to them about this stuff. They don't know anything about. They neither know nor care about anything, you know, in terms of, you know, Marxian economics theory, etc. They sometimes sort of end up on the same, like, you know, note as those of us on the left. But, you know, what they're doing is essentially trying to pull the Democratic Party to the left. And yeah, that's a noble goal to have. But don't try to make them out like they're further to the left than they actually are. Right, there's like people don't really know what a tanky is if they believe that it's not both of them. Biva, to be fair, I don't think that Pisco thinks that the Vanguard are tankies at all. In fact, most of that Live and Learn podcast is pretty okay. They might not agree with everything that the Vanguard are saying, but they regard the Vanguard as allies, right? They're both trying to reach the same goal, and they are, right? If you're a progressive, you're trying to make the Democratic Party, even if you're like pragmatic, right? There's a reason to want to pull the Democratic Party further to the left, right? Because the reason that they're losing is because they are tacking along with the Republicans. When the Republicans move right, they move right too. They know no other strategy. They know no other strategy. They can't lead. They can't use the bully pulpit. They will always be followers because the Republicans will use framing to their advantage and the Democrats will not use framing. The Democrats will try to just echo whatever they think the consensus is.
All kind of vibes, but I want to hear your reaction.
I think as long as you guys effectively make, like, you guys should probably talk amongst yourselves. I'm sure you do. If you have a group chat or whatever, basically, I think it just needs to be, we're in a coalition together. We're all pushing for the same direction. We disagree with each other, but when we're on stream, we're just bantering. Like, obviously, we're talking about serious shit. We're talking about policy. We're doing this. We're doing that. But it's bait.
Oh no, we don't take. Sure.
I
don't think we take it. Like, we're shooting the shit in the chat this entire time. Like we are maintaining healthy, good relationships off stream. For me, it's not so much us and Hutch in that relationship, where if there was an issue there, we would handle it offline, but we're like totally good behind the scenes. We're texting each other, we're sending memes, all that stuff. What I'm like, the narrative from others, like not me with Hutch, it's me and other people making these, what I take to be false smears, that you are a communist, you're a socialist, you betrayed Hutch, you're gaslighting Hutch.
It's because you're hanging out with Aaron. That's why. It's because you're hanging out with Aaron, and she's obviously
what does that have to do with anything?
Communist. Yeah. Well, I'll tell you, the exterior narrative is that Pisco is becoming more progressive, more lefty. He's doing apologia for far lefties because he's hanging out with Aaron and he's hanging out with the Vanguard boys and he's hanging out with Kyle Kulinski, and they're slowly poisoning his brain and rotting him.
Okay, but one, that is super condescending to me. It
is. It totally denies your agency.
This is the frustration with dealing with Twitch chat and YouTube chat at the same time. So the Vanguard are YouTubers. They are former Jimmy Dore orbiters a long time ago, back before Jimmy Dore was quite as, blatantly right wing as he is now. They were Bernie-crats, progressives, we're kind of cool with the Jimmy Dore community until the Jimmy Dore community went like off the rails, at which point they called out Jimmy Dore, right? They called out their, source of clout, which, is admirable, because having been somebody who did the same thing with Dylan Burns, you lose a massive part of your community if, you've sort of benefited from proximity to someone like they did with Jimmy Dore. So they, when Jimmy Dore was talking nonsense, they stood up and said, "This is fucking nonsense. This is fucking bullshit," right? Since then they've just been kind of progressive prognosticators of politics, I guess. Zach was on Dan from the Internet Show today, squashing the beef. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I did see some shit get talked about the Vanguard over there. To be honest, I'm not sure what the beef was. Oh God. Yeah, I don't know what that beef is about either. I did notice that Dan was no fan of the Vanguard. Cavernacle video made me side eye the Vanguard. Oh, did Cavernacle call them out? Wait, is he calling Kyle Kulinski a cult leader? Oh, that's wild. But yeah, I mean, they're in the vein of like Kyle Kulinski, right? If you want to know what the Vanguard's politics are, it's pretty close to Kyle Kulinski, maybe a little bit more on like the social democrat tip, but yeah, pretty close to Kyle. And yeah, they're getting called Tankies, which is a like back in the day, it meant that communists who still supported, communist governments that had shown some sort of authoritarian.
Cliff super chatted $9.99. Radical communist Kyle Kalunsky. I like Kyle. I think he's useful, but saying he's a tanky is strangest thing I've heard.
It is some weird shit to call Kyle Kalinske a tanky, right? If I have any criticism for the Kyle Kalinskis of the world, it's that they're not anti-capitalist enough, not that they are some kind of radical revolutionary vanguard. I mean, that is absolutely fucking wild. It's wild for them to say that about the Vanguard. It's wild for them to say that about Kyle. So yeah, hopefully that has everything. Yeah, hopefully that fills in people's gaps over on Twitch.
My goal is to move them. All right, my goal on Crystal and Kyle is to get them to care more about. And first of all, for Crystal and Kyle, I think they do care. I legitimately think they do care. And Crystal has said to me and publicly that also, like, the liberals were right all along to be worried about rights and these kind of norms. She even says directly, she goes, I used to laugh about the norm, but now seeing Trump 2.0, like, actually the libs were right about the norms. And so I think they've already moved closer to us in some of these respects. And so my whole goal is to, hey, I think Erin, the reason why I'm doing content with her is because she's funny. Because she's fun.
Yeah, so, like, look, I mean, yeah, the meaning of tanky isn't really, it has been bastardized, right? Dark Sparkle is talking about people who kind of like LARP as Stalinists or, you know, whatever. But in terms of the way that you'll hear it used and the people that you're hearing it say the word tanky the most, right? Are going to be people that have that anti-communist dog in them, like Connor, right? People with a little bit of McCarthy in them, that want it to go back to the boomer consensus, where the far left was progressive or really like extremely liberal, and the far right was, I don't know, you know, libertarian, right? They want to go back to the, you know, pre 2000 politics, which, you know, is kind of silly. So yeah, when people get called tanky now, it's often not, it doesn't correspond with like, you are a Lysenkoist, for instance. That's one of the things that I brought up. A pretty obvious fault of the you know, USSR under Stalin was a theory that will be, you know, based on, they made science ideological, right? In saying that I don't like Darwinism because it seems too hierarchical. We got to have something else. We got to eschew Darwin because Darwin is obviously like, this is like cultural, you know, it's almost like they're saying it's cultural liberalism or cultural capitalism, right? So they got this guy named Lysenko who traced his lineage, you know, or his philosophy of genetics back to Lamarck rather than to Darwin. And Lamarck's the guy that thought the reason the giraffe's neck is long is because at some point the only good fruit was high in trees. The giraffe stretched his neck to get that fruit, stretched his neck as the fruit got higher and higher, and it ended up with a rather long neck over his lifetime. So in other words, the change in like evolution is coming, you know, is occurring to an organism during its lifetime. And then once that organism has progeny, has children, you know, those children are going to have those characteristics, right? Because that giraffe stretched its neck out, the giraffe's children are going to have long necks, right? Rather than, you know, the classical Darwinian view that some giraffes have longer necks, some giraffes have shorter necks. When the fruit is up high, that's going to select for giraffes with longer necks. So the giraffes with shorter necks were less likely to survive, were less likely to breed, and hence the giraffe that we see today has a very long neck, right? So yeah, that's an example of some ridiculousness, you know, from the USSR that I think everyone could agree with.
Debbie Cliff super chatted $9.99. Every time I walk through Manhattan for work, I think become more of a Maoist.
God damn, that'll do it to you. That will definitely do it to you. Yeah, the East Coast or the West Coast actually will do it to you. Every time I price apartments in Seattle, you know, I got the same itch. But yeah, so so like a tanky would be somebody that is just like utterly supportive of failures of previous forms of communism or socialism or transitory governments going towards that sort of thing, that but nobody uses it like that. People who use the words tanky are just saying they don't like communism. They don't like it. They don't want it to be on the Overton window. They don't want it to be an option. They would rather go back to the day where being a tanky being a communist, being a socialist took you out of society. You're not normal. Like, there's a Seinfeld episode, right, where Elaine's dating somebody who is a communist, and they're all like, "Oh, but that must be strange for them, considering that we won and they lost. How could you be a communist? Oh, look, the guy wears drab olive clothes. Like, right? It's I don't want to say that it's been co-opted by right-wingers to mean all socialist, but there is definitely not by right-wingers, even by liberals, by anti-communist, anti-socialist liberals. Definitely a wing of communists who are against democracy. I don't know what else to call them. I mean, look, there is like, tanky Twitter, for instance, right? There are there are people out there that that rather than critiquing and grasping the nuance of previous forms of socialism or communism, they just want to wave that flag, right? But they're not the problem. There's so few of those people, right? And in a second here, you're going to see what Pisco thinks a tanky is, and it's really interesting because he's off base too. He's way off base as well. Caleb Maupin, there we go. There's a good example. Although, actually, I'm gonna dispute that, Biva. I'm gonna dispute that for a particular reason. Caleb Maupin is one of the patriotic socialist. What did they call themselves? The MAGA communist, the patriotic socialist, etc., etc. These are third positionists, right? Caleb Maupin, Infrared Haas, Jackson Hinkle will get called tankies. Now, they are reprehensible people. They deserve some kind of pejorative. However, tanky is not the right pejorative. Every time you call Infrared Haas a tanky, he fucking ejaculates. He fucking shoots ropes all over the place. Like, that's his favorite thing. You're his best friend if you're going to call Infrared Haas a tanky, because that's what he's LARPing as. His game is to present as an authoritarian communist while holding a philosophy that is a mix of fascism and with maybe some socialist aesthetics, right? He's playing a completely different game, right? His heroes are Nazguls from Russia, like Alexander Dugin, right? That's where his like lineage really comes from. So this is although guys like Haas, guys like Maupin, guys or people, even people like Peter Coffin, will sort of drape themselves in those like, Soviet aesthetics or whatever. They're wolves in sheep's clothing. Those people aren't even on the left. And I'm not saying as in like a horseshoe theory thing. I'm not saying they're so far left that they came around to the right again. I am saying that they are fascists masquerading as being far leftists, and that if you use a pejorative towards them that says the problem with you is you're too far left, the problem with you is you want communism so bad that you're a fucking authoritarian for it, you are helping them to infiltrate those movements, right? Which, like I said, aren't huge. There's not a lot of people that are Stalinists, like legit, right? That's not a large cohort.
And because like it's like back and forth banter, it's a different kind of content.
Yeah, he's like Spider-Man with his pants off when you call him a tanky. Exactly, Crotchy.
I usually do. Like, oftentimes my content is like very dry, and it's like just like going over legal stuff, and I think Aaron gives me opportunity to show my personality, and it would have a little bit more fun banter. than on my normal streams. And so it's just a very different thing. It's not about me
Yeah, no, it's definitely leftist purity testing.
becoming more a communist or anything. And that same kind of guilt by association would apply to you. Like you hung out with Lauren Southern, and you had a bunch of stuff with Lauren Southern. You had a bunch of stuff with all different people, right? Brianna Wu, all these other people. That didn't mean that you were like becoming them just because of your association. It's because you think that there's something to be gained.
I caught all kinds of shit for that. And you know,
but you fought against it.
So. Yeah,
like chat. Look, I've gotten a lot of shit from Tanky Twitter back in the day. I don't talk about this, right? Because my fight is not with Tanky Twitter. My issue is not with people that spend too much time living in the past. All right, let's just say, and that's why you don't hear me talk about them a lot. I did in the past. I did in the past, and I feel like that was a mistake.
Expectedly so. So it's not a big deal. The main thing though that I would say though is that it seems like there is a misbalance on the show.
But yeah, I want people to understand like the authoritarian like socialists and communists for what they are. People whose ideology is tinged with certain flags and certain credos and certain slogans for what they are, and be able to criticize them on the level of criticism that's appropriate, rather than go for these conflations of third positionists or national Bolsheviks or other forms of fascist right-wingers who might adopt. I mean, we're gonna have to deal with a lot of this. Look, Bannon is adopting a lot of working class aesthetics, a lot of leftist aesthetics, right, into his movement. And because the Democrats have like purged these people from the party, it makes his job so much easier. Tankies only exist on the internet or in my family,
where pondering seems to be a facilitator of conversation.
Ponder.
Jumps.
It's just funny.
Josiah. Josiah seems to be more of like a facilitator.
We're already in an authoritarian oligarchy. Fascism isn't coming down the pipeline. It's here. Yeah, that's exactly right. That's exactly. If you're worried about a socialist or communist authoritarian government, you don't have your eye on the ball. You're not paying attention to what you should be paying attention to. And I'm saying this as somebody, who is beefed with actual, people that I guess you could call tankies. I don't feel it necessary to use the pejorative towards them. If I have I'll elucidate my disagreements with them. But I'm not, just because preoccupation with tankies tends to it signals like it's a red flag that sort of labels you as like an anti-communist, right? And that's not what I'm trying to do. That's not what I'm against. That's not. So I've dealt with people tanky Twitter giving me a lot of shit before, and I've also dealt with people calling me a tanky, right? Because I'm too far left. So it's I just.
Facilitator, where once he sees like the conversation break down, he'll try to like make the points in order to get the conversation moving forward.
Morbius Dragon, Astoria, Oregon is fucking beautiful. That is one of my favorite areas of the country.
Again, but he doesn't seem to be like jumping in on Hutch's side and throwing a fucking elbow from the sidelines, which just might not be his personality. But
I'm sorry, chat. I keep on talking way too much. I will try to I'll try to live up to my moniker a little bit better.
Is that it seems like there is a misbalance on the show where pondering seems to be a facilitator of conversation.
Ponder.
Jumps.
It's just funny.
Pondering politics, Josiah. That's who we're talking about. This guy's a friend of the Vanguard, and look, his content is very liberal, right? If Bill Maher roasts a conservative, pondering politics will glaze Bill Maher up. So he's definitely, looks to be to the right of people like the Vanguard, but in reality, I feel like he just sort of limits his rhetoric to just bog standard liberal issues more than anything.
Josiah.
Yeah.
Josiah seems to be more of like a facilitator, where once he sees like the conversation break down, he'll try to like make the points in order to get the conversation moving forward again. But he doesn't seem to be like jumping in on Hutch's side and throwing a fucking elbow from the sidelines, which just might not be his personality. But that's where it feels like the show is a little bit unbalanced, because it seems that you and Econo Boy oftentimes see eye to eye, and so you're throwing elbows at Hutch. Hutch is doing a great job, in my opinion, in throwing fucking elbows back, but it feels like a 2.5v1, where Pondering is trying to split the difference. You and Econo Boy are on the same page, and then Hutch is like the lone, you know, he doesn't like being called like a moderate liberal, but he's like the lone moderate liberal, just like throwing fucking punches in every direction. That's what it feels like.
But I don't view it like ideologically, right? This is what I don't understand. It feels that Hutch maybe is more moderate, maybe more centrist on some of the disagreements we're having. But like the disagreements are kind of like about tactically, how does Biden best promote his own agenda, right? That's basically our argument in this specific instance. Isn't about what the agenda should be, right? We're all kind of agreed. We're behind the Biden agenda. At least with respect
to... I want to talk about AOC, and the Vanguard is proximately more allies than Rob Noor line of argumentation.
Oh, really? You want to go there? Okay.
Another blast from the past, chat. Fun fact, chat. Rob Noor was the guy that I was talking to Dylan Burns about when we had our big blow up, and Dylan decided to try to like purge me from the from Twitch, from, you know, like, right, tried to completely destroy my channel, right? The argument was about Rob Noor, specifically Dylan's propensity to... Rob Noor is a right-wing bigot, all right, especially about trans stuff. And Dylan needed right-wingers to make his hippy-dippy work, right? His idea was we bring on three right-wingers, 3 left-wingers, or sometimes it was 4 and 4, and just like have them have it out. And because there just weren't a lot of right-wingers on Twitch that weren't actual Nazis or hadn't gotten banned, or, you know, one of the guys that he brought on, I think, ended up being a Proud Boy. He was just desperate for anyone that he could find, and he found Rob Noor. Rob Noor was a truck rant guy, like one of those Republicans that gets in his truck and is like, you know what pisses me off? These communist invading radicals, right? He was one of those. He's exactly like the communist. In fact, he kind of looks like the communist invading radical guy, right? So that was Rob Noor, and I just wanted to, you know, like my whole point with Dylan was like, look, you know, if you're gonna bring this guy on, which I wasn't telling him not to. I was saying, if you're going to bring him on, it is incumbent upon you to not let him gish gallop on trans point, on like rhetoric against trans people, right? Gish galloping is when you try to, in your, you know, when you have your say in a debate, you try to make, instead of making like 2 or 3 points, you try to make, you know, 10 to 15 points. And there's just no way that anybody can push back against all of that stuff. So the person is left with the choice of like, how do I triage? Which ones of these points do I think are most important to debunk? And which ones of these points can I ignore? That's dangerous, because when you essentially had a transphobe that knew more about trans issues than the liberals, than the progressives on the panel. So he would bring up stuff that just these people had never heard of, had no idea how to defend against, and they just leave that shit on the board. And I was like, look, dude, you got to keep it. You got to keep him to, like, you know, a normal amount of points. Otherwise, you're digging up all these cans of worms that never get dealt with. And you're leaving your naive liberal audience with some misperceptions of like, oh, maybe there really is a issue, you know, with women's spaces. Maybe there really is an issue with, like, you know, like whatever he's bringing up. Right. Yeah, that was the whole thing. So yeah, Rob Noor is that guy. And that's who Connor here is trying to say, look, we can only afford to appeal to one side. We can try to get the radical left on our side, the Vanguard, Crystal and Kyle, like, right, that's really who he's talking about. We can try to get those people on our side, or we can try to get Rob Noor on our side. I think Rob Noor is a more valuable target. I think that, pragmatically speaking, we should go for him. which is wild given the fact that, you know, Crystal, Kyle, the Vanguard, all these people that they're calling Tankies, which shows you how ridiculous that fucking, you know, label has become, how it's lost all meaning entirely. We're gonna cut them off, right? Because they'll never possibly vote for Kamala, even though all of these people did. All these people voted for Kamala at the end of the day. Instead of that, we're gonna try to get a Trump supporting transphobe like Rob Noor to vote with us by being like, look, you know, the trans issues, we don't really care about that so much. Yeah, definitely Tiesler shouldn't be playing sports. Definitely, you know, like, right, they just like cede a whole bunch of ground on, you know, they throw people under the bus. I mean, this is Rahm Emanuel. This is Gavin Newsom. This is classic. Yeah, chat's posting shit. This is shit libbery. These are the shit libs of shit libs, right? Unironically worse than Vosh. Unironically worse than Vosh. And in some cases worse than Destiny. But I mean, this is why I call him an op. This is why I say he's like, hello, fellow progressives. Hello, fellow coalition members, anti-Trump coalition. You want to make a good anti-Trump coalition? Listen, we got to get Tim Pool on our side. We got to get Rob Noor on our side. What's that going to take? Throwing trans people under the bus. This motherfucker is an op. He's giving a device that doesn't work pragmatically, and that also, is like dilutes your, you know, your policy and dilutes your coalition. Right? The left is about building coalitions. You can't build coalitions when you're seeing people that were in your coalition yesterday get thrown under the bus because now their issue isn't polling as well. Somebody has reframed this thing to like, oh, isn't it really unfair to have men compete in women's sports? Isn't that really unfair? And you're just gonna, instead of, you can't use the bully pulpit and reframe that. You can't talk about the fact that, you know, trans athletes are like on hormones, you know, like, right. You gotta just surrender that issue. And what do you get in return? You get Rob Noor to vote with you. I'm sorry, but the kind of Democratic Party that could get Rob Noor's vote is so damn similar to the Republican Party that you have just, you know, that's why I call these people ops. That's why I think they're not on the level, right? That and the fact that he was, you know, this is Brianna Wu's manservant here, right? This is what he's done. This is who he hangs with, right? This is where he's coming from.
Okay, yeah, let's go.
But I think I can demonstrate to you. I literally made a drawing. I could.
Oh, here we go, chat. Cursed drawing. Are you ready for this?
Show you the breakdown, but if you have something else to share on that point, share.
Well, I
share
just want to say,
I just wanted to say that I wanted to do that at some point.
I think if you actually are objective and looking at the points of disagreements, they're not like, which should we have Medicare for all or not Medicare for all? Should we be in favor of stopping all funds to Israel, or should we be in favor of, you know, maybe just doing a tiered approach, or we're taking away certain kinds of funds, or maybe we're having, maybe it's a full relationship. Like, those aren't the disagreements that Hutch is having with me and a convoy. The disagreements are like, how do we best promote Biden's agenda? How do we best promote Democrats? And none of that is like an ideological battle. It's kind of like a strategic, tactical battle. And so to put it in terms of moderate versus not moderate, you're muted, by the way, if you wanted to say that. Moderate versus not moderate.
I was going to say I disagree.
Okay, go for it.
Oh, well, actually, if you'll indulge me, I'll share this with you.
Yeah.
Because I actually think that we are at mildly opposed tactical and strategic goals, and I think I'm actually aligned with Hutch.
Okay, so chat question. He's put up that chart. I think that's as big as it's gonna get. Do you need me to I don't know, maybe make a bigger version of that? Like, would it help if I let's see. This, and then this, and then let me show you, like, Let's see how much I can increase the dimensions of this. Hopefully he doesn't change the MS Paint. Look, as much as I want to make fun of this guy for MS Paint skills, I just showed that mine are pretty lacking too. So I won't. I'll resist the urge. All right, so here we go. This is Connor's chart. All right, what do we got here? Over on the left, we got FL. I think that stands for far left. We got progressive.
Davy Cliff super chatted $9.99. The funniest part is that they will sell out all the groups, but then the moderate Republicans will still just vote Republican because being party loyalty, even if the Dems did just same sat the stuff.
Yeah, like I don't know where they're getting this idea that I don't know where they're getting this idea that that any of these votes that they're targeting with the Tim Pools and the Rob Noors of the world are like even gettable, right? These people have shown no propensity to vote. Like you're talking about people like this voting for a Democrat. That I hate to say it, but that is never going to happen. That is just not in the real world. And why? Because we think that Hassan is going to vote for Jill. What the fuck is her name? Jill Stein. Yeah, we think that Hassan is going to vote for Jill Stein, who he hates. We think that the Vanguard is going to vote PSL, and you just make up this whole fucking headcanon about these people. Like, this is why we can't, care about them. This is why it's not worth it to go after these votes, right? Or to like do something like, I don't know, maybe change the democratic rhetoric and policy on Gaza, right? Well, we can't do that because those people will never. You can never satisfy those people. Bullshit, right? The people that you can't satisfy are going to be on the far right.
Or than I am with you. But if you'll look at my beautiful drawing, I'm going to make it big on my screen.
Yeah, I'm making it big.
Effectively, what's that?
I just made it big as well.
Oh no, you did make it big. God damn it.
The L in the top left.
God damn it. Pisco, you're better than I thought. Yeah. Wait, let's see. Let's just see what it looks like on Pisco. Okay, yeah. Pisco did exactly what I did. Okay. Never mind, chat. That was all for naught. All for naught.
R in the top right is obviously left and right. This is the political spectrum. FL is far left. Prague is...
I thought it was Fruity Loops. Are you sure? Progressive trance, Fruity Loops, progressive trance.
Progressive. Lib is lib. Lib on the right is libertarian, moderates, and neoconservative. Then I put contrarians, then I put MAGA.
Oh, this is fucking wild. This is fucking wild. Libertarians somehow become center left. Do you see how fucked up this Overton window is? And he hasn't even cut off the far left, which is what he's saying that he wants to do. You see how fucked up this is? This puts Ron Paul smack dab in the center. What kind of shit is this? What kind of garbage are we looking at here? Run into some unshakable people on the left, but it's still worth trying. Yeah, and look, there's some people, like, if your family got killed in Gaza, or if, you know what I'm saying? And telling that person to vote for Kamala Harris, who is, cannot help but, dabbing up Liz Cheney and talking about the most lethal military on the planet, right? I'm sorry, but yeah, you're gonna have trouble getting that person, and it's for understandable reasons.
The big box is actually the coalition that I want to build.
Okay.
And so if you want to win that person, your best bet is to push the Democratic candidate to actually have some fucking conviction.
I want to take sensible progressives, sensible liberals, libertarians, moderates, neoconservatives, and some of the contrarians that we can win back. And I want to say that MAGA is effectively rat poison that's killing the country. And this is the coalition that I want to build. However, if the Vanguard are Marxist-Leninists, or if...
I love that he goes to all this trouble to make a chart with the assumption that, well, they are called the Vanguard. They must be Marxist-Leninists. And yeah, with
Hassan Piker or Ogre Boy or Vosh or whatever are far leftists, then they're not part of my coalition. And I would actually...
Chat, who's Ogre Boy again? Is that like a Hassan mod?
Davy Cliff super chatted $9.
I'm trying to remember.
99¢. Honestly, the moderate Republican who will switch feels like the exact same imaginary fantasy when Republicans say there is going to be a red wave in black communities. It's all just pixie dust.
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. What the Republicans had was more, they had more of Gen Z males, of Gen Z guys voting with them, right? And some of those Gen Z guys were black. So when you saw the, you know, the stats in the end, you saw Trump pick up a few points, you know, I feel so weird when I say the black vote, because it's like the kind of people that talk about the black vote are generally people who are taking black voters for granted. Yeah, and not thinking of them as people, thinking of them as a vote, as a constituency, as like how do we corral these you know, these like, right, this vote, right? But yeah, for lack of a better term, you know, you saw like a slight movement towards Trump in the black vote, but it was really just an overall movement of younger dudes that watch podcasts and that normally wouldn't be voting. They took some low propensity voters of all descriptions, and they you know, they made them medium propensity, and that's essentially, you know, that was part of Trump's winning formula. Isn't Ogre Boy just a chatter that makes Hutch mauled? I don't know. Is that right? Maybe that's right. I guess I don't know. I remember hearing that name somewhere. All I know is that he hangs out in Straighter Age chat. Ogre Boy does, and is banned from Hutch's. Oh, so maybe Ogre Boy's cool. I don't know. Yeah, Vosh is not exactly someone I think of as far left. Vosh is the guy that came up with riding with Biden. Chat. Dude is not far left by anyone. Dude is nobody's you know, far left streamer.
Ideally, I would like to excise them even if I can't, right?
Yeah.
And so when Josiah, I'm pointing it out on my map, when he says, oh, I'm more proximate to the Vanguard boys.
Someone summoned the Tankies. See, look at this, chat. I control Tankies. This is how it works, right? I'm never beating those allegations of controlling the Tankies as if they were a swarm of ravens and crows. To do my bidding, I say, "Fly, my pretties," and they do my bidding.
Who I put in.
No, it's an old joke. There was some weird person in Sunday's chat a long time ago that I think I was in another streamer's chat that was having a beef with Sunday, and this person was in Sunday's chat like saying, "Oh yeah, NCC is like," I thought she was calling me a tanky, and I was like, oh my God, am I a tanky? Look at, because I was reading their chat. This person comes over to the other chat, comes over to the chat that I'm in and says, actually, NCC, I didn't call you a tanky at all. Quit lying. What I said was that you control the tankies. I think that I was like brigading them somehow without being one. It didn't make a lot of sense, but then again, this person never made a lot of sense. And what really didn't make sense is that Sunday gave this person the power of mod, right? Sunday's got like, look, I don't know. I don't entirely, I get along okay with Sundays, with the cathedral, right? I'm not, you know, when I go over there, they're pretty chill with me. I don't have anything, you know, against them necessarily, but this one mod was, and I think it was because she was a friend of one of Sunday's old friends that's just not around anymore, that hates my guts, had filled her head up with some really strange stories, right, about NCC and her magical control over the tankies. Yeah.
The far left thing, he's technically right that Rob Noor is further away. However, you know, me as like, call me a neocon, call me a conservatarian, whatever, I'm closer.
It's not what I call you, Counterpoints. I call you a wrecker. I call you an op. I call you a crypto. I call you hiding your power level. I call you being way too close with that politics discord. All right.
Closer to him, ideally, than he is to the Vanguard boys. So the argument from Hutch and myself is that if you
I think his chart is incorrect. And now that I look at it, God, there's so much wrong with it's not just the chart, it's his brain. His fucking but then again, chat, like I gotta stop treating him like he's coming at this with good faith. Like there's nothing good faith about this guy. I've debated him. Yeah, no, he's full of shit. He's absolutely part of the op that was trying to marginalize the left back in the day on Twitchpol, and he's doing the same shit. He's doing the same shit. They target somebody that they perceive to be far left, the farthest left acceptable person, and for this like, you know, former DGG orbit of like Pisco, Live and Learn, Hutch, Econoboy, etc. Right, that far left specter is somehow the Vanguard and Crystal and Kyle, right? But yeah, they just whoever's on the farthest left, they target them, they try to excise them, and that causes the Overton window to move to the right. They don't even have to advocate for particularly right-wing positions in order to pull the perspective over to the right. That's what they did with Twitchpol. That's what they're trying to do now. Only problem is Connor has not grown since Twitchpol. Like he's smaller than me at this point, which is an interesting place to find myself, and definitely smaller, way smaller than the Vanguard. Right. So whereas he's still thinking of this as like, yeah, we got to strangle the left in the cradle. You remember like what we did to NZC? Remember that smear that you remember when we successfully smeared somebody that was to the left of us on trans rights and that wanted, you know, Dylan Burns to be better, to actually like live up to, you know, his stated beliefs on trans issues. Yeah, we're going to do that again. We're going to do that again. Only thing is, you're able to successfully dogpile me. You can't dogpile the Vanguard. They're bigger than all of your shitty DGG orbiters combined. Even if you got like, you know, fucking Pisco, Straighterade, and all the rest of the, you know, more left former DGG orbiters on your side, you still would not be able to do to them what you did to me. It's just not going to work. The more you hate on them, the more their community is going to rally around them. So yeah, no, he just remembers, I guess, being more powerful. He remembers being part of a group that was more powerful, that was able to bully people. And it's just not like that anymore, Connor. You have fucking shrank, right? And then you tried to chase clout with Brianna Wu. Look, how did that work out for you? Like, I mean, this guy's kind of pathetic. This guy's kind of pathetic. This is a guy that, like, legitimately, like, his word in Twitchpol circles had like negative material effects on like my viewership, right? He had some power back in the day. He does not have that power anymore, and especially not compared to who he's targeting. So I just find this beautiful karmic justice. Beautiful.
Or play footsie with the far left, you're losing the center right people that you could attract.
I hear what you're saying. Let me respond to a couple.
And when he says center right people, he's talking about Rob Noor. He's talking about Tim Pool. All right, we're gonna get Rob Noor and Tim Pool on our side by throwing who knows how many groups under the bus.
Things. The first is my coalition is anti-MAGA, by and large. I just want people who are anti-MAGA and willing to vote for, excuse me,
our shitty liberal candidate. Yeah,
for the Democratic candidate.
Here's the thing: I will suck it up and vote for the shitty liberal candidate. Right? I don't like it, and I'm definitely not going to bully. You know, like I said, somebody who's had family die in Gaza. I'm not gonna tell them they're a bad person if they don't suck it up and vote for Kamala Harris. But I am, you know, very pragmatic at the end of the day. I don't view my vote as like an endorsement for you know, everything about a candidate. But I also don't limit my political, you know, activities to electoral politics, because that's not sufficient when it comes to fighting fascism. liberalism is not a apt political countermeasure to fascism. Liberalism is in fact very useful, very malleable for the fascists. May still be here for a bit. I just don't feel like being in charge of the abacus.
Candidate. And that's why I'm building bridges with people who range on the spectrum ideologically, but who have expressed a desire or a preference for voting for the Democrat over the Republican.
Infallible foul. Do you want a wrench? I'm trying to look. I know I don't make enough mods, and like, you know, people have different sleeping times, but
in that context, that's a broad tent coalition. And in terms of whether we're closer to you or closer to the Vanguard, I think it depends on what. I think the single
who else was talking about a wrench earlier?
Axis thing that you're pointing at is kind of like a looking at the labels, and so I don't necessarily have a problem with you like putting the labels in the way you're doing it, but I would, for example, consider MAGA like in terms of left right, the traditional economic spectrum. I don't know like how right wing, like a lot of the MAGA people seem like they're okay with planned economies in some instances, right? Like a lot of the time they're okay with like Trump making.
Yeah, but that's when it gets into
is a planned economy like your problem? Is that your problem? Because look, you can have you know, planned economies, yeah, with I don't know. What am I trying to do? Oh yeah, correct. There we go. All right, I just want to make sure that there was one other person too, but I think they said they didn't want they were saying that they were like in all kinds of lefty communities. Oh, pitchforks, it was you, right? I think you said you didn't want to be, yeah, you don't want to be mod. Okay, I'll respect that. Handed it over to BCAT. Nice. Okay. Just making sure we got enough. I just don't want to leave I don't want to leave mods in the lurch. Given that my streaming time is so varied. Wait. Oh my God, I'm so worried. Wait. Let me make sure. What did I say? Infallible foul. Type something. Let me make sure that I hit you with mod and I didn't. Yeah. Okay. Standard moderator. Okay, good. I was worried that you know what's funny is that like the button or the option for modding somebody is right next to the option for banning somebody, which I think is a huge mistake. That's really bad. Like, right? If it's like late at night and I'm not watching what I'm doing and I'm just like, yeah, let me make this person a mod. And like, wait, how come I didn't hear from them for like 5 minutes? It's like, you banned them. You are the abacus. Actually, yeah, you don't really have to be a mod to act as abacus. That's true. Anyway, I know I should be more systematic about this. I just never, you know, I only ever think about adding mods when like we're short on them or something. And so there's probably a lot of, yeah, like I said, don't ever anybody think about being like being mod is not like NCC approves of you, right? Or NCC approves of you more, or if you don't get mod, you know, I don't approve. Like, it's never that. It's always just situational, and I don't know.
A horseshoe.
Yeah, sure. So
I really feel like there should be I should have a better system by now.
So in terms of ideology, I'm definitely closer to you on issues of structure when it comes to like a lot of these.
George Jackson says, why are we watching these guys? Just wait. It's about to get interesting here.
Norms I think of certain rights probably than the Vanguard, but in terms of economic policy, I'm probably way more comfortable with socialized medicine than you are, or I don't know about that, but like, so I don't.
Yeah, somebody asked me that about in chat or whatever. Basically, I don't have a problem with a multi-payer system. I think everybody should have like a basic, decent level of care, and then if you're rich, you can pay for all the fucking extras.
Yeah, so I don't know how far or close I am to you versus Vanguard. I consider it like, if you guys are acknowledging that the Democrat is better.
Yeah, but are the Vanguard, sorry, real quick, are the Vanguard though, are they Marxist-Leninists? Are they Tankies? Are they crypto Tankies? You know, what's that? Because to me, I would view that as effectively the opposite mirror
I'm sorry.
of Christian nationalism. I really would.
Are you a Christian nationalist?
Did you hear the fucking garbage that just came out of Connor's mouth? Actually, that's a good question, Pisco. That's a really good question. I don't know why Pisco said that, but it's making me think that maybe Pisco's a little bit more based than I give him credit for. That's a great question with Counterpoints, right? That would be the thing, right? His whole thing is that he like LARPs as if he is pro working class, but at the same time espouses traditional values. That's Counterpoints rhetoric in a nutshell. Now that rhetoric is very malleable depending on like who he's working with, who he's getting clout from, who's paying him. When he was on with Brianna Wu, for instance, like Brianna Wu's big issue was Roe versus Wade. And he was part of Progressive Victory. This guy was part of Progressive Victory. And yeah, he does have very right-wing social views. And Brianna Wu's whole thing was to like let go some of the left-wing economic priorities in order to kind of focus in on specifically the issue of bodily autonomy, which was taken away by the Supreme Court, right? So he's a weird one, right? And that's why I'm saying he's an op. That's why I'm saying don't trust this guy.
To me, I would view that as effectively the opposite mirror of Christian nationalism. I really would.
Are you a Christian nationalist?
Sorry, what's that?
Are you a Christian nationalist?
No.
Oh.
I'm saying Christian nationalists, authoritarian theocrats. Even let's say that JD Vance was still a never Trump Republican and he had perfect right-wing policy, and I wanted to vote for JD Vance. Well, a Christian nationalist might also vote for JD Vance, but they want to institute a Christian autocracy. They want to destroy the Constitution of the United States. So we might be proximate allies, as Josiah was saying, in the fact that we're both voting for the same candidate.
Yeah, but I'm not going to vote for someone. But
political project.
Yeah. So if the Vanguard start promoting a candidate that I think will cause the breakdown of society, similar to like a Christian nationalist candidate, then I won't support that candidate. Like if I think that there's a candidate from the left who poses an existential threat.
Well, look, it's not horseshoe theory, Mark Gold. Like he's not saying that at some point, like Christian nationalists and I don't know, Marxist Leninists or Soviet apologists or what have you, at some point they're like become the same, like at the far reaches of the spectrum, right? He's saying that they're a mirror image, right? He's going with this fallacy. What is it called, chat? There's a name for this fallacy. The fallacy where you reify the center, right? And you kind of like pretend that the center isn't fungible, isn't malleable, right? You kind of pretend that the center is an objective thing, not just the equidistance between whatever's allowed on the far, the furthest left of the Overton window and what's allowed on the furthest right of the Overton window, right? That's what really creates the center. That's why it's not real, right? You pretend that that it is real and that it's a virtue in and of itself, and then you try to game the system to cut off people on the left so you can move the center to the right and be like, "No, I'm a centrist. I'm a centrist. Don't you support the center? Don't you support the majority of people? Don't you support compromise?" Right? It's a fucking sick game that they're playing. It really is. Duck will be modder. Duck really wants mod.
The MAGA, I'm going to do a different risk calculus there, and I won't support him. But I don't think that, like right now, where we are in terms of the Overton window, whatever you want to say, like we're not even close to fielding a candidate that's like that. Mamdani, I think, is not at all like that.
I don't want to entertain.
Yeah.
I don't want to entertain the shift left. So for instance, I think what Hutch's argumentation, because
should we rewatch that, chat? I'm sorry, I keep on getting distracted, and I want to really take in what he says right here, because this is the key point that just like sort of reveals what the game that this guy is playing is.
Sorry, what's that?
Are you a Christian nationalist?
No.
Oh.
Wait, where does this come from again?
How far?
Davy Cliff super chatted $9.99. I learned about Wu House of Representative campaign and she went to Southie Boston and just ranted about Gamergate and how she takes CB oil to relax now, and that's
oh my
just funny to
god,
me.
that is actually funny. She is kind of funny. Wait, does Chapo's aware of Brianna Wu, right?
Pitchforks super chatted $5. The center you're describing sounds a lot like Stockholm syndrome.
It does.
Rolling on the floor laughing.
Yeah. Oh my god, don't talk about eating Donald Duck, okay? Because if I give Duck mod, then you're gonna be sorry you made jokes about recipes with Duck and in them. But yeah, thank you Davy Cliff for the super chat. Thank you Pitchforks Dragon for the super chat. You know what I should have done? Oh my god, that's what I meant to do. All right, start another goal. I should have done this earlier because you could have almost had this confetti. All right, let's make another goal of 5 super chats for confetti. Yo, Morbius Dragon, thank you for the gifted membership. Mujika, you just got weaseled, and that's a good thing. Felix is the only one who knows about Wu because he's such a poster. Because he's on Twitter so much. Yeah, no. Okay, what am I okay, I think I know what I have to do here. But yeah, like I keep on pausing these guys, like, you know, right when Connor's on his roll. I keep on kind of, you know, making, I don't know. Look, I mean, the fact that I talk so much does make it harder for me to be Ethan Klein in NCC Tanky Division reporting for duty. Damn straight. See, chat, I still control the Tankies. I control all of the Tankies. They do my bidding. I say fly, my pretties, and they roll out in their tanks. I mean, look, I'm hungry too, but I'm gonna be nice to our waterfowl, our resident waterfowl. Whither doth thy what is that? Sorry, chat. I'm remembering a poem called "What to a Waterfowl." What am I just? I'm supposed to add. Being 167 Abacus people. Is that correct? Are we actually on 167? Wait, VP Vox Populi, I got you. Are we glazing Donald Duck up in a bad way? With actual glaze? I don't know about that. I don't know if I can get up on board with look, chat. I'm a vegan, okay? Whither amidst falling dew, while glow the heavens with the last steps of the day, far through the rosy depths doth thou pursue thy solitary way, Donald, thy solitary way. Anyway, chat. 170 is where it should be.
Structure when it comes to like a lot of these norms I think of certain rights probably than the Vanguard, but in terms of economic policy, I'm probably way more comfortable with socialized medicine than you are, or I don't know about that, but like so I don't.
Yeah, somebody asked me that about in chat or whatever. Basically, I don't have a problem with a multi-payer system. I think everybody should have like a basic decent level of care, and then if you're rich, you can pay for all the fucking extras.
Yeah, so I don't know how far.
I fucking hate that. I hate that mentality. I hate the mentality that looks at life as like a question that commodifies life. That's what we're doing here. That's what we're doing here. Prachi, if I wasn't vegan, I'd probably be gaining some major weight over here. they have they're like Thai cuisine is so much about like pork belly and fish and shrimp and crab. There's like if you're into that stuff, there's like so much in the culinary culture like I haven't seen a lot of duck. I haven't seen a lot of duck being served, but I may just not be looking in the right place. But yeah, there's a huge like meat culture here. Did I even rewind it? Oh my god, chat, I'm so confused. Burbs aren't real.
Or close I am to you versus Vanguard. I consider it like, if you guys are acknowledging that the Democrat is better.
Yeah, but are the Vanguard, sorry, real quick, are the Vanguard, though, are they Marxist-Leninists? Are they Tankies? Are they crypto-Tankies? You know what?
There we go.
You know, what's that? Because to me, I would view that as effectively the opposite mirror of...
So look, to just reduce this for you down to a simpler description, right? Connor is watching this shit from afar, right? He wants to play, he wants to be with the big boys. He remembers mattering. He remembers making statements and people caring about what he had to say. He remembers not being a joke before he sold his soul to Brianna Wu. And he sees the people that are still, you know, functional, viable DGG orbiters or ex-DGG orbiters, you know, making friends with the Vanguard? Excuse me, that sounds like some commie shit to me. Excuse me, does nobody else know about the Black Book of Communism? Does nobody else know that are you letting Stalinists slip into your midst? Right? Just the fucking fact that their name is the Vanguard. And I talked to, I think it was Gavin about this before. You know, I was kind of curious where their name came from. Because yeah, you know, I mean, it could, in certain context, you know, signal a, you know, some kind of revolutionary communist viewpoint. No, I think it was about a van. Like, one of them had a van. I think it was Gavin. Was it Gavin that had the van? They're literally called the Vanguard because they had a van. They had a van. It was fucking cool, and they called themselves the Vanguard. It's not. It doesn't have to be that deep. It's no deeper than that, right? It's just a name, right? That's like saying, but nocommentchick is a streamer who freeboots other people's content and doesn't make any comments on it. She's not transformative. She's just sitting there in the corner saying nothing because her name is nocommentchick. That's how I know. That's how ridiculous you sound. That's how ridiculous you sound. You're taking somebody's name. Like, what if I took your name and said, Counterpoints is a gender ideologist? Yeah. You know how I know? Because his name sounds like Contrapoints, who is a trans person. Counterpoints is supporting the transing of America, right? That's how ridiculous you sound. Names are just names. Pisco. Oh, I guess this guy takes a piss because his name is it's right there. You're like, what the fuck? What the fuck? You know, or he must swim if we're being real, because I think Pisco means like fish or swimming or something. But like, you know what I mean? It's just a name. It's just a name. It's literally just a name. Like Destiny. He believes in Destiny believes in predetermination. How can you support Destiny when he's like a oh my god, what do you call that in Christianity? The predetermination people? I can't remember, right? But it's so silly. It's so silly to just see a name and be like, oh, I know about these guys. Their name is the Vanguard, so they are definitely rocking the revolutionary communism. And if Pisco says, no, actually, they're not revolutionary communists, then you're like, they're hiding their power level. They're hiding their power level.
Of Christian nationalism. I really would.
Are you a Christian nationalist?
Sorry, what's that?
Are you a Christian nationalist?
No.
Oh.
Well, yeah, actually, if you said manifest destiny, that would be right. Is it Calvinists? Are they the predetermination, whatever that thing is? Not even a Vanguard fan, but they are pretty in the middle of the road, I'd say. If the Vanguard are too extreme for you, then you are an alarmist. Absolutely. Yeah. And look, here's what I think. I think he's trying to cut off, like, he's looking at the group, he's seeing who is the furthest left. This is what Twitchpol did. This is what they did in their shitty little Discord, right? Was target the person that is the furthest to the left, eliminate them from the group, cut them off, and move the group as a whole to the right. This was just a stupid trick from an asshole Nazi that runs a Discord that literally, like, I don't know what you like, shook down other Discords, right? That increased its size by shaking down other Discords, going into other Discords and saying, hey, this is a nice Discord that you have here. Now listen, you got two options, all right? Either you could give me Doobie, you could give me admin in your Discord, all right? And I'll shut it down and I'll move everybody over to my Discord and you'll become a mod. You'll be a big person on my politics Discord. You'll still be a mover and shaker when it comes to, you know, political Discord. Or what we'll do if you say no is we will ban all of your we'll ban you and all of your mods and make it so that you've got no access to the biggest political Discord. It's your choice. It's your choice. 24 hours. Let me know, right? That's how he got his Discord like so big. And this is somebody that Counterpoints is massively connected to, right? He was in there in the Twitchpol, you know, the Twitchpol like leadership, right? He was part of that. And this is what they do. They'd look, who's the furthest left? Get rid of them. Okay, now who's the furthest left? Get rid of them. Yeah, it's a way for a right winger like Doobie to move a bunch of feckless libs to the right without them even knowing. Doobie doesn't even have to say anything. He doesn't have to announce like what his ideology is, because he's always arguing on a different point in order to confuse people. Like he's you know, he's a theocratic fascist. Like one day he is a Marxist-Leninist, the next day, just depending on what side he wants to take in a debate, right? And the real answer is, yeah, of course he's a fascist. Of course he's got the same, you know, general ideology, general political bent as like 60-70% of his Discord, right? This is the game that they play. And I think that's what Counterpoints is doing here, but he's just doing it so ham-handed. He's doing it so ham-fisted, right? Of just like, yeah, Vanguard. That's revolutionary communism, right? I know enough to say that.
Christian nationalists, authoritarian theocrats, even let's say that JD Vance was still a never Trump Republican and he had perfect right-wing policy, and I wanted to vote for JD Vance. Well, a Christian nationalist might also vote for JD Vance, but they want to institute a Christian.
Same, we have Twitchpol and not Twitch TTT. I mean, that was part of Twitch poll too, right? There's definitely some people, some figures, you know, there were tangential to Twitchpol that could form a Twitch TTT.
In autocracy. They want to
big fans of mine, by the way. Big fans of mine.
Destroy the Constitution of the United States. So we might be proximate allies, as Josiah was saying, in the fact that we're both voting for the same candidate.
Yeah, but I'm not going to vote for someone. But
political project.
Yeah. So if the Vanguard start promoting a candidate that I think will cause the breakdown of society, similar to like a Christian nationalist candidate, then I won't support that candidate. Like if I think that there's a candidate from the left who poses an existential threat greater to MAGA, I'm going to do a different risk calculus there, and I won't support him. But I don't think that, like right now, where we are in terms of the Overton window, whatever you want to say, like we're not even close to having fielding a candidate that's like that. Mamdani, I think, is not at all like that.
I don't want to entertain. Yeah, I don't want to entertain the shift left. So
Demahue says, thankfully, I missed all this political catfishing when trying to find political people to watch on this hell site. Yeah, I mean, this stuff is more pertinent to, like, I don't know, several years ago. This whole outfit crashed and burned. I'm not exactly sure how it happened. Kind of curious though. But yeah, these people, the people that used to be massively influential, I think got exposed for their, you know, behind the scenes kind of shenanigans. Their and so it just kind of that and Destiny got kicked off. Like Destiny was the big center of gravity for Twitchpol back in the day. Him getting kicked off the platform has greatly improved that. And look, there's probably quarters of Twitch, you know, political streamers on Twitch, or even like clusters of political streamers on Twitch that are maybe huge and that I don't even know about, because Twitch doesn't doesn't show you this shit, right? So there's plenty of people on Twitch that just got anybody that's relatively new has probably got nothing to do with this shit, right? This was a very specific moment in time, circa the pandemic, and luckily their project has largely failed.
So, for instance, I think what Hutch's argumentation, because I think you guys pointed out towards the end of the stream that like 80%, 90% of his content right now is anti-far left content. He's trying to, in my opinion, like strangle the infant in the crib of far left hoodoo fucking nonsense. And
you're gonna bring like racism into that too? Is that what we're gonna do here? Yeah, we're not showing our power level at all, are we, Connor? Hoodoo? That's the metaphor that he chooses? Wow. How fucking telling. How fucking telling of this guy. Well, he used the phrase hoodoo, chat, which I don't want to I don't know if I'm the right person to explain what hoodoo is, right? But yeah, I mean, like, you know, you could almost just substitute voodoo if you wanted to for what he's trying to say there, right? Anyway, let's not get stuck on the metaphor. Let's get his overarching point. I just kind of, it's hard not to notice.
He's trying to, in my opinion, like strangle the infant in the crib of far left hoodoo fucking nonsense. And he feels like it's not getting called out by the left. You guys kind of minimize it.
It's wild that these people thought that they were doing something like good, doing something noble, right? It's wild. It's wild that they view this as like protective action, right? They're targeting and rat fucking of streamers that are, you know, that are to the left, right? That they look at this as like, you know, this is an important duty that we have to undertake.
And then what I would say is I side with fucking Hutch, because the truth is that if those people become more relevant, if those people become propagandistic tools by the far right or whatever, the contrarians, I know it's not fair, but the contrarian right are looking for.
And chat, for the record, he's talking about Crystal and Kyle, who were bigger than he or any of his shitty friends will ever be. And the Vanguard, who have grown, their channel has grown extremely fast, right? You know, like, I don't think this is him being jealous. I think that this is just literally him being ignorant and assuming that because somebody if he perceives somebody as far left, they must have a tiny little community. Well, we got to make sure that it stays. He's just so used to rat fucking people. Like, that's his modus operandi. This is classic Twitchpol. Right? And this is the whole thing. You can't rat fuck them. You can't strangle them in the crib. They're not in the crib. They're way bigger than you. They're bigger than you'll ever be. They're giving a message that actually fucking resonates with people, unlike your bullshit fake centrism, Connor. These are people with charisma, unlike you. These are people that have the ability to inspire their community, unlike you. You're not going to strangle them. Connor, look, you should be more worried about them strangling you in the crib. Only problem is they don't know who you are. And they don't care. And they don't need to. And they're not trying to rat fuck people that they disagree with. They're not trying to target people and eliminate them and cut them off. They're just doing their thing. And they're successful with it. And there's not much you can do about that.
Any excuse not to vote for a Democrat.
Yeah,
any excuse. So if you give them any excuse, they go right.
So in terms of the lefties, some of them whom we bring on our show, they're more relevant than us in terms of their audiences.
There we go.
Kyle and Crystal are platforming me when they bring me on.
Relevant or irrelevant?
Relevant, right? Breaking Points is a show that...
Can you imagine having such a strong opinion with such little knowledge? Like going into this thinking the Vanguard are radical communists, Crystal and Kyle are tankies, but also they're marginal figures. They're really small. They're niche. And it's like, this is from a guy that's never been anything other than niche, even at the height of his influence.
Gets millions of viewers every single week. Kyle Kalinske gets millions of viewers every single week. The Vanguard, much bigger than me. They get more views than me or Hutch. They're, when we invite them onto our show, it's in some ways a favor to us, okay? Because we're small fish, all right? And I don't think that there's like anything that we could do or not do that would stymie their growth. And so in terms of the prescription, what good? What are we doing by like spending our time burning bridges?
And look, I hope that Pisco, as he says this, I hope that he also means to imply that we shouldn't be trying to rat fuck people. Like I hope he's not with, like, I've never seen him, get too close to any of these Twitchpol people. Although watch his chat a little bit and see who shows up, because this is a major fucking blast from the past. Pisco's trying to get Bubble Boy up to speed with 2025. Yeah, Pisco's take here. Look, he's he's saying that you can't strangle these lefties in their cradle as Connor is advocating. He's saying that's what Hutch is doing. That's what he likes about Hutch. Hutch is, blowing the whistle on these far left figures who could just like fuck up the whole bag for all of us. Because if the the contrarians are to the left of MAGA, and he thinks he can win over the contrarians, get them on our side, and form some kind of a progressive majority with people who by and large are not progressive, right? Including him. It doesn't make a lot of sense. But again, remember, he's if anybody's gaslighting, it's Counterpoints here. It's just that he's, and Pisco's saying that they are already way bigger than us, right? I'm not platforming them, they're platforming me. And, I think probably in addition, let's just give him some credit. He wouldn't rat fuck somebody just for being to the left of him, right? He's not part of this. In fact, I think that if dudes like Pisco knew about what was going on in Twitchpol, I think they'd cut ties even harder with the former members of Twitchpol and with the Destiny community. If they were aware, and I'm giving him credit here, that he's not, if he was aware of the kind of like harassment operations that take place in Splinter Discords surrounding Destiny, I think he'd be even more, adamant about disavowing and distancing himself from that whole.
That's the prescription. Is the prescription to burn the bridges with the Vanguard, with Crystal and Kyle? So then what is actually the prescription of us that would be helpful to strangling in the crib some notions or some people? Like, we're not going to do that. We're not going to be able to do that.
I think having the good fights and being the better creator. So I think that Hutch and I are probably in some.
You're some of the most boring people that I've ever seen. Like I said before, Hutch is literally just a vessel for former Destiny fans that don't want to, that want the politics of Destiny and the rhetoric of Destiny without the baggage of Destiny, right? That's the whole reason that Hutch has any audience whatsoever. It's 100% spillover from Destiny. He's got no. I mean, we've watched him chat. Look, here's the deal. If I were to watch Hutch more regularly, he would become a lol cow. He already kind of is. Look at how Queeman is treating Hutch. Look at how Queeman treats Hutch. Like, Hutch does not get a lot of respect, all right? And Queeman covers Hutch a lot more than I do. The Vanguard covers Hutch a lot more than I do. Hutch has got that lolcow DNA. He has got that lolcow dog in him. All right. He is one step away from shoving a Sonichu medallion up his ass. All right. That's where, and so I almost sometimes feel bad about covering him because we're not trying to do lolcow content, right? This is a big problem for me, is that the people that I cover tend to turn into lolcows, like Ethan Klein, Anna Kasparian, Cenk Uygur, you know, and at some point, you know, there's a certain level of pathetic that they can look where I just don't want to. I just don't want to cover them anymore. Yo, Shaky Gurga, that's right. It never gets old. And you know what else never gets old? Subscribing on Twitch with a Prime, which you can do for free. No cost to you. It puts a little bit of money in my pocket, and it also makes the chat. What is the last? Anybody keeping track of the abacus? I know we're at least at 170. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, 170. I suspect we're further than that, and I just haven't been keeping up very well.
Similar boats, which kind of sucks. Which is that we're like, I don't know, drier, more boring. You know, we don't do math.
Me too. It's because we're so smart. It's because of our intellectual rigor, isn't it? Yeah. Keep telling yourself that.
Oh, guess what? Me too. I'm boring too.
Yeah.
It's hard for a boring creator.
We don't do hard drugs. We don't have sex with like crazy Instagram models, and we don't have. But
that's where that's also one.
Does Twitch stuff count? Yeah, absolutely.
One of the problems is the left. A lot of liberals suck as creators. I learn a lot from these other lefties creators who have more They just have
aura. It's almost like they're coming from a more authentic place, right? It's not actually charisma. It's resonance, right? Like what we're saying is resonating more with the moment in time that we exist in, right? Especially after, look, it's been shown like loser liberalism doesn't fucking work. It's a failure, all right? Being Republican Party light has led to disaster, has led to the country sliding to the right. And if what you want is policy that's more progressive, that should be the opposite of what you want. And unfortunately, what the Democrats seem to be targeting is just holding power as much as they possibly can, having a Clinton administration, making it last 8 years, having an Obama administration, making that, go for 8 years, right? Trying to do the same thing with Hillary Clinton and failing, trying to do the same thing with Joe Biden and Biden's brain melting down, in his second election, right? This is a failure, and you got to learn from failures, right? And you should know that it's a failure before you even try it, in that it's not authentic. You're being fake as fuck. You're calculating. You're reading the room instead of actually standing for something. Instead of having some goddamn conviction, you are chasing the Republican Party off a fucking cliff. You got to learn from that at some point. You got to learn from that. And I feel like a lot of people have. And that is why when you try to repackage and resell neoliberalism, or in Counterpoints case, like, thinly veiled intellectual dark web, rhetoric, there's no buyers. Nobody's interested in that. That shit's not real. And people recognize it. And you can't continue to gaslight people with this shit. You're going to get on board. You're going to get out of the way, or you're going to get fucking run over. And I don't really care which. Just make your choice.
More Riz? They have just better...
Yeah, because they're crazy.
Because they're crazy. Yeah, that's that crazy Riz.
I don't think they're just because they're crazy. I think that they're more...
I think it's because they're crazy, which makes them wild in bed. And
Infallible super chatted $5. Pisco is a uniter, but Twitchpol is plagued by dividers. I wish him luck as he fights the good fight, pushing back on closed minds. Saluting face.
Well, look, Journey's still slightly out on this guy, but I am encouraged that there are voices like that in the Destiny community, in the former Destiny orbit. You know, like intellectual dark web. Yeah, it's funny. The intellectuals like Brett and Eric Weinstein. Yeah, he's a civic nationalist, which is I mean, he's called himself a bunch of different stuff. But yeah, basically he's somebody who feigns left-wing economic policy, feigns because, you know, like as you heard him say, he still wants like a multiple payer system, for instance, right? He still thinks that healthcare is not a human right, but is something that you should get better healthcare if you are, you know, if you have more money, right? So that shit's fake. But he feigns an economic populism along with right-wing social issues, right? And that's his game.
They're a little crazy.
You think that
not specifically.
You think
whoever
Crystal
you said.
Ball and
I didn't say whoever you said specifically. I'm just saying that, like, I think when you have more extreme politics, it's just more attractive. It's more
okay, but
we're not people going.
But as an example, we're not reaching out to the Mike from PAs of the world. We're not reaching out to Hassan to come on our show.
I want to point out that when he says extreme, he's talking. That's a relative term. That's a relative term, right? And thinking along those lines, where the center and the extreme gets redefined, you know, every day is a great way to lose track of where you're actually at and lose track of what you actually stand for. Right? If you're looking at center, you know, being in the center of the Overton window as a virtue in and of itself, like that's
he would. We're not reaching out to people who are so far to the left, the bad empanadas.
You were asking if burning the bridge was the prescription, and I think that Hutch bought down on that. I don't think he needed to. And also, I'll tell you what my prescription.
Yeah, tell me.
So with the Vanguard in particular, I think he did exactly what I would want him to do in reference to the AOC drama and in reference to the Manchin drama, which is with Manchin, he just pointed out like, hey guys, I hear you. You want Democrats to be more passionate. However, tactically, this just doesn't make sense. And what's funny is that because I'm an emotional creature as well, I was siding with the Vanguard at the beginning of the debate because I'm like, yeah, Democrats are pussies. They need to wake up. They need to get mad. They need to do this. They need to do that.
But they do.
But Hutch actually had like a decent tactical analysis that was undeniable.
Well, no, but
right?
the thing is, I almost think that
he
it's
did
a bit
the same
of a
thing
distraction.
with the AOC debate, by the way.
I know, but I almost think it's a bit of a distraction because, yeah, we agree with Hutch on the specific Manchin, the relitigating of the issue of the past, relitigating the issue of the past with respect to Manchin, all that other stuff. He's right about the micro point, but the macro point, which is what I think Econoboy and I were trying to get to is, let's get some energy.
Super chatted $5. Again, let's not lose track of where we are. Fascism isn't a slippery slope coming down the pipeline. We're here.
Yeah, and this is how we got here. We got here. The road to hell was paved with moderate intentions. All right. What was paved with Obama saying the fever will break. It was paved with compromise, chat. And yeah, spoiler, you know, if you compromise the things you should really care about, you end up compromised. And nobody trusts you, and they shouldn't fucking trust you. Also, thank you, Pitchfork Dragons, for the super chat.
Let's get some fight in us. It's something that we can improve on, which is why I think that initial inclination of you, Connor, is so telling, because that's my initial inclination is, yeah, like he heard these two young boys, these young men.
These young boys.
And basically
they're not that young. I don't think how old is Pisco? They're not like these guys are like what, 27, 28? I'm sorry, don't talk about them like they're fucking 20-year-olds or something.
Democrats need to be better fighters. And I agree with that, right? I totally agree with that. On the micro points, yeah, Hutch wins. We've always agreed with him on those specific micro points. And I guess in the AOC, it's a different conversation. But that's what I mean. Like, the broader point of how we can learn, I think there's a lot to learn from people who, anyone who says that, like, the Democrats did things perfectly, or like should have stuck around with Joe Biden or did things well in Harris's campaign. You know, I'm bored of that. I want to say, how can we improve? How can we be better? And that's why I'm so, like, honestly just rolling my eyes at the Hunter Biden stuff, is because he's basically saying we should have just stuck with Biden instead of stuck with Biden. And that's like the opposite of what I think we should do.
Well, and with the AOC thing, though, and I'll have an explanatory thing at the end, but with the AOC thing, though, I feel like Hutch was correct again. And by the way, I was with everybody else first, and then he won me back on a tactical point, which is effectively that.
Chat, when we're talking about the AOC thing, please tell me that we're not talking about AOC's vote for the Iron Dome. AOC's vote to continue support for Israel. Please tell me that's not what we're talking about. I think it is. I think it is. And look at how they're talking about that issue. Right? The Iron Dome, the Iron Dome gives Israel that sense of impunity.
Pitchforks super chatted $5. Micropoints. Are we talking about Trump's pinching hand medium light skin tone fried shrimp?
I don't know. If we say micro points, it almost sounds like we were talking about Connor's pinching hands fried shrimp, right? I don't know. When we're saying micro points, I don't know. We're not trying to talk about Counterpoints anatomy, all right? But I don't know. Maybe he has that in common with Trump as well. Yeah, that's oh wait, I just realized I'm not showing the super chats. Let me see. I gotta add this in here. I think, wait. We're at 185. Oh my god, my microphone keeps on falling down on me, chat. There we go. That's what I'm trying to do. Add that, and then maybe I can actually show super chats again. Did that work? It didn't. What the fuck? I did everything right, and they indicted me. There we go. There we go. There we go. There we go.
Andy Conaboy said, the lefties are just being crazy. It doesn't affect the electoralism. Don't worry about it. They're voting for Democrats anyways. They're just bitching because they love to bitch. And then he also said, couldn't we do this in an effective way? Which is effectively saying, like, hey, we don't want to be participants in your guys' current ethnic cleansing campaign. So we're not going to zero squash your defensive munitions, but you need to pick up the bill. So over the next year or over the next 6 months, you're picking up the bill for the Iron Dome, and then Israeli civilians don't get killed, but we're not involved in the complicity of ethnic cleansing, which, by the way, I thought was a very reasonable point.
But the point, that was the point, right? Like Hutch is trying to be like, on the substantive point, I think Hutch ended up agreeing there with the notion that if you take the view that what's going on
but he did have a kill shot.
Oh, well, hang on. I'll hear the kill shot.
I want you to explain it, but I want to explain the kill shot afterward.
Yes, you can definitely explain the kill shot. If on the substance, right, we're not talking about the tactical point. On the substance of that vote, if you take the view that, as I do, that Israel is conducting an unjustified genocide and ethnic cleansing campaign, or something approaching that, and that they have an unjustified, untenable position currently in Palestine with what their actions, then of course it makes all the sense in the world to cut defense style munitions and funding for their Iron Dome, because all of it's fungible, right? It's all fungible. If I give you money to buy food and you give that money to Israel, the argument has been in terms of the material support provisions for like Hamas and Hezbollah. No, you can't send money to Hamas because they'll just use that money to buy food, and that's offshoring some of their expenses that they can now use for their offensive weaponry. And so it's all fungible. And people
I'm sorry, wait,
that's such an unhinged.
I'm sorry, who's talking about giving Hamas money? What is Pisco talking about? Like, the only thing that I can imagine that this is like predicated on is like the idea of the you know, Hamas controlled health ministry, like, right, where you like look at all of civic life in Gaza as being a function of Hamas. Like, who the fuck is talking about sending money to Hamas?
Position on the substance, right? No. So I don't think that's an unhinged position.
I was saying that was actually your strongest point.
Yeah. And the fungibility argument, where, and I think even Hutch granted that, is separate from the strategic.
People just don't know what the word fungible means.
Oh my God, we're so smart. We're so smart. We're so smart for knowing what fungible means. We're so smart for knowing that if you give money to Israel to pay for X, that is money that they don't have to use from their own, and then they can use the extra money to pay for something else. Right? Yeah, most people don't know that fungible means that it is replaceable by a million things that are the exact same as it, like a penny. You know, penny, like, you know, like you don't need a particular penny unless that's like your lucky penny. Anyway, chat. Yeah, we know what fungible is. He thinks this is like this is how we show that we are the intellectual Ubermensch over here with our fungibility discourse, right? Like that's some fucking like that's some kind of $500 word. God damn this guy. This is some Dunning-Kruger. This is some Dunning-Kruger. He thinks he is a fucking brain genius for using the word fungible. Jesus Christ. It's just a word, Connor.
It means this is all money spent one place, right? You can shift that spending.
It helps you move around other shit.
Yeah, it's movable. It's.
I mean, he's not exactly giving a good definition, but
it's flexible in that way. So that money spent, if you're
that's the effect of fungibility. That's not exactly the definition, but using dense, obtuse language is actually problematic. And I am a word pervert. Me too. Me too. I'm a bit of a word pervert at times myself. But yeah, when you're just using it for the fuck out, when you're just using it to sound smart, yeah. That's the opposite of smart.
You're able to shore up in one discrete area, it lessens the load you have to bear there, and you can use that to shore up your offensive weaponry. And
let me tell you the kill shot, because this is where like I just shifted to Hutch almost immediately. Was he brought up the fact that this is, if you're looking at a 10-second summary, which is oftentimes the way that people consume their information, particularly in the TikTok and Twitter landscape, then the headline is going to read, AOC voted against defensive weapons for Israel.
No, but
right?
hang on, but Connor, I agreed with that strategic point, which is why I'm not giving AOC a hard time there, is because I'm aware of that. I know what game she's playing.
Are.
Yeah, I understand, but like, I don't agree. That's why I say I don't agree with that criticism that they're saying she's a disgrace, she's this or that or whatever, because I know what game that AOC is playing.
And the annoying thing about the game that AOC is playing is that when she's hiding cards, right? You're saying that, look, she wants to cut off aid to Israel, but she knows that the votes aren't there, and so she's going to vote against it in order to keep those cards close to her chest, right? And the game that's being played is on voters that would be worried if they found out that AOC had voted for cutting funding to the Iron Dome. Voters who, if you said AOC wants Hamas to be able to fire rockets at Israel, and that's why she's a supporter of Hamas, the people that you would lose in that case are, but they're not thinking about on the other side of it, right? They're not thinking that they're taking Democratic voters for granted. And it's particularly Democratic voters who have, like, I don't know, let's say a connection to Gaza, a familial connection. Oh my God, we're one super chat away from confetti, it looks like. But anyway, like, do you see what they're doing? They're acting like, you know, okay, so the voter that's gonna bolt if they hear that AOC is cutting off Iron Dome money you know, that's the vote. We're going to prioritize that person over the voter that didn't come out and vote for Kamala Harris because Kamala showed no cards indicating that she might be better on the Gaza issue than Biden. You're taking your voters for granted. That's idiotic, Hutch. You know, they're trying to say, like, look, on a pragmatic level, okay, you gotta understand, you want to win. No, you don't have to fucking sell your. You don't have to fucking.
Pitchforks super chatted $5. Confetti, confetti.
That is some confetti, for sure. Thank you for the super chat, Pitchforks. We're at what, 190 now. I'm sorry for going off on this for so long, chat, but this drives me nuts. I hate Democrats thinking that they can take their voters for. This is how they think of us, right? We got nowhere else to go. What are you going to do? Vote for the Republicans? Or are you going to vote for Jill Stein? You got nowhere else to go. You got to vote for us no matter what. We're going to treat you like garbage. We're going to continue these horrible fucking policies that Biden, you know, had, and or if we're not, we're going to expect you to divine our intent when we're giving you nothing. We're giving you nothing as far as our rhetoric. But you're supposed to secretly know, yeah, that's right. If I vote for Kamala, I'll get a ceasefire in Gaza. I don't know how I know that, but I know that. I'm just supposed to know that. Anyway, it drives me nuts. It drives me nuts.
Well, I'm not gonna judge her super hard on that vote, 100%. And I think that she has ambitions, and I want to protect and defend her. But we agreed on that. That's why, like, I don't understand where all of this
because you guys need to. You're fighting each other, but ideally you would be working together. And the way that it would work is that you would take the energy and passion of the left. Of the far left, of these young kids who might be a little bit idealistic and their tactics are unsound, but then you filter it through the tactical.
Look, I don't usually do this, but I'm feeling myself taking offense for the Vanguard. All right, he is talking down to them like they were, I'm sorry, like I call them the Vanguard boys, like that is like I say the Chapo boys. Or the Cumtown boys, right? There's some dudes on a podcast. That's the extent of what I mean when I say the Vanguard boys. I hope that's never taken as me, looking down on them, or I don't know, like what Connor's doing here, right? These kids that, like, listen to this shit. Look, I'm not gonna feel bad if the Vanguard turn their focus away from Hutch to Counterpoints at this point. I feel like they've had their discussion with Hutch at this point, and I'm not gonna feel bad at all. This arrogant asshole.
Each other, but ideally you would be working together. And the way that it would work is that you would take the energy and passion of the left, of the far left, of these young kids who might be a little bit idealistic and their tactics are unsound, but then you filter it through the tactical acumen of an intelligent liberal who can explain
like Hutch, an intelligent liberal.
Electoral politics.
Wait, but Connor, how is this going to work?
Sentient thumb.
How is this going to work?
Right now,
chat, is Connor's audio going in and out, or is it my headphones? I can't tell. I hope it's him.
These people are treating each other like enemies, not like people on the same team.
So how is this going to work, actually, Connor? Because
look, if you act like a cow, you're going to get farmed. I hate to say it, but that's the way the internet works. Hutch is acting like a cow. He's getting farmed. Connor, you're fucking next, bro. You're fucking next. Just keep pushing it. Keep on trying to get attention, and you will get attention. You will get attention from somebody much larger than you, and you will become content.
The position is the following. You should stop all funding of Israel, and you should stop them entirely, including but not limited to
Audio's bad.
Iron Dome spending, and that because it's all fungible, I think the right thing is for America to stop totally. That is my position. I'm just telling you what my position is. But the basis that I would defend to go on those shows is like, even though I agree with you guys that that's how America should act, I'm okay with AOC doing this because of optics and for pure power strategy, like it's House of Cards. That's not going to play well with anybody, and really no one but us people in the weeds are going to be able to sign off on that defense of AOC. I really think that is a kind of like...
The truth hurts. The truth hurts. This is the thing. Like, honestly, I don't know how to square this circle, and maybe I'm just bad at it. Like I could just be bad at this. I don't know. But I don't know how to square the circle of the passions of the population with the tactical intelligence necessary to be good at politics. I don't know how to square that circle. The only thing that kind of guides me is telling the truth as I see it. That's the only thing at the end of the day. So if I have a bad opinion, I still have to share my bad opinion because I earnestly believe it. And if it pisses people off, it pisses people off. I mean, dude, I've been pissing my chat off all day. To be fair,
but I'm not going to burn the bridge. Well. I'm not going to burn the bridge with someone who thinks that
I don't think you should burn any bridges.
Okay, so then what are we talking about here? You know,
I'm talking about.
I keep on thinking it's my head movement that's making the audio go out, and my microphone is trying to fall down this whole time. How do I get the yeah? There we go. The microphone's more stable there. Judging by his chart, he doesn't know how to square.
Let's say so. By the way, this is fire content. People are talking about it. So I actually would change nothing in reference to content for lefties fighting lefties. That's great. But what I would talk about with Crystal Ball, with Kyle Kalinske, with the Vanguard boys, is I would say like, hey, I love your passion. You guys are so cool, blah, blah, blah. Let's get beers. Let's get drunk. Let's start dating Instagram e-thoughts together. Let's do a little bit of meth. But
what?
I got my boy Hutch over here, and he's a pretty smart electoral.
That's how he lets us know he's edgy. That'll make the kids watch your, that'll get the, that'll get you your viewership back that you only ever had because of your proximity to larger streamers. That'll definitely get them, Connor. Good job. That's what they want to hear. Smoke meth, jerk each other off, go on Instagram. What the fuck is this guy talking about? Yeah, kids love it. That's right.
Guru, and he has some criticisms. I want y'all to fight it out.
Isn't that what we did, though? That's what I'm saying. Like, isn't that what we did?
And it's fire content. We're talking about it.
I know, but like people are acting as though some other thing should have.
Sounds like a divorced father. I think he is. I'm not sure. I could be wrong about that. I feel like I remember that from his bio.
Been done, right? Some other that there was this.
You just need one more liberal.
I'm a liberal. Fuckface.
What?
How am I not a liberal? Explain how I'm not a liberal anymore. You're like,
okay,
you're saying I'm a socialist communist. How is this even a liberal discussion?
You're progressive. I said you're progressive.
Okay. How is this at all, right? Like, how is this discussion about defending AOC or not defending AOC? How is that a...
He just called Hutch a guru? Oh my God. I mean, he's trying to chase clout off of Hutch now, which is like weird because, like I said before, Hutch is only relevant because he's like a, sanitized version of Destiny. He's got like Destiny's, positions without Destiny's baggage. Only problem is he doesn't have Destiny's charisma. He doesn't, or let's say aura. He doesn't have the aura. He's not exactly farming aura with that new male soy bug man look that he's got.
You're a socialist or liberal type discussion. It's like a tactical discussion, isn't it?
Okay. You don't have to agree with my assessment. I'm just going to give you my assessment.
Because you hang out with Aaron.
I mean, that's the outside. However, inside the group dynamic,
chat. I think it is my headphones.
Econoboy and you tend to agree on a lot and are willing to fight Hutch on a topic.
I think it's my headphones.
Pondering is playing the middle ground and facilitating conversation, so oftentimes he feels like the moderator. So either Pondering needs to come down from his moderator status and fight alongside Hutch passionately, or you need...
Yeah, but Josiah doesn't agree with Hutch. That's the thing. Pondering doesn't agree with Hutch. Because
then you need another milquetoast lib.
But we are milquetoast libs.
Here's the thing. Like you're not having every content creator out there. You're not just like, hey, we need a lib. Let's look at like right, and you get somebody with like no viewers, right? You're not doing that. The libs that you have are libs that have somewhat of a following, right? They've got a certain like level of critical mass that they've accumulated, right? And you're complaining about the fact there's not more liberals that have that. It is my headphones. Yeah, I think you're right. I think it's my headphones. Look, chat. These things have been on their last leg since before I left Seattle. If I don't know if you can see this, but it kind of I think it got like, I don't know. It like the cord got kind of, I don't know if I had a chair leg on it or something, but the cord kind of got cut a little bit, but it's still like it's hanging on by a thread, right? So I'm going to keep on using it until it's completely, I do have another one. I guess that's the TLDR. I do have another cord. I do know where a music store is in town if I need to replace that one too. Yeah, the other cord is like a lot shorter, so that's going to suck. But yeah, I think we'll be okay. Anyway, yeah, but I think that is my sadly this cord is coming to look. It lasted longer than most of my cords. All right, I'll be thankful for that.
Show is about milquetoast libs. That was the whole conception of the show. What do you mean no?
Well, yeah. And my chat is saying these guys are a bunch of far left fucking socialist lunatics.
But explain how.
You have no chat. What chat?
Explain how. Wait, hang on. So Counterpoints just came out. So I don't want to squash his truth. He just came out. So Counterpoints just
chat. I just looked at this guy's Twitch stream. It's dead as fuck.
Came out a socialist. So I agree with that aspect. But in terms of me and Josiah, where there also is critique that we are moving more to the left, explain that. Explain that.
Sure. I would say it's probably guilt by association. I would say it's probably substantively guilt by association, because from the outside we see you guys hanging out with the Vanguard, and you guys aren't.
Yeah, my chat goes to another school. That's right, in Canada, right?
Holding hands above the table, but you interlock your toes. You're playing footsie together, and then you're fucking hanging out with Erin, and you're playing footsie with her too. So yeah, like it's guilt by association. But you're guilt by associating to the left.
Wow, is Straighter Aid really getting all this hate from the shitlibs in Destiny's community?
You're not guilt by association to the center and the right.
I guess so. Wasn't Aaron part of like exposing Destiny? Am I remembering that correctly? I think Aaron was like Sunday's source in that video that.
I debate righties all the time. I bring on
debate, meaning that you have fights with them, which means that you're pushing against them. You're not fucking interlocking.
Aaron and I disagree. Wait, Aaron and I disagree on our show. Like, yeah, but it's more collaborative. Yeah, it's more fun. It's more fun and banter. Well, but what do you want me to do? Like, so if there's a righty out there who
you don't have to accept my prescription. You don't have to accept my prescription. I'm just saying.
I'm sorry. Wait.
You're basically saying.
Is he jockeying for a position where he gets to do like a night every week with Pisco? Is he like, you got somebody on the left that you talk to every week in Aaron Straighter Aid? Why don't you have somebody on the right, a sensible centrist or right wing or whatever the fuck he called? What did he call himself, chat? What was he calling him? I can't remember what he defined himself as, right? But it really does sound like he's jockeying. He's like jockeying for more of Pisco's time.
That it's all virtue signaling. It's all who you align yourself with. It's all who you do shows with. But it's not about an actual tracking of any changed position, which nobody can identify, right? Nobody can identify a single changed position in this supposed like turn to the left. No one can identify even one thing.
I think it's Israel. I think it's mostly Israel. Because the truth is, when it comes to Twitch and YouTube politics or online politics, oftentimes, like I describe myself as like a tepid Zionist, right? Which is effectively like, I think the state of Israel should exist, but we probably shouldn't help them out with the ethnic cleansing. But if you look at the broad swath of like American political opinion, I think it's 2-1, 3-1 in general support for Israel. And so as a result, that seems like a either far left or lefty progressive take, or that feels like a far right take to be against Israel. And so I feel like if you're talking to the Vanguard boys, or if you're talking to Aaron.
Wow, Connor, you're looking at some old statistics, right? Now, look, if you want to say that 2/3 of Americans like support, like, I don't know, Israel's right to like exist in some form, yeah, maybe. But if you're talking about where people's sympathy lies, right? Your brain is like in what was? Oh my god, I'm trying to remember the poll that I saw. Right when was it Stephen Kornacki or? Oh my god, I don't remember who it was. One of the poll guys showed the change in sympathy that prior to like all this stuff, Israel had like a +7 point of the sympathy. Now it's Palestine +17. He's just not he's not up to date. He doesn't realize that there's an effect that, you know, the genocide has had on American opinion, and that it's flipped.
You're just saying like, yeah, fuck Israel, we shouldn't fund them at all, then that's going to be viewed as a far lefty talking point.
Yeah, so I think that Piers Morgan has come out and said,
no, I want to. I'm sorry, I want to see. Yeah, they lost Piers Morgan, right? That's, but like no, I want to see a poll about funding for. Has anybody got a poll on like U.S. funding of Israel? I would be interested in seeing where that's at now, because I'm sure that's changed as well.
On
sure, so it's becoming increasingly normalized online for sure,
and like the whole country has seen the depravity of what's happening, like the constant massacres at food sites, the starvation deaths that are now increasing significantly. So like to act as though, okay, now being more vocal against the atrocities that are being committed, that is a lefty position, or I don't know. I don't think that it is. And even just to be clear about something, I was supporting Joe Biden's efforts to get a ceasefire. I'm in favor of a 2-state solution. I'm like with Joe Biden on that, and I was in favor of a ceasefire.
Why are they? Wait, let me scroll up here for a second. Why are they like this? Why do they all vague speak when they are just mad? People call out Israel. That's why Talibot is mad. It's why Connor is mad. It's why Wick is mad. Yeah, because they're losing. They're losing relevance as well.
The right wing is associated with like what is it? They call it Kufi, the evangelical Christian support for Zionist Israel, et cetera, and then also the tepid Democrats, the Zionist Democrats, the Jewish Democrats, who are viewed as more right wing in context to this.
You fucking anti-Semite piece of shit. Did you hear that? The Zionist Democrats, the Jewish Democrats. Connor, most Zionists in this country are Christian, not Jewish. And I know a lot of people that will thank you to not make the assumption that because they are Jewish, they support a fucking genocide. That's racist.
This issue.
That's Counterpoints being anti-Semitic. What the fuck is that?
One of the arguments that I brought up repeatedly that they bring up as well is that while providing $3.8 billion per year, enabling Israel in order to do the ethnic cleansing is monstrous, effectively, we need to be critical enough of the state of Israel in order to reel back in their bullshit, but we can't be so critical that we lose their orbit. And so this kind of becomes like a dance between We don't want them selling tech secrets and intel secrets to Russia or China. We don't want them giving technology away to China or Russia. And then also, we might not be able to rely on the fact that the
Did you see that shit? I mean, this is how Israel's always played it. Like back in the day, earlier towards its formation, Israel played the United States and the Soviet Union off of each other, right? More recently, yeah, they've been in the camp of the U.S., but there's always, that propensity. And if you're gonna let that, I'm sorry, if you're gonna let the fact that Israel could back another world power affect, like, whether we finance their genocide or not, you're completely lost in the sauce. That is fucking wild.
I think it's like 6 million Jews in the United States, 7 million Jews in Israel. We can't just rely on Jewish residency to maintain a good relationship with the state of Israel. And so if we say, fuck you, go independent, Israel might say, yeah, fuck you, we're going independent.
So that sounds like an argument that regardless of what Israel does,
yeah, we're being held hostage. Yeah.
That we should not stop funding them.
And you funding them in the first place is how it got that way. And now it's an excuse to continue to do something that you're admitting is immoral. Wow, that is just fucked up. Look, saying that Israel can go its own way and pursue another another global hegemon is ignoring the fact that Israel is a global pariah. Israel is a relationship with Israel, especially when that relationship involves funding their genocide, is not helpful to and it's not helpful to a global hegemon. Israel's alliance with Israel is a poison pill at this point. How do you not recognize that? How is your head stuck in 2017 so firmly?
Yeah, you have to do a balance of 60,000 dead versus Russia and China get the most advanced chip technology on the planet. And they get some of the most advanced weapon systems on the planet.
I'm going to give you a hypothetical, and I hope it's not going to be that you're not going to consider it too outlandish. Suppose that Bibi Netanyahu ordered the IDF to commit a knowing massacre of what they knew to be civilians at a food site for the purpose of discouraging civilians from accessing food. Just one time, and we have absolute proof that Bibi did this. So, like, suppose that there is an absolute proof that Bibi ordered one massacre at one of these food sites, killing people for the purpose of disincentivizing citizens in Gaza from obtaining food. Do you think that would be grounds for us to cease all funding of Israel?
Of course, yeah,
of course. So
on a moral basis, 100%. However, just like we're talking about with morality in politics, we have to do the calculation, right? How many lives? For instance, I thought you were going to ask about genociding the entire 2 million people.
I think it's much less than that, right? Like, if we have evidence that Israel is directing their
it's trying to murder Palestinians for the sake of murdering Palestinians, not out of some security concern or whatever.
I would think that, like, wait, hang on a second, we have to stop funding this. Even putting aside if it's every single person, right? And I actually think that the odds are, like, what do you think the odds are that they're specifically making conditions in Gaza as bad as possible for the explicit purpose of getting them all out of there? That is to say, making it worse from a humanitarian perspective for the explicit purpose of getting them all out of there. I think that's a high likelihood, don't you?
So here's where I don't feel like I know enough. Okay. Since 2023, allegedly, the numbers that we're working with are 60K dead, 20,000 fighters dead, and 200,000 projected deaths from indirect causes.
Is it 20,000 fighters or is it 20,000 men of fighting age?
disease, malnutrition, etc.
Where do you think he's getting these numbers from?
etc. Right? That's what we're looking at right now. That's 10% of the Gazan population dead.
And yeah, as Oglobitz points out, what Connor just said is a vast underestimation. Vast underestimation.
Right? But if we look at the Israeli arguments and we steelman them, we don't assume that they're being duplicitous, then in modern urban combat, a 1-to-1 or a 2-to-1 civilian to combatant death ratio is pretty common in urban combat. So if you look at Hue City in Vietnam,
Is that maybe why we don't do urban combat anymore? Is that maybe why we usually try to avoid that sort of thing? Is that maybe why Israel's whole project? God damn. Yo, Whipping, thank you for the, whoa. I can't see. But thank you for the something. I can't, it's not letting me see. Because the ad break that doesn't exist anymore. Yeah, thank you for the sub, Whipping.
Second Battle of Fallujah. If you look at, some of the battles in World War II, et cetera, this is actually pretty in line with like.
Thank you for the hype train too. That is 5 gifted subs. You've now got limited time to earn exclusive emotes, is what Twitch is telling me. Ramona the Unlucky Cat, you just got jellyfished. Theodore Bastard, you just got jellyfished. Lemmy Getta, you just got jellyfished. Clearwatch, you just got jellyfished. And that's a good thing. Yeah, thank you, Whipping. Yeah, so you got a limited amount of time, like 4 minutes. If you're on Twitch, you are thinking about subbing, you're thinking about jellyfishing up, you're thinking about gifting subs, if you're thinking about even using a Twitch Prime to get yourself a sub for free, which you can do at no cost to you. I guess that's what free means. But yeah, you can do that for free by hooking up your Twitch, your Amazon Prime account to Twitch, and if you you'll get a free sub. If you use that sub on me, you'll get all the jellyfish, all the emotes, and you also put a little bit of money in my pocket as well. But yeah, you got a limited amount of time. Anything that you do on Twitch, whether it's bits, whether it's gifted subs, or whether it's getting yourself a sub, that will increase the hype, and that will increase the emotes that you are earning. It's the second hype train of the day.
Modern conflict stats. So then the question becomes, what is incumbent upon
What is the objective?
Israel
What do you think the objective is my question. What do you think the objective is? My question is, what do you think Israel's objective is?
No, that's where, for me, the longer that they keep people in tents, subject to food aid with no plans to rebuild Gaza, the more it looks like ethnic cleansing to me.
I think that's clear already. Like I think it's clear. Like none of this.
Well, why
did Trump endorse it if that wasn't?
Mr. Pickles, you just got jellyfished. Or sorry, Mr. Pickies. TJ Joker, you just got jellyfished. Buncore 1949, you just got jellyfished. Lead, I think, you just got jellyfished. And Catherine is wifey. You just got jellyfished, and that's a good thing. What is that? Put the hype train at level 4. Shit, chat, we're on a level 4 hype train. You got 4 minutes to try to earn even more emotes. You've already got, I think, some emotes from that level 4 hype train, but this is the time. This is the time. If you're thinking about getting yourself a sub, if you're thinking about gifting subs, if you're thinking about throwing bits my way, this is the time that you'll actually get like a reward for it, and you'll be a big hero as well. Classic dumb fuck neolib mindset. Oh no, it's not genocide yet. Just let them kill a few more 100,000. Yeah.
The plan.
Right. Exactly. So like they're open about this shit. Like it's for me, it's kind of clear what their aim is, and like why are we even still debating it? It seems that their aim is specifically to push all of these people out of the country. To push them all out.
But then the question becomes a question of pragmatics of where, because Egypt won't take them, Libya won't take them, Jordan won't take them.
No, all we're talking about. So I'm not asking about. I'm saying, what are the intents of the state of Israel? The intent of the state of Israel.
I think the Netanyahu government would love it. They would love it if Egypt said the humanitarian crisis is too great to bear. We're opening the Sinai.
I'm not asking what they would love.
The
what is their current present intent?
Yeah, they would love it, but maybe not for the reasons that you think, right? And part of the reason that Egypt, Jordan, etc., won't take Palestinian refugees, right? I mean, part of the reason might be principle because they don't want to assist in ethnic cleansing, but part of it is probably because they know that if they've got Palestinian refugees in their country, that gives Israel a great pretext to attack them. And we know there's a greater Israel project. We know that the Gaza Strip and the West Bank is not enough for them. All right, they're going to keep expanding. They're going to keep pushing, and they want to, they want to create greater Israel. So no, that's. I don't know if he's. I don't know if he's being purposely obtuse or if he's just this obtuse.
All the evidence. I think the best conclusion is they're trying to push the Gazans out. Do you agree? That's the best conclusion.
Yeah, I would say it's 70-30, 80-20 ethnic cleansing.
Okay. And then the denial of food, these massacres, to me, the most plausible scenario is they're specifically trying to disincentivize the people from going to these food trucks at all, to make conditions bad, make people question whether they should stick around, even though they've been pressured by the Trump administration and others to allow some amount of aid in. These massacres, in context of their ultimate aim, make complete sense, right? Like
1 minute 30 left on the hype train.
We're killing these people because we want to push them the fuck out. And that's something where, if that's the goal, right? If that is the ultimate goal here, and there isn't an ultimate goal of rebuilding, there isn't an ultimate goal of stopping the massacre, stopping the bloodshed, why should America fund it? I don't think that is, like, strictly speaking, a communist position. And it's one, I think, that the Biden...
Yo, Yashoki, thank you for the sub on Twitch. That's it's just a 21%.
Administration should have taken a hard...
Oh, yeah, and thank you for the gift sub. Looks like Utana 2, you just got jellyfished. That's a good thing.
Harder line and harder look at what's going on.
It's what will the world tolerate, and what is in the interest of the United States. And I hate to be so cold about it, but the truth is, like I said, Israel's a high technology.
You meant to gift? I think you did gift to somebody, to Utana.
Country. We don't want them to drift into China's orbit or Russia's orbit. Then if you also look at the Syrian...
Listen, this is Henry Kissinger shit. This is Henry Kissinger shit that's coming out of his mouth. This is realpolitik. This is scumbaggery. Hype train coming into the station at level 4. 13 gift subs and a big old hype chest for you to open. So open up the chest if you want. If you want to show off your new emojis that you just got via the hype train. Choo choo.
Civil war, 500,000 dead. If you look at the Yemeni conflict with Saudi Arabia, I don't even know how many people died, but I know Saudi Arabia effectively did a humanitarian blockade against the Yemenis for like a decade and bombed the shit out of them. So, is 200,000 projected dead?
Chat, I want to remind people, this is somebody that worked closely for the longest time with Brianna Wu, pretending like he gives a fuck about the genocide against the Palestinians or the genocide against the Yemenis.
And a attempt, not a feeble, but a haphazard attempt at ethnic cleansing. Is it enough to...
Connor, hey, brain genius, it's not haphazard, it's haphazard. That's the word.
Sever the relationship. And
this is the guy that tried to impress us with his knowledge of the meaning of fungible.
Morally, yes. Politically, I don't think so.
I don't even know what you mean by that. Like, so if ethically it's the right thing to do, I assume that you're pricing in there.
I think the United States is going to sweep for it.
Well, I take something when someone says something is ethically correct, I take that to be the thing that you ought do. I don't understand ethics outside of things that you ought do. So if the ethical thing is to stop aid, then it's by definition, analytically, it's a thing that ought happen. So I don't understand what you mean by it's the right.
He's talking realpolitik. This guy's beyond good and evil. Do you not get that, Pisco? I mean, like, you've been in the Destiny community. Certainly you've seen this kind of appeal to realpolitik before.
Thing to do outside of that we ought do it.
Because there's a geopolitical calculus, okay?
Well, I would include the geopolitical calculus in whether something is right or wrong, because my notion of what something is right or wrong is something that someone ought do.
Yeah, he's basically Spicibo. He's basically appealing to, like, you know, in a urban conflict, right? Which you should try to avoid if you can help. For this reason, that like a good ratio of enemy kills to civilian kills is XYZ, right? And somehow that's like, you know, his what did he say? He said there were 60,000 deaths in Gaza, and that 20,000 of those were Hamas or were, you know, fighters, right? And that's a 2/3 civilian. That's 2/3 civilians. He's saying that's a good ratio. And look, that this may be, you know, like for urban combat, right? This is why you don't do that shit. This is why what Israel's doing is unethical to begin with from the get-go, out the fucking, and also like look at what this group punishment. But the U.S.'s foreign policy, Irene, won't you think of the colonial empire's geopolitical interest? Yeah, I'll think of our dying empire's interest.
I don't understand right or wrong outside of, you know, things that you ought to do.
So.
Okay,
I don't think so. So as an example, let's say that we totally alienate Israel. We say, fuck them, you're not getting a dime from us, you're committing an ethnic cleansing, you're a piece of shit, fuck you, right? And so we alienate Israel, and they sell all of our defense secrets to Russia and China, okay? China gains in the next 2 decades, as a result of this consequence, gains a military advantage that allows them to invade and seize Taiwan, which, by the way, I think has like a population of 10 million, right? So what we've done is we've sacrificed our relationship with a country that was currently attempting an ethnic cleansing of 2 million people, and we've condemned 10 million people to slavery with the CCP, and we've also empowered authoritarian communism.
Was Pisco defending Destiny's disgusting takes on genocide, or maybe I'm remembering wrong? I'd like to know. I've actually asked Pisco what his current disposition towards Destiny is, and I haven't gotten an answer, right? I don't actually know. I'm curious though.
For another century.
Yeah, look, here's how you justify a genocide, right? If we don't do it, our geopolitical rivals will beat us, right? They're willing to fucking go ham on Taiwan. So if we don't let Israel go ham on people of Gaza, then we're just, you know, basically giving the world over to the evil Chi-Coms. Who at this point, I don't think there's any other country in the world that is like, oh no, definitely United States. That's the moral country that we want, you know, to have the most power. That's the country. That's the most moral. I don't think there's anybody out there that's under that illusion that the United States is a shining city on the hill. Nobody believes that anymore. Nobody fucking believes that. And as spotty as China's record is on a whole lot of things, you know, surveillance, human rights, etc., 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 people are looking at it and they're like saying it's not as bad as us, which should tell you something.
So that is part
you would
of the
have to
moral
make you would have to make the calculation that the Israeli secret that they have right there is, you know, that's the horseshoe. You know that horseshoe thing? Because of the horseshoe, the horse was lost because the horse was lost, the soldier was lost because the soldier was lost, the unit was lost because the unit lost, the flank was lost because the flank was lost, the battle was lost because the battle was lost. The war, like, you would have to take some sort of calculation that Israel has some sort of defense secret so secret that it could literally be the linchpin in a strategy of China invading Taiwan. I just don't have a reason to believe that that's the case. You could invent any kind of scenario that would, I don't know, to lead to that. Maybe you think that Israel will like.
Yeah, he turned this into a nonsensical trolley problem about Gaza and Taiwan. That's right, infallible foul. This is getting absurd, and this is getting grotesque.
Sell nukes to someone. If I don't think that that's very likely. Like I don't know. Like
it's not very likely. It's not very likely, and I also think that that there's a strong chance that even
also Israel having advanced tech. Why do they have it? Why do they have it? Oh yeah, us. Oh yeah, it was us. Right, but now we're going to use our previous actions as an excuse, our previous immoral, unwise actions as an excuse for more immoral, unwise actions. Great. Wonderful. You're making Vosh look smart, Connor, for the record. You're making Vosh look smart here, right? In his own moral equivocations about the need to deny self-determination to a colonized people lest they do the same to us, right? This is along those same lines.
If we applied leverage to Israel, let's say that Kamala won instead, and Kamala said, hey...
And you're assuming that Kamala would do something better on Israel, even though there's no indication of that. Come on.
Listen, you guys are fucking up on the world stage. You're committing an ethnic genocide, or like an ethnic cleansing with our name written all over it. We can't support this shit, so you guys need to back the fuck off. I think that Israel would probably listen. Reason being that we have 6 million Jews in our population. That's almost the same population that lives in Israel.
They hate the diaspora. All right? They really do draw a line between the old Jew and the new Jew, right? The powerful, strong, self-actualizing Jew of Israel and the victim Jew of Nazi Germany, right? They really do look down on the diaspora, right? I mean, obviously, you've got the ability, if you're Jewish, you can, immigrate to Israel, and that's what they want to happen. But they really do look down on those who have not done that so far, right? Those who, and it's a liberal conservative thing, like, right? They look at the Jewish diaspora as being, I almost want to say, like, I almost want to use the anti-Semitic term that's often applied towards liberal or progressive or socialist Jews, right? They have a very similar view towards diasporic Jews to a lot of anti-Semites in Israel, right? And it's disgusting, right? They literally look in the United States. If somebody's a Holocaust survivor, that is like something. That's a reason to listen to them, right? That's a reason to bring them in to talk to your kids' class, right? And tell them about what they experienced, right? In Israel, if you're a Holocaust survivor, you're an embarrassment. You're a reminder of a weaker form of Jewish person, right? It's yeah. There's a lot fucked up about Israel's morality. There's a lot fucked up about the inter Jewish politics between Jews in the diaspora and Jews in Israel, right? This is
right. So I think that we have the leverage to tell Israel what to do, but you have to have somebody who has the balls and the moral clarity to take that risk.
Yeah, we know that. So like, but the thing is, we're really talking about me. This is all about me, right? And so the reason I say that is, does me saying, hey, what America should do is take that stand, which you think more likely than not would result in some change in potentially in what Israel's actions are. I do think that sometimes they're movable. Even Trump, right, moved them a little bit on some things. Biden certainly did that as well. So I do think that there is room for America, the country, to play.
Okay, so it looks like Blue Sky is working again. If you want to hit that link that's in the pinned, you too can participate in our blast off thread. Like I said, it's mainly a place for people to just go and carry the conversation onto Blue Sky if they want to. Just give your thoughts about the the accusation of the Vanguard being tankies and the Pisco versus I've almost said DJ Mule. I'm sorry, it's not DJ Mule. It's Counterpoints. The Pisco versus Counterpoints debate. But if you want to, you can also like the thread or even repost it if you want to. I'm not putting pressure on you. You know that's your timeline. That's I respect that, but just know that thread is there, and that it's only a click away if you want to go over and give us a little boost by making a comment or whatever.
So for me, taking the position that, hey, we need to at least threaten to cut off aid, or at least threaten it, at least use some of our leverage. That makes me a fucking communist? In what world? There's
no. It's not that. And by the way, I would just refer you. You're kind of coming to me and you're expecting me to explain Chat's feelings. I've been fighting
Chat's feelings. Why does he keep pretending he has a chat?
Fucking chat all day. That cronyism.
You have like 2 people talking in your chat, Connor. What are you talking about?
Nepotism is bad, and just because Trump is worse doesn't make cronyism and nepotism good. You know what I'm saying? So like we're talking about emotional arguments, right? Okay. Do you want? I'll ask you these questions. This should clarify it for chat. Do you want a moneyless, stateless, classless society?
No.
Then you're not a communist. Do you want the decommodification of basic human need and workers owning the means of production?
Wait, I'm sorry. Is the link not pinned? Did I not successfully pin the link? I might have fucked that up.
Which means that the government steps in and it guarantees food, water, and shelter for every human being.
We need a Blue Sky link in chat. Thanks for letting me know.
Within the country, and also the state mandates.
I'm so confused. I could swear, at least in YouTube, I know Okay, anyway, let me grab it. All right, here it is in Twitch. Boom. And pin. Maybe I just didn't pin it or something. And then in YouTube, it is linked. It is okay. It is pinned. Yeah, it's easy to miss. It's easy to miss. It kind of looks like. It kind of looks like so much garbage. Yeah, it's up there.
Dates. If you don't go with this, I'm gonna shoot you in the face. Okay. Mandates that employees have a guaranteed stock in the companies they work for.
No.
Then you're not a socialist and you're not a communist.
I don't know if I take that socialist definition. I think socialism is like a matter of degree.
See, who are we just talking about? Oh yeah, Doobie. That's the Discord guy, chat. That's the Twitchpol guy. There he is. There he is, chat. Speak his name and he shall appear. The devil himself. Wow. Does Connor ever give thoughts to what his God would think of him giving a pass to massacre of civilians for pragmatic geopolitical concerns? Seems like he's on the wrong side on this one. You can't take anything this guy says seriously, but he is donating to Pisco, trying to wield some influence once again, right? Great. Wonderful. Yeah, I mean, like, surprise, surprise. You know, I told you, like, this guy was tight with Connor back in the day, right? It's probably why he's watching. He's always watching, chat. Yeah, the weird fashy debate frog, the exact same person. I've got a video from like a live stream from a long time ago called like Far Right Frog, and it just shows Doobie in a debate on Twitch chats being unbelievably racist. And like this guy's really hard to pin down. All right, he's constantly switching his ideological side of a debate just for op reasons, I guess. But yeah, there he is. There he is.
Not necessarily like an on-off switch, but
we could argue about that, but that would piss me off. And the reason why it would piss me off is because then cops are socialists.
Yeah,
and
okay.
taxes are socialist.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, under that vision,
the feudal kingdoms of medieval Europe were socialist.
I don't have
bullshit.
I don't have a principled position against the accumulation of capital. I don't have a
the accumulate. God damn it! Do you not recognize if something keeps on getting accumulated? And if, let's say that it's something like that allows you leverage. Look, if you allow somebody to constantly accumulate leverage on you, what is going to happen? Why are they accumulating leverage on you? What do you think is going to happen? A person that's purposely out to accumulate leverage on you is going to do what with that leverage? You got two options, chat. Good things that are in your interest or things that have nothing to do with your interests. Which do you think is more likely? And if we're in a situation where our interests are diametrically opposed, i.e. capitalism, what the fuck do you think is going to go on with that? Do you think that accumulation like resets itself every generation? Do you think that there's times in which the poor are able to claw back that, the wealth and the leverage from the rich? Like, what the fuck I'm sorry, chat. I mean, I realize that I'm getting mad at a liberal for not being a socialist, but it's just the way that he justified that is like, just do you not see the problem there? Or are you just making the assumption that you're going to be on the accumulating side of the equation? And since you're a good person and we can trust you, then it must be okay with Peter Thiel and Elon Musk and all the rest of the accumulators. And also, he's just a lawyer, chat. He's just the professional managerial class. He's not actually a capitalist, no matter how much his class interest may have been alienated from him. Chat, at the end of the day, he's a grocery clerk sent to collect, sent to collect a bill from, oh my God, what is this from? Sorry, chat, grocery clerk. You're an errand girl sent by grocery clerks to collect a bill. Yeah, I feel like that's the Seinfeld version of it. Oh yeah, you're an errand boy sent by grocery clerks to pick up anyway. Sorry, I don't know if Apocalypse Now is the thing that I want to think of, but yeah, sent to collect a bill. You sometimes get some interesting references on my stream. Whether or not they're topical or not is another matter entirely. What I guess I'm saying is Jinx should build a bridge with Doobie. Yes, that would be beautiful. Doobie could be Jinx's new pay daddy, right?
A principal position against private ownership. I want government ownership and
I mean, he's out there making that insurance money, so
collective ownership to the extent that it makes sense and produces results that I take to be good. But it's not a principled stance against
to shore up for market failures, which I think is a sensible position.
Hence, I'm a liberal. Doobie super chats. Does Connor ever give thought to what his god would think?
Does Pisco know who's talking to him right now? That's my question.
Of him giving a pass to the massacre of civilians for quote pragmatical geopolitical concerns seems like he's on the wrong side of this. I just think that whatever, I'll let you respond to that. I think that whatever moral calculus would include those geopolitical concerns. I think what Connor would say is if he's pricing in the death of other people, right, he needs to weigh that, and his god, right, like would weigh that or something. So if Connor actually believes there's a basis to think that upsetting this relationship would lead to the enslavement and death of other people, I don't think he's crazy for factoring that into the analysis.
Well, I can steel man that even further. I got some super chats as well, and I think one of them was a question for you.
I got some super chats too, Pisco.
Okay, so let's say that I was a literalist, which I'm not. God condemned the Philistines to death multiple times through conquest by the state of Israel. and he condemned the tribe of the Amalekites specifically to be genocided off of the face of the planet to the point that they even killed the babies.
So your God literally is a genocidal God.
Right. So if I was a literalist, my God would be genocidal. But since I'm not a literalist, I just think that there's a creative and ordered force in the universe. And when you observe social behaviors that are pro-social, typically we call those things virtue. And when we observe like bad behaviors, we call those vices, and the Bible calls it sin. And so when I bump into a bunch of anti-theists who don't even believe in good or bad or virtue or
that's doobie. That is definitely doobie.
Vice, I call them historical and spiritual ignoramuses. So I'm not a literalist.
Okay. All right. I want to circle back again on the whole conversation stuff. Like, so with the Vanguard,
did he just call Doobie an anus? Is that what happened? Maybe he's mad that that Pisco's getting the super chat instead of him. God damn it! All I got is $2 super chats from my chat, and you're getting a $10 from Doobie. What did I do wrong?
Situation. Do you identify anything that we did that's wrong that you think is wrong?
No, I would just you know how you do like I think BDSM people call it aftercare. You know, after you beat the shit out
that weird kink stuff.
out of your partner in a sexual context,
where they like take care of each other after an intense emotional experience. Those silly BDSM people.
I think you just need to do a little bit of aftercare for Hutch. You just need to go, oh, I know that got pretty spicy. Are you okay, buddy?
Isn't that like a little... So first of all, I think we did that, and I think we've had like multiple...
do you need some aloe, Hutch?
These aftercare sessions with Hutch already, but...
What the fuck? What is the... Is the metaphor sexual assault? Is that the metaphor that we're dealing? Is the underlying metaphor supposed to be that like Pisco's ownage of Hutch is like an essay or something? Like, oh my god, what the hell? Yeah, BDSM is when is the only BDS he's interested in.
I feel like in any other context, if that were the prescription with that respect to that conversation is to do aftercare, people would like laugh at how soy that notion is, you know?
No, I agree, but the left is soy.
Okay, but
right?
you're basically saying we should give him a belly rub.
Says the soy, right?
After just to make him
like, I'm sorry, yeah, the left is soy, whatever, right? But you're like one of the most soy right wingers I've ever seen. Counterpoints.
Feel good.
He's bringing you the content, man. He's owed at least a belly rub. He's fighting you guys. He's making it spicy. He's making it fun. He's making it interesting.
I agree.
You owe him a belly rub.
This guy makes me sick.
I agree, but then okay. In terms of the actual conversation that we had, you're not gonna sign off to these unhinged thread writers who are like, oh yeah, they're fucking gaslighting, right? We didn't. Do you think that we gaslit Hutch?
The only part of the gaslighting that I think I called out while I was reviewing the content was
reviewing the content. Like anyone cares what you say.
AOC conversation with like Hutch. You don't have a moral argument against us, right? You only have a pragmatic argument, right? And that's kind of like
I was trying to.
If he had a moral argument, he was a bad person.
No. That is not at all what happened there. No. What was happening there is like, in terms of the substance of the policy, do you agree with the argument that it's, you know, that you can funge it, right? That all this is fungible, and do you agree at base of what's going on? And then Hutch said yes.
Just trying to ask, can it funge? Can it funge?
I was trying to split it off so we have clarity, right? It's like, what I'm trying to do in these conversations is to get clarity, not to get lack of clarity. So I'm not trying to just have this big gestalt where everything's mixed in and we're just kind of like dodging each other and we're just ghosts passing on a ship. I just want to actually get clarity. So I want to separate the conversation from a policy perspective. Does it make sense to principally be against Iron Dome funding for Israel, to be in favor of Iron Dome funding for Israel, but be against other types of funding? And I think the answer is, yeah, you can take a stand against that because of the fungibility. And then the second argument is, notwithstanding that, do you think that it's okay or permissible or for either AOC to vote that way, or do you think it's permissible for them to react the way they did to that vote? And that's a separate conversation. I think separating that out is totally good. And it's
the real conversation to have is like, can you support flawed candidates that do unforced errors like that don't maintain moral clarity as a means of harm reduction? And the answer is yes. Sam Cedar would tell you absolutely yes. And you Huh. Like, I love that the underlying assumption is that we've either got to justify what AOC did, which you never should. That was fucked up, or you have to abandon AOC and write her off. And if she's running against JD Vance in 2028, you can't throw a vote her way because she's compromised. That's not how, most of the people you're engaging with are thinking of this, right? That's not the max left position, let's just say.
To get clarity.
Yeah, sure. And I would say that the moral question, specifically when it comes to the Iron Dome funding, is a question of how it's done. So, for instance, let's just say that we cut off the supply of missiles immediately. We said, go fuck yourself. You're not getting any money.
I think they make their own missiles, by the way. I think they make their own missiles.
Yeah, they do. They make their own missiles. They actually use Keebler cookies to they boil them down in a chemistry lab to extract the sugar, and they put the sugar in there as the fuel. And I'm sorry, that's Hamas. I forgot. I mixed up, chat. I mixed up my my militant groups there.
Oh, sure, but we cut off the funding for it or whatever. Whatever applies, right? If we cut that off,
does chat remember? That's a serious callback. Yeah, it's 1:15 here. Look, I told you I was gonna try to make the streams bite size, and I failed so extremely. I don't even know how much of this accursed conversation is there. We've got at least 2 pieces of bonus content. Chat, do you want to keep going with this, or should we switch off and watch the South Park content maybe? South Park, and what is the other thing that you're getting? Ethan Klein. Who knew? Who knew Ethan Klein would be back today?
Off, and they needed time to reallocate resources in order to make sure that their missile stocks were up, then I think that you're effectively condemning some Israeli civilians to death. Whereas if you give them a taper off where you say this will be done over the next 6 months.
Yeah, I'm definitely not trying to. I missed my gym. I was supposed to do the gym this morning too, Sasha G. I overslept it. Which is now. Oh my god, did I keep you up all night? I'm sorry. Oh my god, chat. Should we switch over to the bonus content? One in chat if you want to switch over to the bonus. I have a feeling they're probably going to keep on going in circles.
Months, or this will be done over the next year, then I think that moral argument loses its sting.
Okay, but like regardless of, I'm not gaslighting by putting up that distinction is my point, right? Like by putting up the distinction between like the underlying argument and then the vote argument and saying that these are separate things, I don't think that's gaslighting.
So tally bots.
Tally bots, the famous tally bots. Yeah.
Okay, so now this is good. Do people know tally bots? I feel like this is something I missed. This was an episode of Live and Learn that I really should have showed to you. I don't remember what was happening. Probably some stupid bullshit with Ethan Klein. Okay, I'm getting ones from chat. I'm getting that people want to switch off, but I wanna like put a pin in this on Tallybots. Let's just hear a little bit about this Tallybots person, right? This is a supposed centrist or a left-wing person who voted for Trump because she didn't like the vibes of wokeness or something.
Yes.
Funnily enough, I actually texted Josiah and I said, "Hey, can I come on in order to fight you guys about Tallybots?" And he didn't respond.
wait. I would love to talk about that too, but go ahead.
Yeah, I might be running out of time though.
Oh, shit, my bad.
But we could do this again. I don't care. So
chat. One thing I hate, and I can't even explain this. There's no good reason to hate when people do this, or to hate people for doing this, right? But when somebody's like, "Oh, I gotta go. I gotta get out. Oh, I'd love to talk about that, but I gotta get out of there," and then they end up talking to you for another hour. I kind of hate that. I'm sure I do it too sometimes, but spoiler chat, he doesn't have to go somewhere right away. Let's just hear a little bit about Tallybots, and then we'll move on to the Trump versus South Park thing and the Ethan Klein thing.
So Tallybot says that, Connor, the truth in our prescription is don't move further left. And so what I would hold you to, in the spirit of that statement,
you see Tallybots is maybe more of an op than any of them. But like Tallybots is like literally like, I'm the voter that you lost. I'm the voter that you lost. If you had gotten me, Kamala would have won. And what do I want? Not moving further left. No eliminating cash bail. No, defund the police. No trans rights, right? Yeah, just here's my list of demands. And if you fulfill these list of demands, you will get your 1.5% of the vote, and you will win every election going forward. Playing Fallout 3, every time I tab out, just say something, I gotta restart it. Oh, that's rough. That is rough. I can relate to that as somebody who's played Fallout on stream before and tried to kind of talk about politics at the same time.
I already showed you my beautiful paint drawing. My coalition is
Tallybots. Tallybots is in your coalition. Tabby is not. Tabby from Counterpoints is not in your coalition.
Sensible progressives, sensible liberals, libertarians, conservatarians, and
so everybody except for those who could meaningfully fight battle against fascism. That's really interesting, Counterpoints. That's really interesting. Every ideology that is completely useless in the face of a fascist takeover of the government like the one that we're currently experiencing, right? They're in the coalition. The others, they need to be cut off. I wonder why. I wonder why.
Even contrarians. Let's say that like Tim Pool saw the light and he was like, oh my God, Trump is actually a fucking pedophile.
Copium, but yes.
Yeah, destroying our republic is actually evil. I'm going to go back to being a centrist and I'm going to call out
Yeah, Temple was a centrist.
The left when it's gone too.
And so was Samantha Banana. Samantha Banana was an anarchist. That's right. Yeah, they're definitely. And you're a fucking centrist too, Connor. We believe all liars here. Okay.
Far, but I'm also going to call out the right when it goes too far. Let's say Tim Pool did that. He had a spiritual awakening. I would give him a hug and welcome him back into the fold. Okay.
Yeah, but Vanguard. Here's the difference. I just want to say one thing, and I want to let you finish. It's a little bit much because Talibot's voted for Trump. Vanguard voted for Kamala. So why should we?
Boom. So Connor, you were talking about kill shots earlier, which is not the way that I like to think about discussions or debates. That's pretty puerile, honestly. Do you know what that word means, Connor? Never mind. Yeah, that's a kill shot. You're dead. Bye-bye. Pisco just kill shotted you. Let's get to South Park. Let's do the South Park thing, chat. Again, I have just massively over... Oh my God, let's do the redistricting song. This is from way earlier, chat. We were talking about redistricting earlier.
Representative democracy in USA. We elect legislators, that's how laws are made. 435 reps in Congress means 435 districts among us. But how do we decide who represents who? We draw lines on a map, that's what we do. District population should be roughly the same, so every vote counts in the very same way. Keep communities together so every voice is heard. Since populations move, shift, shrink, and expand, we get some data every census, then we draw them again. So politicians are accountable to every last woman and man.
Look at all this private money changing hands to change these redistricting plans. We have to wonder what special interest state legislators have in mind when they draw the lines. Come on! Hacking and cracking, kidnapping, hijacking. We decide how we divide. Reach this district, we draw the lines. If you want your party to win it all, put a whole lot of voters in
are getting so much static from both parties, Republican and Democratic. They won't stop fighting, and people have had it, but they do agree on one thing. It's tragic. They want something, grab it, and when you catch them both in the back room laughing. If you want to see bipartisan attacks, just crack it, pack your head and kidnap it. Cracking and cracking, kidnapping, hijacking. We decide how we divide. Reach this red draw the line.
Yeah, that song has no right to go that hard, but that is we'll get into that one. I feel like I almost want to make a video about that now.
Among the properties owned by Paramount is the cable channel.
But the question is, will I ever have time to do a video on it, or will I find myself streaming forever just to feel like I've comprehensively covered even one subject for you? Anyway, chat, here's Chris Hayes to explain to you the the Donald Trump response to the South Park roasting that he received.
Channel Comedy Central, and one of the most valuable parts of that channel is the show South Park. In fact, just yesterday, Paramount locked in a $1.5 billion deal with the creators of South Park to be the show's exclusive streaming home. Last night, the first episode of South Park's 27th season aired. And the thing about South Park is that their episodes are produced in advance, but only like a week in advance. So this one incorporated a lot of current events.
Oh wait, people are being undersold on how good that episode is. The South Park one? Yeah, well, if you go back to the beginning of this stream, you'll see me pissing people off by bringing back the concept of a South Park Republican and kind of pinning the derivation of Gamergate on dudes like Trey and Matt back in the day, right? They really created the lane. They walked so that Gamergate could run. But I get the feeling that, they've had maybe some changes of heart. There was famously the episode where they made fun of Al Gore for caring about climate change and then realized that they were way off on that and did a episode where like Man Bear Pig was real or something. So they went fuck Donald Trump. Yeah, they've so like good for them. Okay. It'd be nice if for once somebody takes some accountability for the garbage they fucking created, but I will take them working against the downstream effects of some of their content from earlier on. Anyway, I didn't mean to shit on anybody's faves, right? Look, we know that some people's faves are going to get implicated in this Epstein stuff. Hope it's not Matt and Trey. No, just kidding. That would be ironic.
I'm not in the mood right now. Another random commented on my Instagram that you're on the Epstein list.
The Epstein list? Are we still talking about that?
Well, are you on the list or not? It's weird that whenever it comes up, you just tell everyone to relax.
I'm not telling everyone to relax. Relax, yeah?
It gets worse. The plot of the episode, short version, is that Trump has sued the town and a settlement is reached. And part of that settlement is the town has to produce pro-Trump TV ads. And, well, viewer discretion is...
Oh, God, no. We can't watch that. We cannot watch that. Oh, my God, chat. No. Okay, now, here's the deal. The reason I'm skipping through this is not just because Donald Trump's penis gives the I'm Donald Trump and I approve of this message, statement, but it's because it's AI. And if you're going to have something AI on YouTube, you've got to label it. And my stream's not AI, so I don't want an AI element in the stream. So we'll just skip past that. But go watch the episode if you want to see it. It's on YouTube, or that part of it's on YouTube. I'm sure you could find it on Twitter too. Again, because it's AI, we're not putting it on my stream.
Going like that, the clothes keep coming off, so we've decided to tastefully pixelate from here on. The White House obviously was not pleased with the episode. They issued a statement saying the show Paramount just dished out $500 million for it, quote, hasn't been relevant for over 20 years, is hanging on by a thread with uninspired ideas in a desperate attempt for attention. Sam Seder's a host of the Majority.
Excuse me? So I thought he was banned, chat. I thought he was blacklisted. What happened? Chat, next they're going to bring in NCC on Leftist Mafia. Like, what's going on? Like, I thought he was canceled. I thought he was canceled.
Report, and he joins me now. I got to say, Sam, when it gets bleak out there and when people are being cowards, it is a real shot in the arm to see the South Park people being like, absolutely not.
Totally. And I'll tell you, it's a real shame you didn't keep playing that video. I mean, I think the big thing about this is, and, it's the case that they got what is classically known in showbiz as FU money just yesterday. But they're standing up to Trump, and they're risking, in many respects, we don't know what the context of their agreement is with Paramount. What they're doing is, could be somewhat risky, and it's showing a lot more courage than we've seen from places like you mentioned, like Columbia or law firms or frankly,
I'm just trying to keep
Paramount
the AI.
Itself, in trying to essentially appease Trump so that they get this FCC green light for this deal.
Yeah, the thing about this
there's no drama with Leftist Mafia, chat. I was just saying, like,
crooked deal is just how transparent the whole thing was. Like,
I was just saying, if Sam Seder can get uncanceled, so can I.
They need the merge. They need the FCC merger. It's dangled. Like, again, there.
What was he canceled for again? Oh yeah, doing too many critical videos of Dave Rubin. I think. Is that what it was? Is that how he got blacklisted? Maybe mine was doing too many critical videos of Vosh.
There's both the cowardice,
but no, there's no fucking drama. I love those. I love those guys. I love those people. Right? We got the. I think we got the Leftist Mafia raid on Twitch last week. There's not an issue with. Sorry, I didn't mean to make people think there was like that I was being done dirty. I was just saying, it's like I relate to Sam having to deal with like Tim Pool, Joe Rogan, etc., trying to shit can him, trying to rat fuck him. I can actually relate to Sam on that. I had a very similar experience. Only it I mean, it doesn't seem like it's really taken. I wouldn't be getting those raids on Twitch if people thought ill of me.
There's the bullying, but there's this kind of like gaslighting about the whole thing, this wink, wink, nudge, nudge, like with Columbia, like it's about anti-Semitism, or the FCC is actually like looking into real issues when everyone knows that it's nonsense. It's like there's something kind of sanity fraying about that, I find.
Well, there are moments where you start to realize, like, we're living in a nascent authoritarian state. You're seeing people being intimidated. You're seeing the level of corruption just play out nakedly. I mean, you mentioned earlier.
Nakedly, and they're in bed. Oh, that's so beautiful.
Donald Trump's former defense attorney is going to negotiate a deal with Ghislaine Maxwell. I mean, it's just absurd, but it is what an authoritarian country and society is. And
I'm glad they didn't show the next part.
It's not hard to find people who say, like, I'm flying out of the country. I'm not sure if I should strip my phone of critiques of Donald Trump. I mean, this is something that, 15 years ago we would have joked about and thought impossible. But it's not hard to find those people around who are legitimately starting to edit and censor themselves on a daily basis because of this regime.
And it's so interesting, too, to think about the role. Like, it's such a classic thing about comedy and, like, making fun of the leader of the country that's what being a free society is. Like, if you're not in a free society, then you can't have people making fun of the leader of the country on primetime shows. And if you're in a free society, like, that's the thing that we have and we take for granted. And, like, again, God bless the folks at South Park for, like, reaffirming that fundamental right.
100%. And, you know, look, I mean, this happened to the Smother Brothers back during the Nixon administration. Nixon had their show canceled on CBS. But the nature of the capitulation and the sort of greed associated with what happened with Colbert, I think that's what I appreciate, you know, with the South Park guys are doing, because, you know, like I said,
God, no, God, no, stop. Wait.
At the end of the show, sort of like the beeline story was Cartman.
Chat, that is foul. That is fucking foul. I won't be able to watch this. I don't think I'll be able to watch I've seen snippets of it. I don't think I'll be able to watch the whole thing. You gotta have Paramount Plus, right? That's where this is available. We're not trying to operate as a market substitute. Go watch the show on Paramount Plus.
You know, talking about suicide, and it was almost as if they were saying, like, you know, we could be seriously
Wait, the Red Scare people? Oh, sorry. Every time somebody says that, I think they're talking about Dasha and Anna. No, the Red Scare, the actual Red Scare.
Biting the hand that's been feeding us in a way that we're not going to get fed anymore.
Biting the hand that's... Sorry, I'm sorry. This is like...
Yeah.
And I think that's really important.
Yes, that there's risk there. I want to read this from the lone Democratic commissioner of the...
Sam, you don't understand the banter. You don't understand the back and forth. I'm going to have Demon Mama flip you off for having that awkward moment with Chris Hayes.
FCC, Anna Gomez, who says the Paramount, who voted against it, the Paramount payout and this reckless approval have emboldened those who believe the government can and should abuse its power to extract financial and ideological concessions, demand favored treatment.
That's part of the episode 1 of season, I think it's the premiere episode of season 27 that we're looking at there. This is a brand new episode that just came out. Paramount agreed to pay Matt and Trey $1.5 billion for the streaming rights to all of South Park, as well as 5 more seasons. And they took that money and they said, fuck you, Paramount, and immediately did pissed off Donald Trump.
And secure positive media coverage. Well said. Sam Seder, great to have you, buddy.
Great to have you back. Welcome back to the world of the living, Sam. Although, honestly, at this point, look, Sam was kind of like banned. Did he have, I'm trying to remember, chat, did he have like a show on MSNBC, or did he just have like a lot of guest spots? I think it was guest spots. And at some point he got virtually like eliminated. He said something that the networks didn't like, that MSNBC in particular didn't like, and he kind of disappeared from there for a long time. But when that happened, chat, that was back when cable news was more relevant than something like the Majority Report. At this point, the shoe is kind of on the other foot. So this is more of Sam platforming Chris Hayes than the other way around. Now let's see what the Pod Johns have to say while I take a quick pee break. Pod Johns, please don't sue me.
All right, John, you often hear people talking about wanting to get rich enough to have you money, but rarely do people say you to the people who just made them rich. But that is exactly what South Park creators Trey Parker and Matt Stone did last night in this season's first episode of South Park, which featured a running, very graphic, very hilarious joke about Trump having a teeny tiny penis. Here's a quick clip from this first episode, and then we'll explain all the context and what it says about, I think, the pop culture kind of turning on Donald Trump. Okay, let's watch.
Another random commented on my Instagram that you're on the Epstein list.
The Epstein list? Are we still talking about that?
Well, are you on the list or not? It's weird that whenever it comes up, you just tell everyone to relax.
I'm not telling everyone to relax. Relax, guy.
No, I need counseling. You remind me more and more of this other guy I used to date. Like, a lot.
That was a video of Donald Trump in bed with Satan. Yeah. It reprises a bit from the 1999 movie South Park, Bigger, Longer, and Uncut. Amazing name. In that film, Satan was dating Saddam Hussein.
So that's who he was referencing.
Yes, in this movie, Saddam is now dating Donald Trump. John, I definitely remember my mom walking into the room when I was watching that movie in high school, I think, and it being a little bit awkward.
I remember South Park from high school. Okay, I did not expect that. I have not seen any of the clips.
I love this.
You saw the whole episode. I have not seen it.
I love this. Okay, so the context here is that Paramount just cut a $1.5 billion deal with Trey Parker and Matt Stone to get 50 new episodes of South Park and the rights to stream all the old episodes on Paramount Plus. It's going on for 27 seasons, a huge property. Paramount owns CBS, which recently settled a lawsuit with Donald Trump, who alleged that 60 Minutes deceptively edited an interview with Donald Trump, and that somehow harmed his campaign. I believe he won the campaign, but no matter. It was obviously an absurd lawsuit, but CBS agreed to pay Trump $16 million. And then, according to President Trump, Paramount will also provide Trump with $20 million more in advertising or PSAs or other programming. Also, as we've discussed, CBS just announced The Late Show with Stephen Colbert will be canceled, which many people thought was a favor to Donald Trump because Colbert is a huge Trump critic. Trump celebrated the move. But here's another clip from this South Park episode that shows how they feel about Paramount's decisions.
Break bread with me. This is my body, given for you. Do this in remembrance of me. Now just eat the bread and listen. I didn't want to come back and be in the school, but I had to because it was part of a lawsuit and the agreement with Paramount.
The president's suing you?
The guy can do whatever he wants now that someone back down, okay? Eat the bread, eat the bread. You guys saw what happened to CBS? Yeah, well, guess who owns CBS? Paramount. You really want to end up like Colbert? You guys gotta stop being stupid.
Wasn't the last time we saw Jesus on South Park when he was doing Coke with Santa?
2019.
Yeah.
Jesus was doing cocaine with Santa.
My audio is even worse.
Last night, so he returns because the president wants him to bring Christianity back to education. It was a little hard to hear there because Jesus is supposed to be whispering, but what he's saying is, you guys saw what happened to CBS. You really want to end up like Colbert. Just shut up or we're going to be canceled. If someone has the power of the presidency and also has the power to sue and take bribes, then he can do anything to anyone. That takes some balls, huh?
I mean, also lawsuits, potential lawsuits aside, the merger hasn't gone through yet. That's the best part of this whole thing. That they have those assholes have bent over backwards to give Trump every single thing he wanted to get this merger approved, and then this happens.
Yeah, and I think the way these guys work, and there's a great documentary. It's called
my
6
audio
Days
is
to
fucking
Air.
dying on me here. Yeah, I can see why too. This thing got fucking. How do you keep a cord? How do you keep a cord not? How do you sort of roll up the cord at the end of every day? And I don't know, chat. I'm so pissed.
They basically put the show together. They sketch out the idea for the show on a Monday and they ship it on a Friday. So there's probably there's probably approval for standards, what you can say, but probably not a lot of time for the corporate overlords to have seen this episode. The White House was not happy. They released this long, whiny statement that included, this show hasn't been relevant for over 20 years and is hanging on by a thread with uninspired ideas in a desperate attempt for attention. I don't know that was all that desperate. That was pretty gutsy.
They also, apparently Rolling Stone said that they talked to people at the White House and they're like, have the clips been making their way around the White House? And they said, yeah, of course.
Of course. That's so good.
Yeah, the headline there was, Trump White House rages over South Park episode, calls show forthright. That's from the quote.
That makes me so happy.
I know.
So I watched the full episode last night. You have not had time to see it. It starts with Cartman being upset that NPR has been defunded and canceled because he likes to watch or listen to NPR and then make fun of all the dumb liberals. And he's really worried that woke has died. And then he doesn't know what his existence will be if wokeness is now dead. So the residents of South Park, they get mad because religion is being forced into the classroom, literally Jesus.
Yeah.
And because the president's turning into a dictator and because he's in the Epstein files. So they hold a protest. So this is South Park's take on how 60 Minutes would cover the protest.
Oh my gosh.
This is 60 Minutes. Oh, boy. Oh, shit.
Oh, God. The small town of South Park, Colorado is protesting against the president. The townspeople claim that the president, who is a great man,
A great man.
great guy, we know he's probably watching, and we are just reporting on this town in Colorado that's being sued by the president, and they are fighting back.
And just to be clear, we don't agree with them.
No. We think these protesters are total.
Obviously, some language there we wouldn't use ourselves.
Yeah.
But again, like these guys are fearlessly going after Paramount, which just paid them $1.5 billion for bowing to Trump, settling this lawsuit, and also messing with 60 Minutes coverage.
Also, what a great way to make the whole 60 Minutes thing seem, and CBS and Paramount, the whole thing look fucking ridiculous.
Yeah.
But like, that's how you want to cover the news.
It's so. Oh god.
And the bomb, the ticking bomb.
Yes, it's so good. The final scene of the episode is incredible. We will not air it here because it's just like it's too graphic. It's like AI generated.
Oh, too bad.
I know. The final two sentences of the episode are, quote, "I'm Donald J. Trump and I approve this message," that is spoken by Donald Trump's penis. And then a voiceover says, "His penis is teeny tiny, but his love for us is large." It's like one of those weird Jesus commercials.
So that I saw because at about 9:30 last night, you texted that clip to every text chain I'm on with you, which is there's a lot of them. And it is this like Donald Trump's wandering through the desert, gets naked. He's got a tiny penis. The penis is talking. It's wild.
They went for it so hard. But so obviously this is enjoyable because Donald Trump's a terrible person. But I do think there's sort of like a meta point that's interesting, which is like pop culture is turning on Trump. And it's not like the Colbert liberal comedy space. It's South Park, which love them or hate them. Like they hammer everybody, right? Like they're about fighting for free speech and freedom of expression, and they don't like censorship. But like, I mean, I think that will be incredibly influential in the kind of comedy space.
Yes, and whether it's the South Park creators, whether it's some of the podcasts that Trump went on, in the 2024 election, I think what unites them all is they don't like the government trying to cover something up, right? That's the Epstein files. They don't like censorship, like you just said. So everything, and they don't like whiny fucking babies,
right?
Which is what Donald Trump has become in the last.
Has always been.
He's always been.
Yes.
But for at least you could say like the first couple months of the administration, he's winning everything. He feels good, confident. He doesn't have that confidence anymore.
No.
He's back to being like lashing out, yelling, being upset about everything. Suing people, doing all this shit. Like that just doesn't seem strong. First of all,
think about where we were a year ago with Donald Trump. He had just been shot in the ear. There's iconic image of him draped in covered in blood, screaming "fight, fight, fight" and pumping his fist.
Yeah.
How far he's fallen from that to this is pretty incredible.
Yeah. Now it's just him and his micro penis.
Wait, I'm sorry. How is that not him being a victim? This is what I don't get about Donald Trump. We ran into this yesterday where we were watching somebody that was talking about Trump is happy to have the Wall Street Journal, posting about his letter to Epstein because it means he can go on the offense again. And he's not going on the offense. He's going on the defense. He's defending himself. He's saying, I don't write pictures. I've never written a picture in my entire life. And if I did write one, it wouldn't be like that. It feels like defending, right? But they're calling it attacking. And then the other option for him to be is like, I don't know. It just feels a little Alice in Wonderland, doesn't it?
Okay, so you're right. The Epstein files are also turning really popular podcasters, really popular comedians against Trump and leading them to criticize him. Here is one comedian, a comedian named Shane Gillis.
You can't promise the list and go, guys, what are you worried about this list we promised you guys?
I know. It's also so funny how clearly they got the list and went, guys, who even cares? They obviously the whole time leading up to it were like, fuck that, we're going to get that fucking list.
God,
and then one day they were like, what are we
We're going to do another 8-hour stream after I promised not to do this anymore.
talking about?
Also, you get the list and you go, me 7 times?
Me again? Son of a bitch.
I will say, when I was
bro, that could have happened to anybody. Not on an Epstein list, but when it comes to I didn't do that.
Dude,
I got to talk to Silly and Billy. How do you even do? how do you even do like a 2 or 3 hour podcast? I've never been able to do that. What's the secret? I think the secret is that you watch it ahead of time. You get the exact timestamps. You know when you're going to start watching it. You know when you're going to stop watching it. And it's, yeah. Well, I mean, it's kind of okay, but like, no, like long streams are fun. The only problem is, chat, I should be putting out my content. I should be doing videos. And I don't have time for it. I need to get my nails. I'm time poor because of the 7-8 hour streams. I mean, I guess I could handle it if I did like 3 streams per week, then yeah, we could do 8 hours, 8 hours, 8 hours. The only problem with that is that then I don't think I would make enough money. Right? I don't think I'd be able to support myself on 3 streams a week. Yeah, Zach talks fast. I gotta talk faster. That's what I gotta do. I gotta take lessons from Zach on how to talk fast. There we go.
There you
go.
To be fair, when I was in grade school,
I did that. Son of a bitch! I did that so many times.
Dude.
Everything bad that's ever happened to me, I've gone. I didn't do that.
So you and I did a thing.
Shane Gillis is so funny.
So for those who don't know, Shane Gillis is like maybe the most popular comedian in the world right now. Like he's exploded, and he's beloved by like the Joe Rogan fan base. Beloved, and he's not like a MAGA.
Is he? I thought it was Stavros.
MAGA guy. Like he jokes about how he has like early onset republicanism because he watches a lot of World War II docs.
We've both enjoyed Shane Gillis long before.
His comedy specials are hilarious. He's got a show on Netflix called Tires that's incredibly popular. He's just like blowing up. But he also, I think you and I did a rapid response video, YouTube video about how he hosted the ESPYs.
Yeah.
And also had some great jokes about Trump, including one about the Epstein list disappearing, but also one that was very funny, being like, can we just stop pretending that Joe Biden, can we just stop pretending that Donald Trump understands football? Every time a football team comes to the White House, he's like, hey, receiver, you know, like he just narrates it like
they're the best. This guy, they're the best right here.
Yeah.
That's what I keep saying.
I don't know. It's really interesting to see the like Trump bubble burst in this specific kind of space, this comedy space.
I don't think you need to go deep into the Epstein files or the conspiracies around it to realize. I mean, it's pretty simple to understand.
Yeah.
It's like, we want the list. We want the list. We got the list. Oh no, I'm all set. That's it. I mean, that's it. It's an easy thing to understand.
Yeah.
And he seems bullshit.
And he seems like he's lying. And I think, you know, people might be wondering, why are you guys talking about this so much? Why has this become the focus of the Democrats? And it's because Trump ran as this outsider who was going to destroy the establishment and the elites and the people who bend the rules and break the law and you know, like are running the government secretly. And now he seems like he's covering up for them. And
We're doing this because politics is downstream of culture. And if the culture is starting to shift against Trump, then, you know, we can talk however we want on Pod Save America and get into all of our fucking nerdy debates. But like when South Park's going after you like that, you know,
yeah,
and you're losing Shane Gillis and Andrew Schultz and all this, like that's a big problem,
right? And because the end goal, right, is the 2026 midterms, and
it's painful to watch Pod Save America at this point, just because like, they've taken the Kamala Harris loss like personally, right? They've taken the choice of Americans, of like edgy podcast bros, you know, over streams like theirs, right? And they're trying to be something that they're not.
Bunch of
like, they are NPR liberals. And look, there's a place for that. That's okay. That's just who you are. But they're constantly trying to be like, let me see if I can say the F word. Maybe I'll sound tougher. It's like, don't, just be real. Just be real. That's the best that you can do. Be the best you that you are. You're a pod John. You're not an edgy bro, you know, Austin comic. Be thankful for that. Be thankful for that.
Republican members of Congress were suddenly more worried about losing a general election because they're doing everything Trump asked than losing a primary because Trump comes in and endorses their opponent.
Who have always been much less popular than Trump and much bigger fucking losers than Donald Trump.
That's true. That is very true. So, man, great work.
Good stuff.
Thank you, South Park, for making us laugh for many, many years. Please keep it up.
All right, one more, and then we'll switch to Ethan Klein.
South Park just destroyed Trump after getting a $1.5 billion payday and the White House meltdown over it's pathetic. Candace Owens is now getting sued for defamation by the president of France, and Philip DeFranco's show, you damn beautiful face. You're just another step closer to getting filled in. Donald Trump has a teeny tiny pecker. That was at least one of the many, many different takeaways from last night's season premiere, which not only took aim at Trump, but also Paramount and really anyone who has capitulated to the president since the election. Which if you didn't see, the episode starts with a declaration that woke is dead after the characters learn that NPR has been defunded and that Jesus is now in their school. You then have Trump naked in bed with Satan where his tiny penis is on display, and that joke is then repeated throughout the episode in portraits where he's nude as well. Slurs are then also used throughout the episode as a parody of anti-woke culture under Trump, and there are even jabs about the Epstein files. Paramount also catches heat in depictions of 60 Minutes where the hosts are literally afraid to speak, so they kiss up to and praise Trump. There's also a plot mocking Trump's CBS lawsuit where in the show, Trump sues the town of South Park for criticizing him, and then Jesus comes to town to warn them about Trump's abuses of power, saying, I can't play the clip, so just imagine I'm Jesus, saying I didn't want to have to come back and be in the school, but I had to because it was part of a lawsuit in the
Pretend you're Jesus? I thought you were Jesus, Billy D.
agreement with Paramount. You guys saw what happened to CBS?
I thought if Jesus came back, he would definitely call me a beautiful bastard.
Yes, yeah, well, guess who owns CBS? Paramount. You really want to end up like Colbert? You guys gotta stop being stupid. If someone has the power of the presidency and also has the power to sue and take bribes, and he can do anything to anyone, right? And then it ends with the town of South Park settling Trump's lawsuit by agreeing to air pro-Trump PSAs, and then a PSA plays with a narrator calling Trump brave, but then it showed an AI version of him naked, struggling to walk through a desert, and he has a tiny penis, and also his tiny penis speaks to him, right? In that PSA and all of that, it seems to be a reference to the controversy within Paramount's ongoing merger with Skydance, which, we talked about earlier this week, because they'll need the Trump administration.
Now, we didn't get to cover this, but there's a lot of content now talking about Medi, talking about Jubilee, and talking about how do you handle fascism rhetorically, right? Medi, if you noticed, when he determined that one of the people that he was speaking to was an unabashed fascist, wasn't making any sort of a logical argument, he stopped engaging with this guy, right? And then you've got, you've got a lot of different takes from a lot of different people, some of whom I respect, that are like, no, of course you got to engage with, of course you got to engage. Like, you got a fascist in the White House, of course you got to engage. I do agree that you have to engage on some level. However, I feel like South Park has actually got the right level on which to engage. If they are disconnecting themselves from any sort of human empathy, from any rational thought, then the correct response, the correct way of engaging them is ridicule. Right? Kamala knew this at the beginning of the campaign. Somehow she forgot it along the way. Tim Walz seemed to know this inherently when he called Trump and Vance weird. And like, look, this was the way the whole, you don't take them fucking seriously because they're not taking anything seriously. Wait, did they laugh? Did who laugh at South Park? Oh, did the Podjohns laugh at South Park when they mocked global warming? Trans people believe. To be fair, on the global warming thing, they did another episode to like make up for that, right? They retconned like the man bear pig thing, I guess, with a later episode, or so I'm told. But yeah, that's another thing that sucks about Pod Save America too, is they're like, oh, I guess we gotta embrace the transphobes. If the transphobe is saying anything like, negative towards Trump, I guess we gotta have no problem with that person. And that's not right either. You can criticize South Park and still think that they have some hits. Still think that they cook sometimes.
His approval for.
But like I said, they seem to be a work in progress, right? They seem to, in some ways, be a little disgusted at who they were when they were younger on some levels. But yeah, it's
this, so many believe that they're going out of their way to get on his good side. And in fact, on that front, just yesterday you had Skydance telling the FCC that it would cut all DEI efforts at Paramount. And that is, many believe that they axed the Late Show with Stephen Colbert and agreed to a $16 million settlement with Trump to get this merger rolling. Also, I'll say with that, there's been some reporting saying that there were some side deals in the $16 million settlement that actually makes it worth more. Or with that, including things like Skydance setting aside millions of dollars to air PSA supporting conservative causes. Hence the South Park mockery. And so, all in all, it just made for a pretty wild episode 1. One, because South Park airs on Comedy Central, which is owned by Paramount. This is their daddy that they're making fun of. And 2, they did this just days after.
Is it just me, or does Matt Stone kind of look like Phil Collins now? He's got a little bit of that. I don't mean it in a bad way. I mean it like in a good way.
Officially inking a 5-year, $1.5 billion streaming deal with Paramount Plus. And under the deal, Paramount will have the global streaming rights for the show after its previous streaming contract under HBO Max just ended, right? And so under the new Paramount deal, creators Trey Parker and Matt Stone, they've agreed to produce 10 episodes of South Park a year, so 50 total new episodes. So they now have 5 years, aka the rest of Trump's term, under a Paramount deal. Which is then why you had Rolling Stone saying last night's episode probably, quote, has Paramount and Skydance Media banging their heads against a wall, right? And that, as others have just praised the show for having the guts to
Chat, do we have it confirmed? The merger did go through, right? The merger did end up going through, right?
go knives out at a point in time when most others are just afraid to. With, for example, the likes of Dylan Byers of Puck News saying, hard to think of anything more defiant in media and entertainment recently than Trey Parker and Matt Stone going scorched earth on Paramount in a South Park season premiere on the heels of netting a $1.5 billion deal with the very same company. And others chiming in, you know what's fuck you money? Everything Matt and Trey just ordered to air tonight. South Park referring to Colbert getting canceled within a week of it happening is unbelievable. Greatest show of all time. And finally, Paramount bent the knee to Trump once. How is that working out for you now? You really think he won't come asking for more? Appeasing fascists doesn't keep you safe. It marks you as an easy target. And then as the world was on standby for a Trump South Park Truth Social meltdown, you had Rolling Stone already reporting that the White House is furious about the episode, with a spokesperson reportedly telling them the left's hypocrisy truly has no end. For years, they have come after South Park for what they labeled as offense content, but suddenly they're praising the show. Just like the creators of South Park, the left has no authentic or original content, which is why their popularity continues to hit record lows. This show hasn't been relevant for over 20 years and is hanging on by a thread with uninspired ideas and a desperate attempt for attention. And that, as you had an administration source reportedly telling Deadline, that the president is seething over the childish attack by South Park. But yeah, ultimately, that is where we are for now, though I expect updates soon. And so in the meantime, I gotta ask you, what are your thoughts and reactions to what we're seeing play out here? And then next up in the news, holy shit, this is gonna get...
Okay, so anyway, that's Philly D. That's how he sees it. He's the, you know, fucking Johnny centrist. Again, chat, I would have liked more time to go over this. I just ended up spending too much time on Pisco and what's his fuck. What else do we have? We have Ethan Klein, H3 podcast. I always say that I'm gonna do this, but I really do feel like doing another. Oh my god, I've got so much to do though. I gotta do my nails, and I'm supposed to see Superman at some point so that I can actually
Hello.
What an asshole. I fucking hate this guy. You voted for him though, chat, so I'm gonna cover him. Where is this? Wait, is this from the... Maybe this is from... Maybe this is actually... Am I thinking the episode before? Is it this one? Here we go.
Conspiracy theoried protocols of Zion type of lie. It's fucking disgusting.
That's right. Hassan's being anti-Semitic again, you guys.
Like, bro, the confidence to even say this on stream is nuts. He's zogged out. Israel, and they have a problem right now. Missiles to shoot. This little This is the most fucking insane thing I've maybe heard him say.
On the other hand, you have obviously ISIS, which is, you know, this
this terror cell that.
Yeah, I really trust an Ethan Klein clip of Hassan where it starts out with "on the other hand," right? I super trust that. I know that this is not taken out of context in any possible way.
Seemingly never attacks Israel.
They have attacked Israel. They've planned attacks against Israelis and Israel. Except there's this little, troubling thing called geography. They're not near Israel. They're killing the people around them. They don't have fucking bombers. They don't have missiles.
They're killing the people around them, right? They're not like. Is there like a? I feel like there's a tweet that debunks what Ethan is saying here. And I will switch out this cord for tomorrow. Okay, Hassan Piker correctly pointed out that Israel and ISIS share enemies. That's the point. They have aligned interest, which is why Israel has directly and indirectly supported ISIS affiliates. Ethan Klein says Hassan is lying about Jews controlling ISIS. Hassan never said that. This is defamation. Yeah, look at this. Should I make a quick video on Trish lying about Moses and fucking our fans? Oh, sorry, lying and Moses fucking our fans. So Trish lied and Moses fucked their fans, or Hassan lying about Jews controlling ISIS. Look at the results. Nobody's interested in your Warzone content. No one cares, Ethan. Early Pop Nation is not behind you. How Israel trained and armed an ISIS-linked Gazan militia, right? There's, and look, Israel created, Netanyahu was instrumental in Hamas, like, gaining prominence in the first place. So yeah, of course they're cultivating their opposition in order to give them pretext for violence. Okay, there we go. I think that pretty much debunks what he's about to say here. But go on, Ethan.
But even with that being true, they've stated is they see Israel as a later problem. Their problem right now is with the whole world, with everybody around.
You see, so that's what he's saying. He said, "Oh no, they're going to get to Israel right after Israel stops funding, training, and arming them." Sure.
Around them.
And it's another example of just like Ethan not knowing shit. Hassan's saying something and Ethan's like, that doesn't sound right. And instead of educating himself, he just fucking copes. And he hopes that his audience is as ignorant as he is, and which in most cases, unfortunately, he's right about.
But yeah, there's no Israelis around them to attack. But even bearing that in mind, they have attacked Israel and they have attacked Israelis. So that's just a blatant conspiracy theory.
Yeah, again, we're taking Hassan's hyperbolic statement as being literal. Wonderful.
Protocols of Zion type of lie. It's fucking disgusting. Like, bro, the confidence to even say this on stream is nuts.
Yeah, it's almost like he knows what he's talking about. Imagine that.
He's zogged out.
Attacks Israel and only kills Muslims. Weirdly enough.
And that's just offensive. They only kill Muslims. So that's the insinuation again that Mossad and America hates Muslims. Therefore, they instruct ISIS to only kill Muslims and nobody.
Mossad? Are you defending Mossad, Ethan? Like, half of the time, this guy won't even defend the state of Israel. Hell, sometimes, if you catch him on the right day, chat, he won't even defend his IDF wife. But now he's like, oh, you think that Mossad is against Muslims? Oh, that's pretty... You think the CIA is against black people? Oh my God, how dare you? How dare you? No, they just are opposing Martin Luther King Jr. on ideological grounds.
Else, despite the fact that Hassan doesn't give a fuck about the full-on genocide of Yazidis and Christians. The crimes against humanity they've perpetuated against non-Muslims and Muslims alike is like unfathomably horrific. And I don't know what to make of this. Why would he say they seemingly only attack Muslims? And by the way, the logic of that is dumb too. You know who Hezbollah mostly attacks? You know who Syria mostly attacks?
Also Muslims.
Also mostly Muslims. Yeah. Wow, must be Mossad. What a fucking psychopath. This is, I mean, guys, again, this is where anti-Zion.
Let's be real. The the new leaders of Syria, or the new leader does have connections with not just ISIS but Al Qaeda, and yeah, doesn't seem to have a lot of smoke for Israel.
Zionism veers into anti-Semitism. This is crazy, bro.
Yeah, I feel like he's losing it, chat. This is why he's not getting defended, even amongst commentary bros, right? This is why Queemon is destroying Nicholas Diorio, because Nick backed a lol cow. He backed a literal fucking lol cow. He backed a ridiculous ass clown that doesn't know what he's talking about and yet insists on talking about it nonetheless, right? That's why Queemon is going to replace Nicholas Diorio as the pillar of the commentary community.
This man hates Jewish people.
He's so fucking desperate. Remember, chat, this is the 17% of his community wanted him to make a video on Hassan, right? It was 83-17. Make a video on Trish and Moses versus make a video on Hassan lying about the Jews.
He genuinely doesn't hate the ones that agree with him. Those are the ones he thinks they're cool, but the ones that don't agree with him, aka like 80% of Jews, he fucking hates them. He does. He thinks we're all.
I'm sorry, but he's doing synagogue of Satan shit. Like, this is what right wingers do. Right wingers that have that'll say, like, when you're like, are you against like you think all the Jews are in like cahoots to rule the world and to fuck up Christianity, and they'll be like, no. There's the good Jews, right? And then there's the basically leftist Jews, right? When they talk with the synagogue of Satan, like talking points are generally to try to carve out a certain group of Jews for these are the ones that are actually deserving of whatever their final solution is, right? And invariably they're identifying the Jewish people on the left, right?
Genocide supporters who should be fucking second-class citizens by his own words.
And only kills Muslims. Weirdly enough, okay? Don't know what that's about. I'm not going to point any fingers here. Has the American force...
This is the same thing he did with the PSYOP, too, where he was like, what was it recently? There was something he was like, I'm not going to say it's a PSYOP. I'm just gonna point it out.
Oh, it was the murder in D.C.
Oh, yeah. So...
Not PSYOP, false flag.
The false flag, yeah. So the two Israelis who were murdered outside of the museum in D.C. by a pro-Palestinian activist, he goes, this is a perfect false flag. I'm not saying it's a false flag. It just would be a perfect one. Like, bro, what are you doing?
I'm sorry, Ethan. That's what I want to know from you. What are you doing? What are you thinking? Where is this going? How does this end in anything than your own personal self-destruction? That's what you've achieved, chat. Let's go back to Twitter. Let's go back to Twitter one more time. Let's see if I can find this. It was pretty near the top of Twitter not so long ago. When you search Ethan Klein, let's see if it's still there. I don't know, chat. Things tend to shift and change. I want to find this one. God, a lot of things have been posted. I know what this looks like. Sorry, I know what I'm looking for. I'll see it. I'll recognize it when I see it. It's not that yet. It's just his numbers, right? It's Ethan's numbers on all of his channels on YouTube, on all of his platforms, and then a comparison of Hassan's numbers. Okay, so there's the chart that Ethan was talking about that shows like Hassan, you know, down on the same level as like Alex Jones and InfoWars on this media bias chart. And I'm just like, people post way too much about this guy. Oh, come on. Really? Fuck. It got bumped, chat. It got bumped. It fell to the last page. Oh, this is so annoying. Yeah, somebody had posted, I don't even know how I would find it. Like, what would I type to find this? Ethan Klein Analytics? I'm just trying to remember what words were used on the post. I should have just downloaded it. Ethan Klein Analytics? Ethan Klein YouTube. I just can never remember what people like what's in their, you know, what is mentioned in their post. YouTube. I am not going to find it. God damn it. God fucking damn it. Oh well, what a letdown.
This is Alex Jones' level of insanity. And by the way, somebody actually put together a really good clip. One of you guys can pull it. Alex Jones has made this same exact point. And someone put them side by side. And they're saying the same shit, dude. It was recently posted on the subreddit. Majority of Muslims are victims of ISIS, but you're right. They've killed Yazidis. ISIS carried out a genocide against them in 2014. They've killed Christians, Hindus, Druze, Western journalists, and aid workers. None of those people matter to Hassan.
I mean, it's just, yeah.
It's first of all,
I don't
it's
claim to be
ignorant.
an expert on this, but I mean, ISIS is it's a violent jihadi group that's trying to create an Islamic caliphate. Of course, they killed non-Muslims. That's like one of the goals,
See, look at
right?
look at this. Rather than go and research the facts, which are readily available, Dan is like, well, no, it just makes sense. If ISIS is Islamic State, then they would want to make a caliphate, and of course they would kill Jewish people, right? Like, yeah, that's what you'd think. That's what you'd think. But yeah, the current iteration of ISIS that exists in Gaza is working on behalf of Israel. So, and that's why it's a dog. It's a man bites dog story, right? That's why it's interesting.
Well, or at least forced conversions and
Forced conversions. Come on, that's fucking old school. Are they gonna do it with a curved sword too, Dan? Is that what they're gonna do? They're gonna put that curved sword right up to your neck and say, "You better say that Allah is great. You better say that." Say that Muhammad is his prophet, or else I'm gonna separate your head from the rest of you.
you know, that's the whole like idea.
Yeah, but that goes
they're-
against his conspiracy.
They're predominantly against Shia Muslims, my understanding.
Right,
But
they're a Sunni group, and so that's why I was alluding to earlier with like they killed the wrong type of Muslims, so quote unquote.
they've attacked Christians and Yazidis as well as stuff. I am saying there's not a ton of casualties related to Israelis, but yeah,
They have.
they're in
You
the
can
same-
look up terrorist attacks against Israel. Say, has ISIS ever attacked Israel?
He is so. This is all he ever does is ChatGPT. ChatGPT does his thinking. No wonder Ethan is so stupid. Like it's not even It's not even his brain. It's just the lack of. It's just like a muscle that he never uses anymore. Yeah, like thinking. No, I got ChatGPT to do that for me now.
Or is it accurate to say ISIS has never attacked Israel? I mean, they have. Not a lot based on geography. Again, there's no. How are they going to attack Israel? Why would they care about Israel? They're trying to set up a caliphate.
Bro, they're in fucking Gaza. What are you talking about?
There.
Well, I think they cared about.
They don't care about it right now.
They didn't.
It's a
they didn't
later
get that
thing.
far.
It's a later thing.
Right.
It says yes, ISIS has expressed hostility towards Israel and attempted attacks, but its direct impact on Israel has been minimal compared to surrounding countries.
Kill shot. Sorry, I gotta stop using Counterpoints' terminology there, but especially when we're talking about a genocide. But yeah, there you go. There you go.
Yeah, it's primarily in Syria and Iraq that all this is happening.
They're like, they have no access to Israel. They're attacking like the bordering people. So anyway, here is a little taste, and this once again, you look at the media alignment chart. Remember that? And
remember the media alignment chart?
How he laughed about how they put him as the left-wing Alex Jones. You remember that?
It sure makes a lot of sense to people who don't know shit, right, Ethan? Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Here is. Did they remove InfoWars from this one? I remember there was a different one. Let me see.
It's very messy. Can't tell.
Where's Nelk on there? Did they move a few points?
Yeah, where's Nelk?
Nelk.
InfoWars is on that one. That last one you were just on.
Let's see. Where is it?
Oh, like overall, what my favorite flag?
Nelk was on there.
Anyway, here it is.
Did you see?
I'll look,
It's on
but
Full Send Podcast.
why the fuck? Okay. They were on the right, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
So here's Hassan, contains misleading info, and here's InfoWars. On the right, contains misleading info.
I'm glad you have this objective chart that you know how you know the methodology to how these. You know what I'm saying? He doesn't know. He's just saying, "Oh, look, the chart agrees with me. The chart agrees with me. The chart agrees." No looking into it. No finding out how they determine this stuff. We're just gonna take it for truth because it is reinforcing my pre-existing bias. Wonderful.
This is the visualization of horseshoe theory in practice. Look at these two besties talking about Israel.
Sorry, the two besties up in the upper right corner talking about Israel. Those two besties.
Hamas and
Vape Nation.
Hamas are lightweights compared to Al Qaeda and ISIS, and it's all come out. I told you about 25 years ago, but it's all come out in the documents, the USAID money. It's come out of Israel. Israel doesn't even deny it. Netanyahu, since he first got in office, off and on 25 years ago.
I could point out here that Alex Jones and Ethan Klein are on the same prescription medicine, but I don't think I will. I think I'll just leave it to your imagination what that might be.
Openly funds Al Qaeda and then ISIS all over the Middle East.
Netanyahu is openly funding ISIS.
I love that even Alex Jones knows more about the Middle East than Ethan Klein. Even fucking Alex Jones.
Doesn't even deny it. Why would he deny it? It's just making shit up.
And funded them and gave them air cover.
So then you have that, and on the other hand, you have obviously ISIS, which is this terror cell that seemingly never attacks Israel. And
you see what he said? Seemingly never attacks Israel. Ethan took that to mean they have never attacked Israel. Never. Seemingly never attacked to like absolutely never attacked. I mean, this is just what he does. He's full of shit. He's always full of shit. And he's, honestly, the story's getting boring. His chat, did you see that chat? Only 17% of the people in his own community want him to do another video on Hassan. Right? He's even boring the Fupa Troopas. He's boring them.
Only kills Muslims.
The chart was created by a right-wing group. It literally says Fox News is more reliable than Rolling Stone. That's wonderful.
Weirdly enough, okay? Don't know what that's about. I'm not going to point any fingers here. Has the American forces actually defended ISIS at times? Yes. Has Israel defended ISIS at times in Syria? Yes,
No.
they have. But they also fight ISIS all the time. Not
I
Israel.
love Ethan's brain, how his brain works. It's a chart, so it must be true and it must be objective. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a chart, right? You can't make a chart and put false information on it. That wouldn't work, right? Somehow that wouldn't chart. But because it's a chart, we know that it's true. Because look at this, Hassan here and Alex Jones here. There you go. That's all you need to know. Don't look into their methodology. Don't look into how the sausage is made. Don't look into even who does it, right? Even who is behind the chart. Let's just skip all that.
Israel doesn't fight.
Israel nor America have defended ISIS. I mean, America bombed the fuck out of ISIS most recently and pretty much dismantled their entire apparatus.
Again, I'm not an expert, but I think where this comes from is in the early days of the Syrian civil war, which started, in like 2012 or something like that. There was...
Okay, Dan, I honestly don't care. Chat, that is another 8-hour stream for you. Again, this isn't healthy. This isn't good. Like, I need to do better about this. But I'm not quite there yet. So I'll try to get better. I want to bring you, coverage of more different things. So, I mean, we covered, what, 2 or... I don't know, chat. I'm kind of disappointed in myself here. But you know who I'm not disappointed in? You know who I am very much not disappointed in right now? That would be the sponsor of today's stream, my Patreon. While I read you into Frogan, I'm going to shout out my Patreon. All right? So yeah, you can support me at a variety of different levels at my Patreon. It is a way to get money to support the stream with minimal money taken out of it and given to the platform, and maximum money, just literally going from you to me. So if you want to support me in a way where the more of your donation goes to me, Patreon's a great way to do that. However, whatever's the easiest way to support is the best way. That's why we have so many different ways. But anyway, everybody that supports me at the $5 level and higher gets a fancy shout out. Let me do that now. Shouts out to Oral to Ellipsis. Shouts out to Temporal Insanity. Shouts out to Steven Sayers. Shouts out to Funky Monkey. Shouts out to Sarah. Shouts out to Nadia Yvette. Shouts out to Moe Noe. Shouts out to Jules K. Shouts out to Izzy Mandius. Shouts out to Infallible Val. Shouts out to Hot Ham Radio. Shouts out to Good for Gabby. Shouts out to Emily French. Shouts out to Direful. Shouts out to Buffy Geek. Shouts out to Big Al. Shouts out to Animus. And a fancy shout out to Zara Xerix, to Rachel K, to Crystal Saphira, and to Omega Star. All right, chat, with that, we are rating you, I believe, into Frogan. We haven't rated Frogan in a hot minute here, so give Frogan my solidarity and support. Hope she's doing okay with all the bullshit that Ethan Klein has been throwing her way. I know they sent a stalker to like serve her or something recently. Fly my pretties. All right, there we go. 36 people rated into Frogans. Let's see what Frogan... Oh, it looks like Frogan's playing Fortnite.
Somebody got pinged, but where?
Maybe it was me.
In front of us.
Oh shit. That's music that I can't play on my side, unfortunately. I would show... we're probably going to get a shout out here as soon as Frogan is done decimating the other team in Fortnite. But I can't play it for you because, there's some copyrighted music. So anyway, much love, everybody. Thank you for being here. Thank you, mods, for keeping us safe. Thank you, Thumb Gang, for getting my message out there to more people. What is the reason? What reason is there to talk about him unless it's funny? Atrocity Apologia is not funny. At what point do civilized people go cold turkey on this? Content Ouroboros cannot be making that much. No. Yeah, no, like, I mean, I don't know. People voted for Ethan Klein, so I showed you a little bit of Ethan Klein, but yeah, I'm getting tired of him. The Fupa Troopas, it sounds like, are getting tired of him, and I wouldn't be surprised if even Ethan Klein himself was getting tired of Ethan Klein. I don't know, at this point. If even Ethan Klein needs to take a little Ethan Klein break, right? I wouldn't be surprised. Did I just come back to witness the stream ending once again? Yeah, unfortunately. All I can give you is 8 hours tonight. But yeah, chat, I don't know. I gotta be better about this somehow. I gotta make this work somehow. We need to get I need to be pumping out videos. I need to be taking care of my nails and everything else, and not driving myself insane with 8 hours of content, which, yeah. Ethan's about to go broke. The world spins madly on. Maybe, I don't know. He lost the Cav lawsuit, and who knows what's going to happen with these. Chat, I have a feeling, call it a hunch, but I have a feeling Denims is going to beat this lawsuit. She spent almost 5 hours reacting to Ethan's shitty content nuke. Yeah, I don't know about the rest of them. I haven't, seen what the breakdown on their reaction is, but I have a feeling that Denims, at the very least, might beat the charges, beat the rap, and hey, maybe even be able to charge it up to Ethan Klein's, force Ethan Klein's to pay for. Wouldn't that be awesome? Wouldn't that be awesome if Denims got Ethan to pay for lawyer? Oh yeah, also Casey Tron apparently is really hired on a really good law team. Casey Tron's got like 3 lawyers working on her side of things. So yeah, I don't know, chat. Who knows? You're good. No comment check. I'm in Germany, so with the time difference, it's hard for me to catch anyone live. Aw. Well, look, I'm in Thailand, so might be somewhat easier. But anyway, chat, thank you for being here. Thank you for supporting me. I will be back tomorrow with more content for you. What am I going to do? We might do some Trumpstein stuff, right? We haven't covered Trump. There's more developments with Trumpstein, so look forward to that, although I'm not set on it, so who knows? Something could happen between now and then that I'll cover instead. Hopefully I'll have my nails fixed by the time that I come back, and maybe even whisper of a dream, chat, maybe even some videos done. But don't quote me on that. But yeah, we definitely need to, especially now that the NCC Industrial Complex channels are going. I definitely need to start putting out some of my own content, give you some high quality edits here on this channel. So anyway, much love. I'll see you tomorrow. Be good to yourself and be good to each other. And until then.